talking about chili sauce.
Rhett and Link are live.
Live? Live?
Somebody would do that? Go on the internet and tell lies?
Why would you do that? Why would you willingly want to be an agent of disinformation? I should have had something.
In this octagon, I'm the boss.
That's why. Fuck.
I'm going to go to the bathroom, and as I do, I'll give it to you from out here. This is Roberto Jr. It's not quite what you asked for, but I'm much more familiar with the Jr.
What is happening?
What is happening?
Wait, go back.
It was like
Is that all that was?
Okay.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
This is him playing Mass Effect?
Crap. I can't get enough. This music's locked.
Whoa.
That's it. Dude, that's actually a funny way that you could edit me back in, is to just pop me back in. Just like if we cut somewhere and just like pop, I'm back. Never happened.
Everybody stay calm out there. We're coming out. We're not armed.
You don't have to yell, bro.
Is it safe? Are they gone?
You're okay now. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
Those things were crawling all around the shed. They would have found us for sure.
He was like, don't worry about it. He got real close, and he kept yelling. Like his voice didn't get lower as he got closer. What happened?
Tell me everything
What's
you
this
remember
video
about
called?
the attack.
There is so much bureaucracy in Mass Effect.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know it was going to be a gameplay. I just saw it was this idiot. And I said, hey, I'll put this on here.
That ship showed up. We just saw it and ran.
I have to go.
Hey, Cole, we're just a bunch of farmers. These guys are soldiers. Maybe we should give them the stuff.
Jeez, Blake, you gotta learn when to shut up.
We're risking our lives to save this colony. You sure there's nothing else in here that could help us out?
Yeah, there's one more thing. I was gonna sell it after this was over, but you probably deserve it more than I do.
It's because I'm charming.
Docks at the spaceport.
Pal, you're the
Still
man. Thank you for
alive.
giving
You
me
pick
that
shit
weapon.
options.
The Stinger 2 and combat sensors.
Low-key started a campaign on Mass Effect on the PlayStation last night.
Oh, you should do it on PC so you can mod it. It's much better.
I don't want to. I do have it on PC.
You don't
though.
want to have quality of life fixes?
Yes, because my PC can't run shit. So it'll probably run it like shit anyway. Maybe I'll look into
it.
It's
a 15-year-old game. I have a great mod
Legendary
pack.
Edition?
Huh?
The Legendary
It's
Edition.
not remastered. It's just EA reselling shit, except this time all the DLC that they nickeled and dimed us is included. The fact that they released Mass Effect Trilogy before for like the Xbox 360, right? Before the Xbox One dropped, they released Trilogy. And the fact that the DLC didn't come with that one, and it's another trilogy that you have to buy before you get all the DLC.
Because when did Andromeda come out?
It was a launch game with the Xbox One.
Okay. And then Legendary Edition came out 2018.
Yeah, like 3 years ago or something.
Andromeda came out 2017. 2017. And then the Legendary Edition, which you say is not even a visual
There's
update.
some... it adds widescreen support.
Okay. 2021 it came out. Okay.
Yeah, I was right. 3 years.
So literally didn't even include Andromeda in it either. They could have done a complete collection.
Andromeda is not the same character or story. Nobody gives a fuck about Andromeda.
Man.
Let's check out the Stinger. Dang, that's way better pistol. Kind of makes me want to use pistols. No, Caden. Check out this Stinger, bro. Oh, it just goes straight forward. Cool. Cover my ass.
What?
This is just YouTube poo. Who edits these for him? This is going to give us a seizure.
Be gone.
What bureaucracy are you talking about? The first mission has
the
none.
Citadel is the next mission.
This is true. I'm actually curious what he has to say because he's surrounded by Spaz Tim Pool.
Normandy, the beacon is secure.
This is amazing. Actual working Prothean technology. Unbelievable.
Something must have activated it.
Male Shepherd sucks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa.
His line about because he's a big stupid jellyfish goes hard though. There's a few male Shep lines that are better. And the Hannah Preacher is one of them.
Yeah, okay.
He's like, I want it. Get out of my way, Ashley. Oh, she's like, I was supposed to be the main character, Shepard. You fucking.
True, but fuck Ashley. Hey, look, it's
just like that. Irregardless. I see the sun. Close my eyes. Give her
weird.
Put her boobs like right in the frame.
Doctor,
yeah, that's another
Dr.
thing.
Chuckwass,
It takes out
I
butt
think he's
shots.
Legendary Edition does.
Yeah, it took out a lot of Miranda's butt shots.
Up.
How are we supposed
Mine
to
are
goon?
throbbing. Nothing serious.
Physically, you're fine. But I detected some unusual brain activity. Abnormal beta waves.
I don't know how people can watch
saw.
this for real.
This is awful. The original game, when did that come out?
We'll get to the bureaucracy.
2007?
Yeah.
2007. When did Halo 3 come out?
I believe Mass Effect was a launch title on Xbox.
2007.
It was an Xbox exclusive.
Okay, so the original
Maybe
Mass
it
Effect
wasn't.
came out 2007, 3 months after Halo.
Halo 3?
Halo 3, yeah.
Okay,
Which
so
probably-
Halo, it was a little into the 360 cycle then.
Mm.
Perfect Dark Zero was a launch title. You ever play that?
Yeah, no.
Terrible game. Terrible game. I imagine StarCraft Ghost would have been just as bad.
Mm.
They
But
like
I'm more
forgot how to
thinking-
make shooters for a second.
I'm
Bro,
more
the best
thinking
shooter when
graphically.
Xbox 360 launched. Okay, the only game that worked with it was Halo 2, right from the original Xbox.
Yep.
They eventually ported some of the games, but the best shooter besides Halo 2 for a while was Quake.
True.
And
a lot of people
Quake,
still swear by Quake.
Quake 4 is such an interesting game.
Mm.
Like you could tell they're trying to like do something with it. And I don't think a lot of the games were very creative at the time. It took a while until good games came out for the 360.
Do you follow this person on Twitter?
I'm not sure what I saw.
Awful. This is awful.
Death. Destruction. Nothing's really clear.
Epic. I'm gonna hit the bathroom again.
Wow.
Brother.
A lot of coffee.
This is worse than me.
This is thrilling.
I gotta finish this.
Well, I guess there's a reason that it has 356 views on a channel with 30,000 subscribers. 12 comments. Maybe all his followers are bots. Let's see how much his average video. Oh, he's actually like genuinely playing Mass Effect at the moment.
Yeah, so he's just like editing his live streams together, I guess. Someone's doing that for him.
Must be.
But they're like unwatchable.
Yeah.
Conversation with Dr. Chakwas.
How well do you know the lieutenant?
I'd never worked with him before this mission, but he has an impressive service record. Over a dozen special...
I need to go back and cut down all of the gameplay from Mass Effect.
Well, the first one didn't capture properly because
Yeah.
the other one was kind of laggy. The other
Maybe I might redo Mass Effect later on, and I'll be more familiar. Maybe I'll do it on PC.
You can play through it on PC.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do that. Because I did Vanguard because you kept fucking talking about it, so I'm like, fine, I'll do fucking Vanguard.
Oh well, the third one is when Vanguard is like really at its potential.
Yeah.
The first game, it's great too.
But that's what I picked. So that's what I'm going with. Shotguns.
Lift is such a great ability, you know? It's like you only get. So also the mod that I have, it also ports in more guns from the series. So like my next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do a Vanguard barrier playthrough and give him this LMG.
Okay.
And kind of just make the Vanguard more of like a biotic tank instead of a caster.
It's a good idea.
And I'll just walk and hold down the trigger.
I forgot about the no reloading thing and forgot how much fucking better it was. I stand by my decision that Mass Effect is a better game than Mass Effect 2.
Well, the whole thing, it was like putting a power on each of your guns and then managing it makes it so you have to manage things more. The first game you can really just use an assault rifle and never touch your abilities and walk through the game.
I prefer that. If that like an option to do that, great. Love that. It's not really. It's a very different game, and that's why I complain.
The thing is that why would you try to play it like a shooter when it's not a shooter?
Sure, but this is my problem with the second game. Is that it's more built like a shooter, but doesn't have the mechanics of a shooter. Like it feels like it should be more of a shooter. It's got more cover systems. It's got shield. It's got like all that sort of shit.
I think it's also more RPG because it makes you more reliant on your powers because of all the armors that the enemies have.
Yes, yeah.
The first game, biotic powers affect everything.
Yeah.
There's no it doesn't matter if they have shields or health or anything.
Okay.
So like warp isn't all that useful really. Because you're not taking down outer layers of damage to get those control powers going.
I think the thing that threw me is that it's just the sheer difference of gameplay styles between them threw me a little bit. It's a completely different game to play.
Yeah, I mean, Mass Effect 2 is good because it's the whole like building the team up. It's not about like
it's not so
like,
much
I don't
an
know,
RPG.
like RPGs aren't fun gameplay wise. You know what I mean?
Really. Yeah. It's very interesting. I still don't understand why people watch streams, but fucking glad everyone's here. Hold on. No. Oh. Hi.
Also, I think because you're playing on a harder difficulty, you're enjoying the second one less.
No. No, because I don't have the same problem with Halo. But I do hate the game more when I play on harder difficulties, but I don't have the mechanical problems that I have.
No, the thing is that the difficulty slows the game down because it adds more armor types to the enemies.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll see, because so far I haven't noticed a difference in Mass Effect 1. Of
Oh, playing on the harder difficulty? Mass Effect 1 isn't the same.
Okay. I mean, it could be the case, but I don't know.
Recommendations.
What do you know about Captain Anderson?
I've served with him for a few tours now. The crew knows he's seen pretty much anything they'll ever run into. And he cares about the people under his command.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Brother,
you're
not curious at all? You skip all that dialogue? Why are you playing the game? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, it's
Seriously.
a talking game, bro.
Seriously,
That's
what
the thing
the fuck is wrong with you?
You're supposed to be talking.
You're supposed to be building the relationship. You want to know what these people know. That's why the dialogue options are there. The whole reason that I like the first one so much is because of the talking. The gunplay is garbage.
Talking.
There's so much. And this video says that there's so much bureaucracy where almost 60% of the way through, and we've seen none of the bureaucracy. Who's editing this shit?
Sorry, that's offensive. It's just chockless. Shockless. Where you at, Joe?
Good timing, Commander. I was just about to bring us into the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work?
Also, shots like that.
Yeah, the whole end sequence is so good.
Like
in the first game.
Mm.
Like when Sovereign comes in and lands on the Citadel.
Yes, amazing.
The Citadel fleet.
Well, size isn't everything.
Why so touchy, Joker?
I'm just saying you need firepower too.
Look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers in any ship in the Alliance fleet.
The mission on Eden Prime was a chance to prove
Like,
who could get
that awful. Firstly, awful. Secondly, the game is sex and politics. Are we really gonna be raising an eyebrow at sexual innuendos from the guy
There's
who
also
wants to
like
fucking
more
ship?
like, you know, like there's the whole thing where you have to spy on the guy at the bar. There's more of those types of quests in the first game.
Yeah.
And I like those as well.
Mm-hmm.
Get the job done.
But I like the
Instead,
second game
Nihilus
because
ended
it's
up
about
dead.
like building the team. You know,
Yeah.
you never want to talk to your team after the missions, you know, and that's what it's all about is like building the team up and building your bond and the loyalty with everyone on the team.
Yes.
And then going on a suicide mission where any one of them can die if you're not playing perfectly.
And the beacon
You know,
was
like what if
destroyed.
Morden dies?
Saren's fault,
You won't
not
get his
his.
character resolution.
Mm.
You know, which is like the best story arc in the game.
Rip.
We better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower.
The third
top
one
level.
has this
I'll
really
make sure you
cringe
have clearance to
sub-villain.
get in.
He's
What
like
would be?
he's like you know how edgy the Deus Ex guy is?
Never played it.
But you know how edgy he is.
No.
He's like got the sunglasses and he talks like that. I didn't choose to be modified.
No, I've seen nothing about it, honestly.
He's just so he's so edgy. Well, anyway, the villain, the mid villain is like that guy except Asian.
Oh.
He's really cringe. And like I don't know. I don't think people really liked him.
Amazing. I'm excited. I'm very excited.
And that's why I hate politicians.
Oh, amen, sister. I didn't know she was a narco-capitalist. I remember running around the Citadel.
Shut the
I didn't know
fuck
it was
up.
called the Citadel, but I just
What are
remembered
you
it.
talking about?
There, human. Sincere apology, but I am here on business and cannot be
You
distracted.
just the Elcor.
Pleased greeting. Human, it is always
What a
good
monster.
to see your kind. I am Ambassador Kalen.
Oh my
What are
god.
you doing? Why are you even playing the game? If you acted like this, I would have said, okay, we're not going to play Mass Effect anymore.
Yes. I completely and utterly agree with that, yes.
Association.
But the problem is I actually enjoy stories. I enjoy listening to the people who are telling me the story. Tell me the story.
Well, for somebody who never talks
Crazy.
to his crew,
fuck them.
That's the story in the second game,
contributions to galactic society.
I have spoken to
we
them.
Still do not hold a seat on the
There's
council.
so many of them.
I know.
He's like, I'm angry frequently. Why won't they have me on the council? Like,
I actually love that there's a
Thought maybe
shitload
it's
of
'cause
crew
you're angry
members.
frequently?
The
He's like,
thing
"You
is
took him
that
forever, Shepard."
in the next game, I think there's only a maximum of 6. I think you can get DLC, guys. But one of the characters is so cool. But you'll have the Caden or Ashley, right? Depending on who survived.
Yep.
So if you're doing a soldier playthrough, you'll get Ashley, who's also a soldier, right? And then the other person you get is this guy, James Vega, who's like a musclehead Latino. He's cool, but he's like reckless, you know?
Yeah.
He's like kind of like the Anakin, you know, he's going to crash something into something to like win, you know, he's very chaotic.
Yes.
But he's also a soldier. So the default alliance squad you would have as a male Shepard is soldier, 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 soldier.
Amazing.
So like the second game, you haven't even met the third sniper. You don't meet him until the Reaper IFF mission.
Yeah.
But you have 3 different snipers to choose from.
Okay.
You know, Garrus has the overload and concussive shot. The Drell has like warp and I think pull. Amazing abilities for snipers as well.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't remember what the last one has. I think it also has concussive shot.
Okay.
And who knows what else. I know it does have a shield boost for its bonus ability.
Yeah, okay.
But then like you also have the biotics. You have Samara or her daughter and Jack. And then you got Rex for the brute force. And then there's Jacob, who just sucks. You know, you have such this variety of characters that you can take on missions.
Yeah.
And I like that the fact that each of them basically only have 2 abilities to start.
Yeah.
Makes it so you think about what abilities you bring. In the first game, everyone has everything. You know, you have literally every ability in the game if you choose your squad right.
Handy.
So the 6th one, like I said, you get those 3 soldiers by default. So obviously you want to pick Caden to survive, so that way you at least have a variety. So you have a sentinel instead of 2 soldiers.
Yeah. Also, fuck Ashley.
Yeah, and then it's Tali and Liara, but Tali can die on the mission, so you might not get her on your squad for the 3rd game. Garrus is also in there. He can die, so you lose 2 of those. But you can only you only have like a maximum of like 6 people, and you're maybe 8 in the squad. And you can like, depending on how bad you play the games, you can lose those members and have even more limited squad options in the 3rd game. And I miss the variety of the squad options in the 2nd game.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another tech character. There's another interesting one in the next game.
A tech one.
Yeah.
Well, You don't have any engineers, do you? Is anybody an engineer on your squad?
Tali. Tali's the best engineer.
Okay. And she
Morden
does.
is also
Oh,
an
she does
engineer.
have robots. Yes, I just don't use her.
Morden is also an engineer. He's a caster type.
Ah, okay.
Tali's
Well,
bonus ability is energy drain.
yeah.
So it's like overload, except it gives her shields back.
Ooh. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Let's go.
I love that the whole time we were talking about that, this was on the screen. This should be the title of our the Mass Effect video that we make. I'm stealing this. You can do nothing about this.
Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
Look at the screen.
Yeah, I hate stories. That one.
Yeah,
that's what you want. Okay.
I hate stories. I just want guns, boobs, and gore.
We can do that.
The Geth attack is a matter of some concern, but there is nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way.
The investigation by Citadel Security
This motherfucker skipping dialogue?
turned up no evidence to support your charge of treason.
I resent these accusations. Nihilus was a fellow Spectre and a friend.
Oh my god.
That just let you catch him off guard.
Do you have anything else to add, Commander Shepard?
Wow, thanks for pointing out the fact that he actually did kill him. We didn't know. The whole point, if you didn't skip the dialogue, was that he's trying to prove to the Council that Saren did it. Trying to overcome their bias towards their Spectre, you know? If you listen to the story and the bureaucracy that you claim is all over this game that you literally haven't spoken about once, you fucking absolute wanker.
You've made your decision. I won't waste my breath.
Ambassador, your petition to have him disbarred from the Spectres is denied.
You notice how every discussion, every point, I was talking about.
Also, the scene where they make you a Spectre is also so fucking good in the first game.
Yes.
The first game has some of the best moments in the series, honestly.
Yeah.
Learning Sovereign is a Reaper.
Yeah.
And he says, I am beyond your comprehension. I am Sovereign. That's like the hardest line of all time, bro.
Yes. Fucking goes hard. So it's like, but you notice how when I was playing it, I was discussing every option, thinking hard about the options, and he's just sitting there. Why are you playing the game?
See, like I think the first one does a lot of story setup that like makes it like knowing what the Reapers are and stuff like that. It makes it more interesting. Like if you just started the second game without playing the first, I don't think you would have as much interest in what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. It's more of like the Cerberus game.
Denied.
Well, they just don't dive into everything because you already should know about what the Reapers are and shit, you know?
This meeting is adjourned.
It's totally what he did. It's like fake news, eyewitness testimony, not enough, fake news. These guys, you're fake news and you're fake news. He did. It was really evil though. You'd think they'd be like, "Geez, Saren."
I fucking hate this.
That was a terrible video. Has everyone else saying, "Wow, this is a terrible video"?
One says, "Wait until you meet Grunt and Morden." The intro, I love it. When you do it on IRL, it's the last thing Tim wants to hear. Okay. The bureaucracy is something I love about the series because it's realistic. Then why are you watching this video? He didn't talk about it at all. Well, this guy says your videos are definitely unique. That's code for
I mean,
awful.
sure.
Dog shit.
Again, we gotta check out Banksy's film Exit Through the Gift Shop sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so much that you will understand when I say he's like Mr. Brainwash, which Patrick Bet-David decorates his house with. That's the funniest thing about Patrick Bet-David's house is that he has Mr. Brainwash pieces. Like, the guy doesn't know anything about art. He thinks that he can just do art because he went around filming these street arts
I mean,
and stuff.
Banksy wouldn't have like
And
copyright
so, like,
shit or
he
anything.
took all these. He was just a guy who carried around a handy cam, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, Banksy was like, "You got to do something with all this footage, man." You know. So he like edits this garbage that's like this, you know, like seizure inducing, and Banksy is like, "It was literally unwatchable." So I was like, "Let me take the footage," and he edits all this guy's footage that he takes through handycams into the documentary himself, and
Amazing.
it ends up being a documentary about this guy and like legitimate art.
That's awesome.
And like what art is actually about. It's such a deep movie.
Yeah, fair.
And like the guy ends up putting on an art expo, and he like he literally breaks his arm, so it's in a sling, and he's riding around on a Segway at the art expo that he does.
Amazing. I'm actually gonna leave. I'm gonna leave a comment. I'm like, you skip dialogue and don't even think about the options? My dude, why are you even playing? And then I'm gonna be like, you can.
It's literally a text-based adventure. Look up the trailer for Exit Through the Gift Shop real quick.
You can watch us play it with 20 hours of dialogue and 4 hours of gunplay. Fucking the way it should be. The game is so interesting, and you're just sitting there trying to call racist asshole Ashley anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah, I want to hear his opinion on her human first thoughts.
Like, I'm gonna be. The game is so interesting, and you're just sitting there trying to call racist asshole Ashley an anarcho-capitalist, and make connecting Trump to it somehow. Come on. I think that's. And he'll definitely see it because there's 12 comments and 300 views on this video. All right. Next.
Right, look up Exit Through the Gift Shop real quick.
This is the Lao chili sauce.
So everyone can see the trailer of this awesome movie. It's probably one of the best documentaries I've ever seen, honestly.
Is this the trailer?
Yeah. This is like before Banksy was really, really big too.
Okay.
Keep your eye out for the cops.
You can't do that here. Go!
Hey, get out of there! Get
It doesn't even show what it's about, does it? It literally does not even get into how the plot is about fake artists.
Not at all.
Interesting. That trailer is not good.
No, it is not. Hey, here's the whole documentary.
Yeah,
You want to watch that now?
Mark it to your list so you can watch it later. It's really fucking good, bro. But you'll understand why it's so funny that PBD has Mr. Brainwash pieces, unironically. Yeah. It's fucking hysterical because Banksy's whole like documentary about it is like how like this is like imitation of actual art. It has no like soul or concept, but people don't care because it's got a price tag on it, so people buy his shit and stuff. And
it's the AI art.
Garbage.
It's literally human AI art.
It's just garbage.
Yeah, human AI art.
It's edited like his art is like that editing, and we saw that video. that's all I can. That's why I'm trying to like say like this is like witnessing Mr. Brainwash doing art. The editing there, it was so.
Are we in politics?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay. Cool.
Best Laogama chili oil.
Laogama chili sauce.
Not on Amazon, not on Wii, not at 99 Ranch, nowhere in the West. And as to why, we'll get to in just a sec. What it is, though, is basically...
It's probably because it's probably
it's poison.
Literal poison, probably.
Hang on. I got a soundbite idea.
Oh, God. Basically that classic Laogama black bean chili, but with the notable addition of fried beef together with a good kick of Sichuan pepper. What makes this one specifically so good is that, for us at least, it's the ultimate rice killer. There's just no better Laogama to top straight up over white rice, in our opinion. So then, why can't you get this one abroad?
Wait, is that why people get it? To just put on fucking rice?
Yeah.
Okay, I might get some of this.
Good luck.
Well, as maybe you could get.
Not the beef one, just the normal one.
It's because of the beef. As anyone that's had some sausage confiscated from them at customs could tell you, bringing meat products across international borders is generally pretty verboten, particularly in the West. Whether it's for ecological reasons, just a bit of good old-fashioned protectionism, or maybe a combination thereof. The legal import of meat products is this Byzantine world, reserved only for the most well-capitalized of industrial producers. Now, I'll focus on the USA here, but many countries are quite similar. There are 3, and only 3 categories of meat that are legally allowed to be imported into the US from China. Raw catfish, cooked chicken, and cooked duck. Further, even those products need to come from a set of very specific factories approved and inspected by the USDA. There's no approved beef factories, so there's no luck. And I sincerely doubt US-China trade will be liberalizing anytime soon. We asked Taylor Holliday, an importer of Mala Market renown, if there was any possible way to potentially...
There is the word liberalizing when talking about importing Chinese meats.
Smoked meats
is incorrect.
Isn't this an interesting video, though?
Yes.
You weren't expecting how political this chili sauce would be, were you?
The word liberalizing is not the word I would use. The word lax restrictions comes to mind, which actually may happen. So I hope Americans enjoy poisoned meats direct from China.
It's funny.
I would never buy imported meat from China, to be completely honest. No fucking way.
Potentially get the product into the US and
like just think about how contaminated their water is. You think that doesn't translate into the meats?
The situation seemed pretty clear.
I mean, the laws for meat are highly regulated and highly restricted.
Good.
The way I read it, the way I understand it, is that absolutely no beef products of any kind can be exported from China.
So then it looks like we'll just have to make it. Now, as we've talked about on this channel
Making
before,
it is better.
Laogama belongs to a category of chili oils from the Guizhou province called Youlajiao. We showed you how to make it before in a previous video, but there's actually 3 different methods to fry this up that you can find in Guizhou. First, there's the toasted chili method, which toasts, pounds, and fries up some chilies, and that was the way that we showed you before. Second, there's the
Wait, they're doing homemade? Oh, we're already subscribed. Fantastic.
Chili method, which uses reconstituted pounded dried chilies as a base.
Do they show you how to make it?
He's literally walking you through it right now, bro.
This is not about the drones, not yet, but
this is about Laogama chili sauce.
Nice. Wait, wrong one. Hold on. Wait.
Laogama chili sauce.
The drones is the first story, though.
And finally, there's the fresh chili method, which works off a foundation of fresh chopped chilies, which are then fried. Now, today we really wanted to mimic that unobtainable Laogama. And from what we can tell, it's that last fresh chili method that seems to be the most common among industrial producers, and it does seem to hit the closest to Laogama. Unfortunately, the fresh chili method is probably the most annoying of the 3, so if you are in the market for a quicker/easier home cooking...
Well, it's interesting because the drones are following all of the American aviation. I think they're just planes. I don't think
everything I've seen has been a plane so far.
Yeah, we watched some footage the last stream. I do not think that they're drones, and if they are drones, they're very weird drones because there was a couple pictures that we saw that's just a private jet. And then there's a video that we saw where you can literally hear the jet, because you know what a jet sounds like as it's flying over, right? You get the, and then you look a little bit further ahead, and because you're trying to find the plane, right? That's what you can hear. Filming the plane, and I can hear in the microphone the of the jet. I'm like, what is happening? I don't know. I just don't think that you should buy into the hysteria as much. I don't know. We'll watch it in a minute. But we're just having a little fun waiting for people to filter in.
Variant. We also slapped together another approach later in the video. So then we'll get started here with some fresh red chili peppers, 400 grams worth in all. Now, the exact cultivar that Laogama uses is something called chicken claw pepper, but any medium spicy red fragrant chili will work.
Cool.
Either way, just slice your chilies in half and then de-rib and de-seed. Not obsessively. 80 to 90% sorted is sort enough for our purpose. So then just let those drain real quick under the sun till they're mostly dry to the touch. So then, after about a half an hour, it's time for the mincing. Now, we want these...
I'm assuming you put the seeds and shit back in, because isn't that where the heat comes from? Huh?
I don't know. I'm making a thing.
Cool. But yeah, they seriously just look like planes. So I don't know, to say that they're mimicking the planes while you can hear the jets in the video. It's just and then you've also got people, and this is what we were saying the other day, is that people have been inside. They're not really looking up.
Yeah,
and they're like, oh my god,
people haven't looked at the sky in so long that they look at the sky and they're like, all the planes are drones.
It's because they've just been so inundated with news about drones through Ukraine and all the war news
I've yet
media.
to see it in a single video of an actual drone that somebody's posted. It's been a plane every time.
Yeah, it's just very, very interesting.
Is to be finely chopped, which, fair warning, will take a bit of time. I'd imagine that going the food processor route should also be okay here too. But either way, after about 10 minutes of going at that by hand, you should be looking at something a bit like this.
Yeah, go at it.
So then just transfer those over to a strainer, mix in about a half teaspoon of salt, and then let it purge. Just let it sit for about 15 minutes. Squeeze out any excess moisture.
Yeah, squeeze it out.
Interesting. That's a big drone. There are no commercially available drones. Sorry, not commercially. Wait. No, commercially is the correct word. I don't believe that there are drones that...
There's loitering munitions that are big.
Yeah.
But those are loitering munitions.
right? But it's like this is what are they actually doing? Like, what are these drones actually doing? Nothing. If like theoretically they are drones.
And it was just some guy saying that they were the size of SUVs. The guy recording, witnesses are reporting this. The same people that think UFOs are in the sky and stuff.
Chinese whispers, right? And this is the problem.
Mass hysteria.
Yeah, like this is, and it's happened so many times this year, even last year. There's so many instances of like things like this happening. COVID started it. People are very wound up still because of COVID. So like everything turned into mass hysteria.
They went outside again and they looked at the sky and they said, "Oh my God, there's things up there." Ah!
Bus balloons?
Catapulting my phone.
Do you know anything about this?
The spy balloon.
Oh, the spy balloon. Yes.
It was very big.
Yeah, like but that was it was a balloon. Like that was obviously just a weather balloon. It was obviously sent there. I'm pretty sure when they shot it down, they recovered hardware from it, which was transmitting data. Like this was a whole thing. The fact that they let it fly over the US and Canada for so long is crazy. But
well,
also,
they didn't want to shoot it down above people.
Yeah, well, obviously that's like
China.
the main concern.
They would just shoot it down immediately.
Yeah, like China regularly drops rockets that spew toxic fuels all over the villages. The boosters, and then they let the boosters fall to the ground, and sometimes the rockets fail and they also fall to the ground on villages. Like it's crazy. The footage of these rockets, crazy. But this is the other thing about these drones is the US has helicopters and a lot of satellites and a lot of heat vision, like a lot of like thermal cameras and all this like crazy equipment. You think they don't know? Like they're not saying anything because they don't need to. It's just stupid, right? And this is just sort of my deduction. And I'm always open to the
views. Just wait till you see that RM Brown video. He's
like
how it has like millions of views from the drones shit.
Because I'm just using my deduction. I've seen no evidence to say that they're drones or that they're drones that are malicious. It could literally just be
I just
people.
uploaded 4 sounds. You may already have some of them, but I wasn't sure if you grabbed them last time, so I just uploaded them all, and I put them in the basic sound folder just like you wanted.
Okay. They should be at the top, yes?
Yes, as long as you refresh, it should say recommended files.
So more what I'm saying with the folder is that have one current day folder, and then once we're out of current day, pull them out and put them in the normal folder.
Huh.
That way we don't have to go searching through folders. But yeah, the balloon thing is crazy. And if their response to that is to send an F-22 to shoot it down, they would send a helicopter. It takes nothing to send a helicopter. I'm sure that they could send an Osprey. Like send something to monitor it. Or it's not actually an issue because it's actually just planes. And you could probably chart the flight paths of these planes at this time to prove that it is actually a plane.
Flight tracker.
All of this stuff is recorded, right? So this is, if they're following FAA guidelines, they've got their lights blinking and shit, then they're probably on record, which means you can track them. And nobody's gone to the effort of tracking these planes to be like, hey, that's a plane, that's a private jet.
Oh, they have. We just have. It's in the list.
At it? Yeah, okay.
We got to get through this chili sauce video. We can talk about drones when we get to the drones.
And then set those aside. Then, for the docher, that Chinese fermented black soybean, Laogama actually ferments their own, and it's actually a pretty well-guarded trade secret.
There'd be footage. Where's the footage?
Yeah, we'll talk about drones when we get to the drones. Let's finish this first.
It's even been the subject of lawsuits. If you can happen to find a Sichuanese-style docher,
we're going to talk about it anyway, so let's
but
get through
for
this.
us, we'll just be using 80 grams worth of a bog-standard Cantonese sort. So just give those a quick rinse, hit it with a bit of hot boiled water, and then let that steep for about a half an hour. Next, because that bottle of Logama beef does have that obvious Sichuan pepper
Logama.
kick, in order to get that same flavor, we'll need to pound a bit ourselves. So, first just toss 2 teaspoons of whole Sichuan peppercorns to a wok and start to toast them over a medium-low flame. Once you can see a few oil splotches on your wok, after about 3 minutes, transfer those over a mortar or spice grinder and sort it into a fine powder. Then,
I don't even have like a pan because I won't use I have an old nonstick pan, but it's like the Teflon's flaking and shit. I ain't fucking cooking it in that pan.
No, you're all right. That's what we're here for. But we're just we always do this.
This was
where we
just
get...
supposed to be intro stuff while we waited for people before chat like started going
salt,
off. So.
half teaspoon Sichuan peppercorn powder, quarter teaspoon white pepper powder, 1 teaspoon of soy sauce, together with another teaspoon of Liaojiu, aka Shaoxing wine. Mix well, and then we can fry.
I just want to get to the
1
drones
cup
if we're
of oil,
talking about
preferably
drones.
Sichuan Saizio if you can get your hands on it, but Indian mustard seed oil or just a bit of peanut will also do the job. So, over a medium flame, first go in with a bit of aromatics.
We'll learn all
8
about
cloves of smashed garlic, 1 inch smashed ginger, together with an optional quarter of an onion cut into slices.
No onion.
Quick note, the Laogama beef doesn't add any onion to theirs, but I personally do.
Yeah,
love the
see,
addition.
no onion.
Either way, once those are all good and golden brown,
The
anti-onion
squad.
strain it all and add the oil back to the pot.
Okay, we'll do
Then,
that first.
Medium-high flame. Now we can go in with our beef.
After all the news
Now,
stories.
just like with mapo tofu, the way this beef gets fried here might kind of contradict some of your mince frying instincts. We don't want this beef to get to done. We want to get it past done, or until it's crisp and the fat's rendered out. So once your beef looks good and cooked, you're about halfway there. Keep it going for about 6 minutes in total, or until you're looking at something a bit like this, then take that out as well. Then, again, add the oil back to the pot, and now we'll go in with our finely minced chilies. For those chilies, though,
Reusing the
definitely do
oil.
keep your flame on medium-low or medium at max for 2 reasons.
Interesting.
First, while we did do a purge, these still have plenty of liquid inside, and we don't want things to pop like crazy. And second, this frying process will take a while, but near the end, things go from 0 to midnight in an absolute snap. What you'll be looking for is for the chilies to basically expel their moisture and have slightly deepening color into something a bit more crimson than red. That was after about 12 minutes for us. So then at that point, toss in a tablespoon and a half of a red fragrant chili powder like Kashmiri gochugaru, together
Chili
with
sauce.
docher. Fry that for about a minute till the moisture from the docher is bubbled away. Then
Oh,
add
it's
back
starting to
in
get
beef.
there.
Season.
This is great. I love this. Yeah, I reckon we'll get there in about 15 minutes, and we'll be on it for about an hour probably.
With a generous 1 teaspoon of MSG, together with a teaspoon of sugar.
Hell yeah,
and half teaspoon
MSG.
each salt and chicken bouillon powder.
Way it fucking
the Sichuan
should
peppercorn
be.
powder from before. and
Booyah!
mix. Transfer over to a bowl.
Long
and for
on
best
my
results,
chili
wait
sauce.
1 day before devouring. Now, what we just made there is a pretty solid copycat of that Laogama beef, but there is an easier way that can get you most of the way there. Because what isn't illegal to buy abroad is Laogama black bean chili, and neither is ground beef, I'm pretty sure.
Beautiful.
So I think we can make this work.
Hell yeah, I might just do that. That seems like a better idea.
We're
However,
gonna make Lao Gong Ma.
the homemade one does sound pretty cool. To be able to make it yourself, I kind of want to taste the sauce first, though. Although making it, who gives a shit? I'll just, if I don't like it, I'll give it
Your
away.
import might be different than ours. So you might be able to find it.
True. Actually, I could just go to Springvale. They'd probably fucking sell it there.
You can probably get it if you go to like the underground markets, you know?
Yeah, it's called Springvale. It's literally like if you want something from an Asian country, it's probably in Springvale. I don't think there's an English word in the town.
But it's called Springvale.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like
We'll
you drive through it, it's all just Asian languages on the buildings and shit. It's crazy. And best restaurants, best meats, best vegetables.
Best
fucking
meats,
great.
smoked meats.
fry the beef in the same way, and we definitely don't want to water down that flavor. So we'll first
And
get
like
2 tablespoons of
spices,
red
chili, like all that shit, that's where you go.
fragrant chili powder, and soak that at first to help it fry a bit more slow and even. Here we're using 2 tablespoons of Chinese baijiu, but you could use vodka or even water.
Baijiu. I'm
Then
out.
We'll fry that all in the same way, but only in a quarter cup of oil with all the other ingredients.
I am not putting
so
that
fry the
shit
aromatics
in
till
my
brown,
body.
strain, and fry the beef till it's crisp. Then go in with your soaked
You
chili
said
powder.
you can use
and fry
any alcohol.
Okay.
that over a low flame until it stops bubbling.
I think you
about
said
1 to 2 minutes.
water or
Cook that
vodka?
at first to help it fry a bit
Fucking
more slow and even. Here we're
kerosene
using 2
alcohol.
tablespoons of Chinese baijiu, but you could use vodka or even water. Then
Vodka or
we'll fry that
water.
all in the same way, but only in a quarter cup of oil with all the other ingredients halved. So fry the aromatics till brown, strain, and fry the beef till it's crisp. Then go in with your soaked chili powder and fry that over a low flame until it stops bubbling, about 1 to 2 minutes. Then just go in with a quarter cup of the Laogama black bean chili, together with your seasoning. Mix well, remove, And just like the other one, this will also be best one day later.
So right, a big thank you for our friends over at Mala Market to help research for.
Yes, thank you. All right.
Chili sauce.
2 years ago, our boy Steven Crowder was taking the fight, or preparing to take the fight to Big Con, having all this conversation with Jeremy Boring about how, what was it, like $50 million? I can't remember what it was. It's a lot of money. Wasn't enough for him. A year later, Candace Owens was having her big beef.
Big Tech is in bed with Big Con.
Oh, I see. I thought you were playing it.
Rare Bradley sound drop.
Yeah, no, it's unexpected. The year later, Candace Owens, right about the time contracts start expiring, was portraying herself as an anti-Zionist and having Norman Finkelstein on. And then once she got back into the fold of what her next conservative project was after the Daily Wire, she got back to, oh, it's all the Marxists that are making Israel be really bad. The Marxist, Judeo-Marxists, of course, she said. And now we have another one, Brett Cooper, who is the person who was doing numbers at the Daily Wire.
Oh, yeah.
Really, I think, like kind of terrifyingly so, makes this announcement after a little bit of absence that was causing people to question where she was.
Hey guys, some of you have heard the rumors online, and the rumors are mostly true. Today, December 10th, will be my last day hosting the comment section and working for the Daily Wire. It is not true that I am being forced out. It was my own choice to leave. And believe me, this is bittersweet. I have had the most unbelievable 3 years helping to craft the show, building this community, and telling stories and sharing the truth every day. Through the comment,
that's probably as much as we need to see. You can't take anything she's saying for face value. I would just scroll down, Bradley, to the following tweets where she is promoting. Oh, here's my new channel. It's empty right now, LOL, but content is coming soon.
The truth.
I would just say, like, media shakeups seem to happen at this time of year when there's contracts expiring and needing to be signed. I think what happened here is a capitalist organization, you might call it Big Con, exploited a young woman for her talent, built a channel off of it, and she came to them saying, hey, I'm the only one that's really growing here. I want
I'm the only one who gets
And
views.
they said, actually...
Yeah, pay me more money. They said no. She said, fuck you then. This is exactly right.
We're going to put the producer in your chair, but you can go start after signing this NDA to get what, some sort of payout, you can go start your own YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what she wanted to do, to start from zero.
I'm almost positive that most of these major media companies own the rights to the channels, and that's why, if you're wondering why certain content creators haven't left, that's why.
Can we really quick just watch
They're
Jeremy
going to
Boring
replace her
his sort of like...
with somebody.
100%. 100% they will.
Who do you think it's going to be? A no-name just like she was beforehand? She had like acted in a few things.
No, I don't think so.
They're not going to audition a part?
No, I think they're going to put in a stooge.
Benny Johnson.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
He has a statement about
Oh, is it going to be boring? God, it's too easy.
Bittersweet indeed. We're sad to see
Wait, they cut it immediately? Can you go back a little?
Go back so we get the full cut.
Oh my God. So they barely let her. So her statement is like a minute and a half, and now time for Big Boss Man.
And now for some final thoughts from the God King himself, Jeremy.
Ew.
Bittersweet indeed.
Ew.
Sad to see Brett go.
That's
We're
such
excited
a
to see her
good,
take
You know what that reminds
such
me
a
of?
good ear from Emma. Should we pull that?
Bittersweet indeed.
Now for some final thoughts from the God King himself, Jeremy.
Ew.
Bittersweet indeed. Sad to see Brett.
I don't know how clean it is. If
Yeah,
it overlaps.
I don't think that would be very clean, but you could try.
So let me hear it again.
Brett go. We're excited.
From the God King himself, Jeremy.
Ew.
Bittersweet indeed.
I don't know. It's a little shaky.
I'll send you the link anyway.
You go.
Sad to see Brett go. We're excited to see her take.
You know what that reminds me of? It's when they come back to a commercial break on the 700 Club. And here's our lesson for the day or whatever.
Look, I hate to say your goal, but I love to continue pumping out content on the channel that she created for us and getting that sweet YouTube money.
Because we own that channel. We own it. You don't get to profit off of your likeness. Once you've built up all of this capital for us, it's time for us to continue to maintain the channel and hold on to it so that like whatever we can extract from it, whether we change it into something new, we change the name, whether we put a new host on the top of it.
It would be very funny if people start exodusing the channel. It just starts bleeding subscribers.
No, they'll replace her and people will be like, Brett was better, Brett was better, Brett was better. And that will continue for a while. And eventually people will stop actually caring.
You don't get any of the value that you
their own Brett Cooper show.
Yeah.
Created for the company. We are going to hold on to it and
you're welcome for the opportunity.
And any future ad revenue after you're not even working for us anymore, by the way, because those videos will still continue to trickle out some ad revenue for them. We hold.
Huh?
Do you know about Ben Shapiro's Wicked review?
Yes.
He like absolutely loved it.
Yes. He's
It's so funny.
Totally closeted.
Oh, we know. He doesn't make his wife wet. We know.
Yeah, the guy is a humu.
A humu?
He's a humu. He's a fucking humu.
Hey, easy now. Don't insult my people. We don't claim
Hold on to
him.
that as well.
You don't even know the reference.
You know, he's like exactly that. Like, so that's the thing. Is just like I prefer like I prefer people who like are more like gender ambiguity stuff. You know, because like Ben Shapiro is a specific type of gay that I fucking can't stand. That uppity gay.
The classy one.
No, they're just so sassy about everything. You know, and like you know, they're like Trisha Paytas crying on the floor constantly.
He just needs to let go. He just needs to give in.
But enjoy being
I
proud
also
of his,
don't like the like. I mean, I'm not attracted to the leather daddy thing, but like I know a lot of like leather daddies that are like some of my good friends. But like it's not my thing. But like they're much better gays. They're cool as fuck, and they like have a lot of them have like been through like the Stonewall era, you know, and they really stick it out for like the community and the like.
The elder
all
gays.
these kids that have to fucking be estranged from their families.
Like
you know how we were watching that one girl and she was talking about how Christmas is awful for queer people.
Yeah.
Like it's just even with our family, we feel out of place. Even if our family is accepting and shit.
I was talking to a friend of mine. His neighbor was like an old lady, and she died a couple of years back now, I think. But her son, the like gayest person I've ever met, right? But older guy, right?
Excuse you.
Huh?
Excuse you.
But he's like real, like older. I think he was like upper 40s sort of age, I believe. So sort of through all the civil rights stuff. I got talking to him. Some of the fucking stories he was telling me was fucking crazy, man. Like, I could spend days sitting down with the people who went through the civil rights stuff and just listen to them. The stories that they fucking tell, and to see people trying to
and
roll
they love
that
to talk.
back. I know they do.
The mamas.
But it's like to see people trying to
this
roll
one guy,
like genuinely.
God, I forgot what his
trying to
name
roll it
is,
back.
but like
ridiculous.
We call him Mama Bear, right?
Okay.
And he's telling me all these crazy stories, and then at one point he goes, "I don't know how I didn't get AIDS."
I mean, it's got to go through everyone's head, right?
But like of the like body suspension and like piercing community, he's like the old gay of the community.
Yeah, okay.
That everyone like loves and respects. But he never shuts up. And like me doing like documentary stuff, I'm there to like listen to all of it, you know?
Yes, yeah.
Because like body piercing, like bitches wouldn't have nostril piercings if leather daddies weren't fucking nailing, you know, needles to their fucking dickheads and stuff. You know, it all started there. And like the gay community came out and they like the fact that like the implant grade quality of the jewelry, you know, like even in the 70s when this shit was starting, like in Jim Ward's book, he's talking about how like in LA or California, wherever he is, I'm not sure if it's LA, just talking about how his competition uses like this low quality gold that's corroding inside penises and stuff.
Yeah.
And like the struggle that it took to like find metal suppliers that could do internal jewelry and stuff.
pretty crazy. I mean, realistically, it's not surprising though. I mean, you kind of have to. You don't want to fuck around. Not with that
People
kind of
still
stuff.
do. That's the thing. Is the majority of piercings that are done is done with fucking Chinesium.
Yeah.
You'll hear them say it's stainless steel. Stainless steel is not a thing. There's no such thing.
It's just treated.
No, it's a made up word.
Okay.
So like, what the jewelry we were talking about is implant grade. Or they'll say surgical steel is what they say. That's the made up term. They say surgical steel. Not a thing. Surgical steel doesn't mean anything. Implant grade means something.
Yeah. It's just the steel with a high chromium content.
No, I meant surgical steel.
Oh, okay.
That's not a real thing.
So what?
Shitty piercing shops say that they have surgical steel.
Mm.
Like it's like meant to go in the body or something. It doesn't mean anything. There's no such thing as surgical steel. It's not implant grade quality jewelry, and it can be, even if it meant the American Society for Testing Metals designations, which F-136 implant grade steel and 138 implant grade titanium. They, even if it was made of those implant grade materials, the manufacture them. The post itself has the screw on it, right? So that post goes through the tissue like a circular saw blade. That, like, all those like sharp ends of the post from the externally threaded jewelry, and the bead screws onto that post, making a gap where biofilm can form in that on those threads, and that you just ripped through this clean piercing, you know?
Yeah.
But like the implant grade, the threads are internal, so they drill into the post. So this side, the bar.
Yes.
So the ball itself has the external threads, and it screws on, and it fits flush and like locks in.
Yeah. That's funny. Wikipedia confirms.
Surgical steel is not a thing?
There is no formal definition on what constitutes a surgical stainless steel, so product manufacturers and distributors often apply the term to refer to any grade of corrosion-resistant steel. The surgical stainless steel is a grade of stainless steel used in biomedical applications. Most common surgical steels are SAE 316 stainless and martensitic SAE 440, SAE 420, and 17-4 stainless steels.
Yeah. All garbage.
Yeah, medical grade stainless,
that
referred to as
anything.
No, I'm reading. Also referred to as marine grade stainless, exhibits good strength, which is SAE 316L stainless steel. The L in particular is biocompatible when produced to ASTM F138 or F139, which I don't know what the fuck that means.
Titanium is F138.
Okay.
It's like a titanium alloyed steel, I believe.
Okay. It is a common choice for biomedical implants as well as body piercings and body modification implants. Immune system reaction to nickel and potential complication of stainless steel usage within the human body. There are nickel-free, nitrogen-strengthened, austenitic.
Yeah, you can also use niobium.
Was it austenite? Austenitic?
Alloy the steel with a niobium instead of nickel.
Yeah, okay.
Also, like gold has nickel, right?
Yeah.
But you can, like, gold is like, you can still use gold that's safe, but it might have a nickel reaction. But white gold is actually alloyed on palladium instead of nickel. So that's totally safe from nickel allergies.
Hello. We are talking about
if you go to our YouTube channel, there's a whole bunch of body modification documentary stuff.
Yeah. If you click What is it?
It's
most
on
popular?
there. It's like I made a. It's like a featured list. It's on the actual channel itself.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
The female Ben Shapiro. I'm sure that's going to do one.
All right. Next. This is just
Aaron
a little
Brown
update.
video.
19 suspected.
Yeah, we'll get there. It's just a couple news updates on stories that we've covered.
Trinidad Aragua gang members in Aurora, Colorado, they say kidnapped and tortured 2 victims for hours. This all happened at the Edge at Lowry Complex, which is the same apartment complex that was overrun by the violent gang earlier this year. The management company that runs it wrote, "These gangs have been allowed to take over our apartment buildings and terrorize innocent people. We hope the message is learned so it doesn't spread anymore." An illegal migrant on the terror watch list was arrested in Brooklyn, New York.
To political controversy in Georgia now, where a former footballer has been named as the country's new president amid a constitutional crisis. Mikhail Kavelashvili election was boycotted by the opposition, who've described the process as illegitimate. The ruling pro-Russian Georgian Dream Party claimed victory in a disputed election in October. Georgia's current president, Salome Zurabishvili, has refused to step down. Right, well, let's go to Tbilisi now, where I'm joined by our correspondent, Grzegorz Szymanowski. Great to see you on the show. So, Mikhail Kavelashvili has been elected Georgia's new president by the country's electoral college, but Salome Zurabishvili, who's been president since 2018, has said she's not stepping down. So what happens now?
Well, Pablo, in the short term tonight, we are expecting
they're going to actually duel with rapiers.
Gather again in the city center in front of the parliament building. And this time around, the government has also called on its supporters to show up in front of the parliament for the unveiling of the Christmas tree there. So we are possibly going to have pro.
Oh, so now the Christmas tree has to be political. War on Christmas.
Great. All right. Drones.
Aaron Brown.
A lot of questions still remain on
we got to do like the news stuff first.
Capitol Hill about what exactly is going on in our skies with all these drones. Here's what some House lawmakers on
How's volume on the video, guys? Can we hear it? We're all good?
I can hear fine.
Intelligence Committee said just moments after exiting a 3-hour closed-door briefing.
It's fine.
No, we have no idea who owns these drones. We spent a lot of time in this hearing asking the question in every way imaginable as to whether or not any of these sightings in New Jersey, Connecticut, anywhere they're being cited, are federal government operations. And they are not. We were assured, and we asked this question over and over and over again. They are not federal government.
Okay, did you ask the question if they are drones? it's all well and good to be like,
they can't answer because they're like, we would have to look at every specific case, you know?
Yeah.
Operations to sniff radiation, gas, recovery, anything else. There's no evidence that
you're going to say it's likely.
To date, they haven't found anything that would indicate that there's foreign influence, foreign actors, or even little green men who are
or even drones
on the American people. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy from Illinois, who was also in that closed-door briefing. Always good to see you. So, okay, no little green men. We'll just sort of let that state as a fact. But beyond that, would your bottom line be stop worrying?
No, not necessarily. So there were about 5,000 reported incidents of these lights in the sky that were basically processed by the FBI, CIA, DHS, and other agencies. And they've now determined about 4,900 of them can be explained as, commercial drones, amateur drones, manned aircraft, and the like. There's
Oh, okay. Manned aircraft at the end there. Hang on. So it's like 4,900 of them can be commercial drones, and then at the end also manned aircraft. How many are manned aircraft, sir? How many of that 4,900 are manned aircraft?
I just
stop fucking doing this shit.
Other agencies. So there were about 5,000 reported incidents of these lights in the sky that were basically processed by the FBI, CIA, DHS, and other agencies. And they've now determined about 4,900 of them can be explained as, commercial drones, amateur drones, manned aircraft, and the like. They're still tracking down what's going on.
They show every time you see a drone display, they go, imagine doing this above an uncontacted tribe.
This is what happens.
No, just do it above Americans. Go fuck it. Their mind will be blown.
on with those other 100 incidents. But my main point that I took away was I think they should provide more of this information faster to the public, especially if they know that something is a manned aircraft, for instance, providing information to the public about, okay, this is the flight.
It's literally public. You can look up the flight radar.
I hope she's made it back in time.
That is literally a plane. Stop. They keep showing planes.
They do.
The FBI does not need to confirm what are manned aircrafts. You can do it yourself. Why are we wasting time and money? Like, we've been, you know how like many people have been doing just flight watching because of the war in Ukraine alone?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Flight tracker data. This is how you know that this is a civilian aircraft and so forth. The second takeaway that I had was that there are inadequacies, there are holes in our law with regard to providing authorities to local law enforcement as well as other agencies in detecting and potentially defeating drones or taking them down in a safe manner. There's also a lack of authorities for them to do these things, a lack of rules and regulations. So these are things that we need to all work on.
Okay, there's a lot of questions I have after hearing what you had to say. Let me start with this one. Did you hear anything you wish you could say right now that you could tell your constituents, tell the American people that you can't for classified reasons?
No.
You know, one of the things that we talked about were foreign adversaries, foreign powers, and whether any of them were involved with any of this. And so I can't get into, for instance, details of why we know it wasn't, for instance, the Chinese Communist Party directing these drones in the Northeast. But a lot of it had to do with information that was already unclassified, and they needed to explain to us why they ruled X, Y, or Z reasons out for why those lights in the sky appeared.
So if somebody says to you, look, it's great that we know and feel confident about 4,900 of these, but 100 is not an insignificant number. So why can't we figure this out with everything that we have, all the technology we have, all the manpower that we have?
It was a plane pretty high in the sky. We couldn't really figure out where it was going or what it was. It was too high. You know, it's like many.
Yeah, let's just look up the geoposition data on everything,
like,
you know, just pull up the geo data for all the videos so we see where they're shot. Then we'll go back through flight records to determine what plane it was at the time.
That's what we have to do right now. And I think there is more of a sense of urgency today than there was before, Chris, I think, with regard to tracking down what's going on with the remaining incidents. And by the way, I think more are probably being reported to these agencies as we speak.
Because it's
also more people are going, hey, I'm going to fly my drone to fuck with people. And still, I don't see drone videos.
Reason for the lights in the sky yet.
Before I let you go, Congressman, I want to get your response to some breaking news. The Supreme Court, as I'm sure you know, has agreed to hear arguments on the
view conversation as a form of imprisonment.
Behind here.
Cyclops there.
Which page is it? Hold on. Okay.
These small flashing lights in the night sky over New Jersey are causing quite a stir, especially among residents who have reported seeing similar unidentified drones.
I've never seen anything like it. It's just a drone on steroids.
That's
the phenomenon
a fucking airplane.
Theories and demands from lawmakers
literally
and some
blinking
state
red light. Oh my god.
Can we
just serious
like,
now?
Can we pause on what
the phenomenon has
really? Really?
Cyclops there.
Sparked conspiracy theories and demands from lawmakers and some state officials for investigations into what's soaring overhead on the East Coast. Since November, hundreds of people have shared photos and videos online.
Surveillance does. I hate those.
Similar to this one. The majority of reported sightings have come from New Jersey, but people in Maryland, Virginia, Massachusetts, and New York have reported
There's a literal fucking plane.
The skies are clearer in winter, so they probably see them better now.
And New York have reported seeing them as well.
There's something called a parallax effect.
But Scott Schofman, with the Association for Uncrewed Vehicle Systems International, says eyes can play tricks on people at night.
I think a lot of
aircraft
you're seeing
and
are
cameras,
planes and helicopters in normal air traffic, or satellites or stars. I think that having flown drones at night, you have to understand that the eyes that you have can play tricks on you. And so something may look like it's slow moving or hovering just because it's really so far away, or it's at an angle that's how it presents.
The White House and the FBI have said the objects pose no threat. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said in a recent interview that there was no question New Jersey residents were seeing some drones, though he said at least some of the sightings were of manned aircraft. He suggested the increased activity could reflect a 2023 change in an FAA rule to allow nighttime flying of drones. New York Governor Kathy Hochul called on Congress to enact stricter rules for drones, while New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy asked President Joe Biden for more resources to investigate the sightings. President-elect Donald Trump said the U.S. military should tell the American public about the nature of the drone sightings.
Our military I'm sure Trump will get to the bottom of it.
And yeah, great. I'm glad Trump's talking about this to totally not drum up the fear. Very, very
He's a pilot.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Keep people in suspense.
Some lawmakers have suggested that foreign countries could be dispatching the drones. Republican lawmaker Chris Smith is one of them. He told Fox News that a Coast Guard vessel off the New Jersey shore was trailed closely by more than a dozen drones and speculated that a foreign power could be behind the activity.
The fact that these are often near coast suggests that maybe sometimes they're shipborne drones.
Michael O'Hanlon is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. He says that while the drone sightings merit further review, many could be pranks.
We don't really know what's going on.
Prank.
Pranksters and individual operators who are Americans who are just doing this to see what they can do with their little technology they bought down at some Radio Shack. But we can't rule out the possibility of substantially more concerning kinds of foreign action, and we're going to have to learn more.
Well, 4,900 of them are probably pranks and or aircraft. So if I had a drone, I would also be flying it over New Jersey right now because that's fucking funny.
Underprepared even to understand what's happening.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. You see them there in the sky yet again.
My
we follow
God.
those continued reports of unmanned aircraft sightings all across the eastern part of the United States. Now,
Oh my God.
President Joe Biden gave his first public remarks on the matter, saying there's really nothing alarming about this.
I can't wait to hear what Joe has to say.
Nothing nefarious, apparently, but they're checking it all out. I think it's just one. There's a lot of drones authorized up there. I think one started and they all got it. Everybody wanted to get in the deal. But we're following it closely. So far, no sense of danger.
So let's bring in CBS News national investigative correspondent Tom Hansen. All right, welcome, friend. President-elect Donald Trump, on the other hand, says the military knows what the drones are. Mr. Biden, though, doesn't seem to have that ominous tone. So how do we square that, and what do you know today?
Trump said some really funny
I
shit
think
about
both of those things can be true. I think both sides are saying that the military does, in fact, have an idea or, the semblance of an idea of where these drones are coming from. We had a joint statement that came out from the FAA, the FBI, the DHS, the Pentagon, saying that a lot of these sightings are actually manned aircrafts or other things that are floating in the sky that are perfectly non-threatening and perfectly mundane. They said there was nothing anomalous coming out of their reports. Now, we do know that they have deployed drone busters technology. That's the sophisticated software that they were launching to assist New York and New Jersey in investigating this. Also, trained personnel who can spot drones and analyze their movements and things like that. But still, all of that coming out has not been satisfactory for so many people in the public and a lot of municipal law enforcement out there who are still in the gray territory when it comes to the facts on this matter. Some of the facts that we do know read 1 million registered drones currently in possession for some civilians, some commercial. 400,000 of those are commercial.
Oh my God, we're literally saying how many
so there are a lot of
people own
things
drones
hovering
in
around the sky.
People
and I
are
can tell
just going to
you
hear the
from going
numbers
out with
here.
law enforcement myself,
and be like, oh my God, that's how many drones
they
there
were
are
launching
in the
drones
sky.
up into the sky themselves to see if they could capture
how many
images
individual
of these mysterious
purchases
objects
of
floating in
drones
the
have been
sky.
made is what we're
You know,
reporting now.
It's very difficult to distinguish what's a plane, what's a star, what could be a drone.
Wow.
Million registered drones currently in possession for some civilians, some commercial. 400,000 of those are commercial. Another 400,000 are recreational. So there are a lot of things hovering around in the sky. And I can tell you from going out with law enforcement myself, one law enforcement in Seaside Heights, New Jersey, they were launching drones up into the sky themselves to see if they could capture any clear images of these mysterious objects floating in the sky. It's very difficult to distinguish what's a plane, what's a star, what could be a drone. A lot of these flight paths are along these heavily traveled air routes. So
No
you're
way.
seeing a lot of different objects in the sky at any given time. And if it's at night, everyone's vision is not as good at night. So there's a lot that can be explained away, but still a lot of answers. Lawmakers in a closed door meeting yesterday were briefed, and they came away after about 90 minutes saying, sure, we were told that these things are not posing a threat to the communities, but show us the data. So a lot of calls from Washington and throughout the Northeast for more raw data to really answer and put some of these concerns to bed.
I'm just astounded by
Like,
this.
this download a flight tracker.
It's possibly the dumbest fucking story I've ever heard.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up? How you been? Yeah? No way. Whoa! Wow. No, that part can't be true. Really? Yep.
All right.
Here, I wrote it in a Google Doc. I can't read it. What does it say? Quack, 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 quack.
Good morning, everybody.
Whoa,
Happy
hey.
Monday. Have an amazing show. For
Calm down, man.
Crystal.
Indeed, we do. A lot of interesting things that are happening in the world. So what the hell is going on in New Jersey? It's an evergreen question, really. But this morning we'll be exploring specifically with regards to these drones that people are reporting. Reporters have seen them. The U.S. government is not answering any questions. So we will evaluate some of the various theories that are out there.
This drone does not have rights.
The vast majority of these drones are going to probably be recreational or hobbyist. They're going to be commercial drones.
Last night on stream, we spent like 45 minutes going over all of the drone sightings in New Jersey, and now the drones have spread out beyond New Jersey like a...
It gets closer and it's hovering right over the trees. It looks like, I guess, an enormous drone. I've never seen anything like it. It's just a drone on steroids.
The drones that I'm seeing.
Oh, those drones are on Jersey. They're up there going like this.
Oh!
Oh! This is my favorite clip. Here we go.
In shape and size, and while we don't know much about where they come from or what, if any, risk they pose, what we do know is that they have a lot of people talking in this community, Mendham, New Jersey. And I actually want to bring in a barista at Simple Coffee. A lot of people are coming in here. His name is John, and they're telling him what they're seeing. And John,
why did they interview this guy like this? They couldn't have him come. They couldn't have him come from behind the counter at the coffee place. We got a barista. We had to prove that he's a real barista. To prove that this guy's really a barista, we had him keep the apron on and stay behind the counter. Okay, so you saw the drone that's flying around. Okay, cool. Pretty interesting. Can I get an iced Americano? How big is the large? Can I see? Are the cups?
Image out of it, but it's honestly kind of been a little comical too as well, because people come in here with all their conspiracies and all their own ideas of what could be happening, and it is nice in a coffee shop environment to talk about it. And
dip, 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 dip. Sorry guys, I'm getting a dip, dip in my headphones here. Dip, 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 dip,
dip, dip, dip.
Dip, 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 dip. Ooh, guys, this is a really big moment here on the show. Hopefully this will amount to a large bump in subscribers, the likes of which has never been seen before. That's right, guys. We have one of these Jersey drones on the line here. Jersey drone, are you there?
Hey, what's up, man? Is this me? How are you doing? You good? What's wrong?
Okay, Jersey drone. So, yeah, people are really asking what the hell is going on with you. What are you goddamn guys doing up there? Can you tell us what the hell you were doing up there?
Oh, yeah, I was just out with my friends on a buzz. Going buzz up there, me and my friends. We call ourselves the Jersey Boys. Call ourselves the Jersey Boys, man.
And again, what were you doing up there?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to address the allegations. We weren't peering and peeping, that's for sure.
Peering and peeping? What do you mean, like looking in people's windows in New Jersey?
No, shut up, man. I said we were not. I'm gonna be very clear legally, we were not doing that.
Okay, I don't think that was one of the theories, that you guys were peering and peeping into people's windows.
Exactly, man, we weren't. I'm glad you agree, we weren't. We weren't up there with our cameras pointing down taking pictures, sexy pictures. It's for military.
It's for military. Okay, what kind of military?
Not sexy, that's for sure.
Disgusting, man.
It's just boys being boys, them.
The Jersey Boys.
Yeah, we soar together, buzzing around, blasting Born to Run. We have little speakers on our drones. We're blasting Born to Run up there, but we changed the lyrics.
Okay, you changed the lyrics of Born to Run to what?
Born to Buzz. Because that's what we were up there. Buzz, man. All right, I got here. Buzz.
Okay, that's whatever that was.
State leaders told constituents the drones do not pose any threat to the public. No threat whatsoever. They don't know what the hell they are, but don't panic. How are we not supposed to panic or worry if you have no freaking clue what they are?
I am
We had
panicked.
at least one lawmaker come out.
A little bit. 5 minutes. Let's refresh.
Hey, what's up, Howie?
Freaking clue what they are.
I am
And we
panicked.
had at least one lawmaker come out and say exactly that.
Hey.
On Tuesday.
I am panicked. I'm in New Jersey going like this. Oh! Oh! Hey, Tone, what are these drones? It's a tone drone. I just came up with that just now. Anyway. Wow.
Iran launched a mothership probably about a
Oh
month
my
ago
God.
that contains these drones. That mothership is off.
Can you imagine
I'm going to tell you the
Iran
deal.
having the technology?
It's off the east coast of the United States of America.
Like, what fucking
America?
country? Are we talking about the same country here? Iran.
The East Coast of America.
You think Iran is able to send a ship to the US and launch
You don't understand.
drones?
We gotta go to war with Iran.
Without America knowing?
Yeah, that's why we gotta go to war with them.
America's Navy is so dog shit that they couldn't find this ship. It's just a ghost ship. You're a fucking
Like
idiot.
the movie.
Why? From high sources. I don't say this lightly. Know
Absolutely,
that
Matt.
Iran made a
Hey, Jeff Van Drew, shut the fuck up. Quit your job.
deal with China to purchase drones, motherships, and technology in order to go forward.
Okay, but hold your horses because not long after his remarks, a spokesman for the Pentagon came out and shat all over his claims.
There is not any
Why'd
truth
you
to
say it
that.
like
There is
that?
no Iranian
No
ship
idea.
off the coast of the United States, and there's no so-called mothership launching drones towards the
So-called
United
Doing
States.
that. She's doing this.
What's happening? What's
Tom, you're
what's
asking
happening?
What is
So,
happening?
Okay, so this is the big headline of
Tell
the
us,
day.
Megan.
I saw it on the paper. I went out into my driveway with my robe on this morning, drinking orange juice, and I picked up the paper. Headline: The Jersey Boys, born to buzz. It said. Okay, sorry. One more thing, real quick. Play the clip. Making lots of videos about this. Oh, whoa! Megan got 1.3 mil clicks.
Good for her.
Good for her. She gets one of these. Congratulations to Megan from all of us here at the channel. We say, you know, everybody's coming up with these theories on the drones. What would it be?
The audio's
Either
fine,
the
but
military's
the video's
test.
kind of
I don't know.
shitty.
It's not my problem.
Sometimes it happens. It might just be my end though.
Hmm.
That's why
Maybe.
I'm asking if
Testing
everyone
some
else
surveillance
has.
crap, and they don't want to tell anybody, or they're doing something where they're like, "Oh, look,
Yes, it does
nefarious
flag
drones.
or
We need more
looks
money.
fine.
Oh, we need more money. We need more of that. We need more of this to do more of this." But people are certainly making a lot of content out of this. Let's check it out.
Anyways, then Gordon Chang, who is
I
been
love him.
on a podcast before, he's on Forbes.
Yeah, he's
And
the
he's
best.
sitting there saying, you got to be ready for the worst case scenario. What? He says 50% chance, China's behind it, and they're
Absolutely.
working on something. They've been talking
Generally
about
speaking,
war for
No,
a while.
Joe,
Chinese
Joe, 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 Joe,
population is the
Chinese.
fact that the lady asked him a question at the end, should we be worried? It says 50% chance there is something going on here, and we have to be ready for
According
it.
to
That's the
the
interview.
Amazing.
You don't need to
Amazing
play the
insight
clip.
there. Oh my God, the always insightful PB. And one thing is for sure, I am thoroughly
value-tained.
I love that little PBD thing. He's like, this guy Gordon Chang,
it's
he
because it's
does
the-
something
going
with
through,
Forbes. Or some
Restream.
lady asked
It
him,
says the stream
should we
is
be worried about
excellent.
these drones? He said 50%.
But like,
Okay.
I think it's us that's excellent. You know,
Nobody in chat's complaining about it.
no, they just literally. I just asked, and they said yes, it does lag a lot of it. He died. He died. He's dead. He's no more. Dead forever. He's like the deadest guy that ever died. He's the most killedest guy.
is something we should be worried about. Whoa. Yeah, lady asked the guy from Forbes, what's going on? He said, yep. And then she goes, oh, whoa. And then he goes, yep, uh-huh.
What are they trying to sell, and what do they want us to do, and what do they need? It's exactly the psyop you're talking about. Who's the source? Who's the platform owner?
So
What's
what
the
is it?
message?
So what is the distraction? So what are they trying to distract us
Great
from?
question by
We're just going to have to wait out the lag.
Does the establishment? I'll give you 4 letters. Doge, right? I think
Exactly.
that the establishment. Vinny, do you think the establishment fears Doge? Do you think it's serious?
100%.
1,000%.
Sorry,
what
1,000.
What do they fear the most?
I think Donald Trump is obviously number one, because if you guys have been paying attention this past week,
It's weird.
The COVID stuff came out and it was all BS. It was
Establishment fears Doge. Do you think it's serious?
100%.
1,000%.
Sorry, 1,000.
What do they fear the most?
Why would the establishment fear deregulation? The establishment and the people in it benefit when regulations are cut.
Yeah.
Are you fucking dumb?
These people have blocks for brains.
Unfucking believable. Nancy Pelosi literally is in the stock market. If regulation goes down, capitalist corporations get money, which means people in the stock markets in Congress who know it's about to happen get to put their money in the right places so they profit. Right? Now, I know you're a bit old here, so I'm surprised you don't actually realize that this is actually how it works. But this is how it works, right? Don't you idiots always complain about Nancy Pelosi and her fucking husband's stock portfolio? You do, right? That's you guys? So you're aware that the establishment profits from the stock market. Well, so does Donald Trump. And so does Elon Musk. And so does everybody in politics.
Elon Musk.
What the fuck do I know? I'm just Australian.
I think Donald Trump is obviously number one, because if you guys have been paying attention this past week,
says you're
the COVID stuff came out and it was all BS. It was all us. January 6th, everybody together. You have a threat that's from outside this world. Could you know if they do? If they say this, hey guys, newsflash, we're in contact with an alien mothership. They say if we don't do X, Y, and Z, they're going to attack. If you think the billionaires are panicking, and I wouldn't put it past them, how does Alejandro Mayorkas, the Department of Home, your job is securing the homeland.
Okay, so that was Vinny, news anchor Vinny. I think he just has one name. I think it's just Vinny. Hey, Vinny, what's your last name?
That was Vinny. Psychotic.
So that was the famed news anchor Vinny. End of name. I like his theory. It's like these billionaires are scared. So they're saying there's an alien coming. And then people are so scared that there's an alien coming to get us that they could do whatever they want. Some other billionaires are saying there's an alien to stop the billionaires we like. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, all these deep state billionaires. The billionaires we like, they don't like those guys because they're doing Doge. So they're saying there's an alien. There's an alien coming to do this.
Boom, 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 boom.
There's an alien coming to do this. These billionaires are so scared that other billionaires are going to get in there and try to cut billionaire taxes and roll back and get rid of anything that doesn't serve billionaires. They're so scared of that they said there's an alien. They're saying there's an alien. You know what? Actually, I like Vinny's idea because that would be the funniest version of whatever the hell they're trying to do with that stupid Doge crap. You know, Elon Musk gets up there in front of a press conference or whatever. There's an alien. There's an alien. There's an alien. Sorry, guys, there's an alien. Yeah, look, there's an alien, so we need to eliminate the Department of Education. Oh, yeah, wait, Elon Musk, I have a question. Why? What does that have to do with aliens? Oh, we think some of these aliens might pose as children, taking advantage of the free lunch. Little alien sitting by himself in the lunchroom, eating a sandwich. We can't have that.
Do not underestimate how upset and how freaked out the establishment is at the prospect of losing the Department of Education. The Department of Education is a
he actually
propaganda
went there.
machine for the next generation.
No question.
They need it for their globalist agenda, and the elimination of that.
Exactly, man. The establishment, who are poor people, are like, hey, man, there's an alien. We need to keep public schools because of there's an alien. This adds up. How old is that guy? 60s? 60 years old and still
weird. It's just like the fear economy, where we have to be afraid of every single new video that's posted. You know, like if these things started shooting missiles at us or something crazy like that happened, then yeah, that would be a huge problem, obviously.
Going like
but
this.
I assume, and it's been stated by the authorities in New Jersey, that the federal government is looking into it. All you do is wait for answers.
Okay,
I mean, Grant, what should be done about them in the meantime? I mean, people are going to start taking action on them. They're going to start shooting at these things, aren't they?
Number one, the reason to be fearful is late 2019.
Right.
It was whispered that there was a thing.
One of the meds I got filled today was an antibiotic. Like it wasn't, they didn't have it in. So I just got it today. Because boy, do I not feel good now. I probably should have eaten before I took that.
Yes, actually, yes. You definitely should have.
Let's see if I have them over here.
Called COVID being exported. A bat.
Right, exactly.
Didn't know where it was coming from, this place called Wuhan. A year later, by the way, Donald Trump loses the election because of mail-in ballots, conveniently.
Okay.
And here we are today, after an election, before an inauguration. We have drones flying at night, not during the day. That would suggest infrared. Looking for something. I would suggest a black swan event is being planned to disrupt Donald Trump in year one and to put him back on his heels. So when Destiny says everybody's scared, George Soros, dude, there's plenty of reasons for America to be on high alert right now.
How many views on this one? Oh, a million.
Is this guy?
A million in one day. I like that Piers Morgan keeps having this guy on. What the hell is the guy's name? Grant Cardone, who's like just like an internet scammer. He's like an internet marketing scammer. He's like, now for comment on whether or not this is a military psychological operation. A guy who sells ebooks and does pop-up ads to trick the elderly on the internet. Welcome back to Piers Morgan. We'll be talking about the healthcare system today. For comment, we have Ty Lopez, Gary V, Fresh and Fit, and the Costco Cookie guys. The Costco Cookie Kid. What do you think, Costco Cookie Kid? You get a lot of clicks. What do you think? So, Costco Cookie Kid, I have this to say to you.
I'm going through. I'm like, okay, let me Google what this medication is to see if it's an antibiotic. And I'm typing it in. And this is like how word blind I am, just because it's in all caps, you know, because when I see a name on a bottle, I don't know what that fucking shit says, you know, it's always a technical name. And I got to the letter M before it auto completed, and I realized I'm typing in acetaminophen. So, not an antibiotic that's making me feel like shit.
What is it?
Don't know, but I just kind of felt sicky.
Cool.
I always do, though.
It seems like the American people have a big disconnect.
The government.
Let's do breakthrough.
Here's what the media isn't saying about the New Jersey drone sightings.
Okay.
In the last week, people across the East Coast, especially New Jersey, have been.
Tell them it's laggy as fuck.
I'm streaming the videos, can't you?
No, but it needs to be fixed on your end.
Reporting seeing drones flying in the sky at night. No one knows who's flying them or what they're doing, but they've caused a kind of mass frenzy.
I don't know what you want me to do.
Well, I'm going to host the list, but I'm not sure if this video on there.
Yes, it's all on there.
The Breakthrough News one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, found it. So we'll see if it plays better on my tab. It might be their end, because it might be like we're uploading fine because your camera's not laggy.
Yeah.
It's a kind of mass frenzy of speculation and fear. Politicians have been scrambling to get answers, and some politicians, most notably Donald Trump, have been calling on the military to shoot them out of the sky.
Yes.
New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew even tried to float the idea that the drones were coming from an Iranian mothership off the eastern coast of the United States, a claim so outlandish that the Pentagon had to come out and dismiss it. But for all the non-stop talk of a foreign drone attack, no one's mentioning the fact that the United States military is actually the one quietly raising an army of autonomous killer robots. Autonomous killer robots, known by their more formal name as Lethal Autonomous Weapon Systems, or LAWS, are weapons that are able to identify, target, and engage enemies without any human involvement. You think about conventional drones, like the ones that are used in drone strikes overseas, the vehicle itself has no cockpit or any human operator. Instead, it's being operated remotely by a human pilot
according to
thousands of miles
Hezbollah
away
TV,
who tells the vehicle where to fly and who to shoot. But
go ahead.
So according to Hezbollah TV, America has now progressed to the position of Captain America Civil War. And what's next? An algorithm that calculates evil people?
Minority Report?
The fuck are we talking about here? Are you fucking kidding me?
Autonomous weapons don't even need that. Autonomous weapons run on AI algorithms, which essentially gives them a mind of their own. You turn them on, and they go out and find and kill the enemy all on their own. You've actually probably seen autonomous weapons before in shows like Black Mirror without even knowing it. And despite dozens of Nobel laureates in over 30 countries calling for a global treaty to ban these weapons, the US not only opposes a treaty like this, but is actively stoking an arms race over this new technology. In 2023, the US Deputy Secretary...
Hi, Hezbollah TV. Hi, I know you guys are fucking retarded and shit, but like, you know America doesn't sign treaties, right? Like, this is
Also,
a notorious thing
we
that
already
they
have
do.
like autonomous systems.
Like, I really want to like hammer
gun.
this point though. America doesn't sign treaties.
Yeah.
This is
They're
not
actively
like
developing and stoking the flames, Jack.
Like this is a narrative point that they're trying to push on you. It's notorious for America to not sign treaties. This is nothing new. This is a narrative point. I really want to harp on that. Anyway, what were you saying?
That we already have autonomous systems. A good example of one is the Bushmaster's gun.
Yes, yes.
Right? So like the fucking embassy guns, the Phalanx systems, the C-Rams, all those stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're autonomous.
Yes.
Like you can set them to just kill mode and they'll acquire targets and kill. And we've seen them target a passenger jet, you know, in that famous intrusive thoughts video. Right? So like we already have autonomous systems. The only thing, like, it's just like self-driving stuff that we're really talking about at the end of the day here.
Yeah. Yeah. Boom. Like, look how fast this is. Like, if you think that American, like, honestly, the drone idea, like an autonomous drone, I can get behind that idea. Like one that's just like a single shot suicide drone. I can get that idea. That makes sense, right? An AI one that just picks its targets for it? No, I don't think so. This is targeted.
We already have like loitering munitions that can stay in the air.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing would just be able to like make them to fly in a fighter squadron.
Yes, and that's all you need is the F-35 for that. In theory. You can go.
Did they say anything about why it's laggy?
Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks gave a speech to the National Defense Industrial Association, where she announced to a crowd of weapons manufacturing CEOs the new Replicator Initiative, the Pentagon's new plan to deploy thousands of unmanned drones to multiple combat theaters in 18 to 24 months in an effort to give the U.S. a military advantage over China. Her choice to unveil this new initiative at a weapons conference wasn't a coincidence.
Not autonomous.
The Replicator Initiative coincides with a new era of the Pentagon's alliance with private industry. Near the end of her talk, Kathleen Hicks appealed to the companies that aren't part of the traditional military-industrial complex to find their inner patriotism and help the Pentagon roll out this new plan. Quite frankly, she didn't even need to ask. Companies ranging from Amazon to Microsoft are lining up to create tech infrastructure for the Pentagon. The market for autonomous drones is expected to quadruple in the next decade. And even this weekend, during the Army-Navy game, while all this drone hysteria continued to rage, Palantir, the massive data giant, aired a commercial romanticizing this new technology with the tagline, "Battles are won before they begin. #Army-Navy." The military-industrial complex is looking at this new arms race like one massive gold rush. To walk us through who the players are and just how dangerous these weapons can be, we spoke to Bill Hartung, a senior research fellow at the Quincy Institute, who's been researching the arms industry and U.S. military spending for decades.
The whole theory is you want to reduce what they call the kill chain, like the time between when you see the target and when you can destroy it. And if there's a race to see how short that can be, eventually it doesn't make sense to have humans in the loop because the other side will be faster if they just do it, with robots essentially. So that's the concern, is that you're going to have these robotic wars, which make war more likely because you're not losing as many
that's
troops.
The thing.
But also these things.
So like we've seen self-driving, and like it can function some of the time, right? We've seen these delivery robots going on delivery, and they get stuck on things, and it's like they're like dumb as fuck, right? This idea that they're painting, I don't think it's too realistic anytime soon. I think this is fucking like, mostly propaganda because it's now private companies investing with the Pentagon who need those investments and stuff like that, right? So just like NASA is all bullshit. Like we tore that mission apart. You remember that? It's the same thing. Like, I don't necessarily think a robot is faster than a human and can be faster than a human in these scenarios. And when it comes to like a phalanx system, of course, it's like tracking a projectile, the target needs to be designated, it's the target designation that's fishy to me. Like how does the phalanx know that it's hitting a mortar or the CRAM or whatever the one is, the anti-mortar thing? How does it know they're mortars?
Don't know.
Like
I'm sure there's some kind of
at a certain
algorithm.
projectile height and speed and stuff like that.
There'd have to be some kind of algorithm.
And that's all I'm saying is like, I've seen them get caught up on stuff. I think they have this practical application, like any drone technology does, any autonomous tech has practical applications, but this removing humans from the kill chain thing, like you would even need to designate the mission to the drone. Like, how free thinking do we think these drones are going to be? You have to give it a destination. It's self-driving. And like even like our high-tech like autonomous munitions, they can get, you can do maneuvers to fucking trick missiles and things like that. You want to know what's funny?
How are they changing coder settings? Like, that's literally what it's telling me.
That's a good question.
Because it says, to stream HD, you need 3 megabits per second. My up is 42. There should be no fucking problem.
Mm-hmm. Are you using Chrome?
I'm using Brave, like I have every other time.
Well, there was just an update, so maybe they broke it, and Chrome might be better. Anyway, the fucking carrier. I learned about this. Countermeasures that the carrier has. It's like it's literally, it looks like a pipe bomb, you know.
Okay.
And it's just on a cord, and they just hang it off the back of the ship, and it fucking confuses torpedoes. So torpedoes go for this little fucking buoy thing that the carrier drags.
Oh, that's funny. What a great idea.
Also, the carrier, I don't remember exactly what it is, but they have the first ever like dual function radar. So like normally you have separate radars, like this one tracks planes, this one tracks incoming missiles, this one tracks ships or something. But like the dual radar can do 2 tasks at the same time on the carrier or something, and like no other country has it.
America, fuck yeah.
It can malfunction because it's complex software. You could kill large numbers of people by mistake if they were stupid enough to put it as part of.
But hang on. This is the thing with self-driving, the argument. Self-driving doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be better than humans.
Sure.
So, you know, did we not just, you know, have a stream where we learned about how an AC-130 fucking annihilated a hospital for 3 hours in Afghanistan? To the idea that the drones are going to lead to more collateral, I don't know if that, like, obviously there's going to be mistakes that happen in any fucking military operation. So like the way he's saying this, he's just like this guy doesn't know that he's talking to like the Iran, I bet. And the way he's saying there could be a mistake, not like this is going to be awful, they're going to massacre civilians, right? It's the most general ass answer that they're twisting to be this apocalyptic thing.
But also these things can malfunction because it's complex software. You could
thanks
kill large numbers of
Obama
people by mistake if they were stupid enough to put it as part of the control system for nuclear weapons. You could have a disaster on that front.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
And also there's kind of this notion that this is some sort of technological miracle that's going to reestablish U.S. global dominance. And every generation they have a version of that. There was the electronic battlefield in Vietnam, which failed. There was Reagan's impenetrable Star Wars shield, which was penetrable. They had all these precision-guided munitions that were supposed to win the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's kind of a misunderstanding of the nature of warfare, because it's not just about, you know, what kind of weapons you have. It's morale. It's a lot of these wars, you know, the people that the U.S. is fighting are not going to give up ever, you know, and so even though they suffer significant losses, at the end it's going to be a stalemate, or the U.S. is going to withdraw, essentially lose. It's kind of like baked into the ideology of Washington, partly because there's a lot of money to be made. Some of the Silicon Valley leaders, like Palmer Luckey, who runs this firm Anduril, you know, his initial pitch was he was going to save civilization by making cheaper weapons that would save the Pentagon money. At the same time, he was getting rich. And they write these manifestos about essentially saying like they're better people because they're the disruptors, they're the makers, and they can do things better than government. Some of them seem to think we don't need a government because you don't want to stand in the way of, you know, the smart, capable people, and government just gets in the way. So it's an extreme form of kind of libertarianism combined with almost like a messianic instinct. Like Peter Thiel of Palantir is obsessed with making himself live forever, and he's spending all this kind of money on
he's
it.
melting.
They want to colonize space. So, you know, people with these kind of like unrealistic visions of what's possible, I don't really want them like shaping our foreign policy.
Are mainly talking about like selling these weapons to the U.S. military, but you also foresee us, and do you think these companies also want to sell weapons to other actors was potentially.
Oh, absolutely. They're building into their plans exports, and some elements are already happening. I mean, some of the AI related
It's cool that they
surveillance stuff
actually
has been
went
sold
and did
to
a sit-down
Israel.
interview, though.
Companies like Palantir, which are the cutting edge of this, emerging tech field, has an office in Israel.
Fuck Palantir.
They're sort of viewing Israel and Ukraine as kind of test cases to show that their weapons work. That's sort of their advertising pitch is, oh yeah, look at what we've achieved. And of course in Gaza, Israel's committing war crimes against an adversary that doesn't have anti-aircraft or anything really to counter in the moment.
And then there's this other thing, the whole idea of a China threat.
But China, they don't really have the kind of military that you could use to project force to attack the United States.
Okay. I was sitting here, okay, and I'm looking at this guy, and I'm like, why's he got this walkie-talkie here? That's suspicious. And then I realized that is not a walkie-talkie, and what I thought was an antenna is actually an XLR cable.
Unless they wanted to start World War III, in which case they would also be devastated. They've built up, they want more regional capacity, but they're not going to try to do what the U.S. does. We have 800 military bases overseas. They have 3. We have.
I thought it was 30,000 or 95 million or whatever the fuck number they want.
Did you see? I'm not sure because you're doing tech support. Did you see what was on the table behind him that I thought was a walkie-talkie?
No, I didn't.
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
I thought so I'll just watch real quick. I thought the XLR cable was the antenna for the walkie-talkie, and I'm thinking Hezbollah TV. This guy's got a walkie-talkie. Isn't that weird? And then I realized I'm a disgrace. I have no business in this business because of what I thought was a walkie-talkie.
They want more regional capacity, but they're not going to try to do what the U.S. does.
The
we have
name
800
label is
military
kind of
bases
covering it
overseas.
too.
They have to do what the U.S. does. We have 800 military bases overseas. But they've built up. They want more regional capacity, but they're not going to try to do what the U.S. does. We have 800 military bases overseas. They have 3. We have 13 times as many nuclear weapons as they do. We have 12 or 13 aircraft carriers. They have 2. So in a traditional contest, there's no comparison.
What are we calling an aircraft carrier? You know what I'm saying? Also, our new aircraft carrier. All right. So you know how the catapult works, obviously.
Yeah.
But you know what the part that breaks the most on the carrier?
No.
The hook that grabs the planes that land.
Okay. That makes
right,
sense.
and it's all hydraulic, right?
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. Gerald Ford class carriers, it's not hydraulic. It's like water powered now. They completely redesigned it. So now they designed it so it's like more durable and won't break because the maintenance that is on those cables is what takes the carrier down the most.
Now, if it moves into, anti-satellite weapons and
you
AI
can't tell what that is, though.
Swarms of drones.
Behind him there.
I'm not looking. No, I have no idea what that is.
It's a fucking H4N.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So, that's why there's an XLR cable in it that I thought was an antenna for the walkie-talkie. It's a fucking H4N.
Then it's sort of like you reset the clock, and you see, and they do have very strong.
That's what I'm saying. It's just
base, so it's like if they
how
get
could I
pushed
mistake
far
that
enough,
for a walkie-talkie? I
perhaps
literally
they would run an
used it every
but
day.
at the moment, that's not the case.
Do you see a threat of this technology being used domestically? I mean, you see all this repression happening against the students, all this police forces looking increasingly like a military. Do you see a threat of that?
Yeah. These companies are kind of they're all sort of all-purpose purveyors of repression because they use their technology at the border. Palantir, sells things that are used for prescriptive policing, where they try to profile somebody and figure out if they're going to commit a crime. And it's been shown that these things have an incredible racial bias. So I think more so than with
who
a
else
company
is
like
doing
Lockheed
that?
Martin, these companies they're very much able to.
It would be constitutional for the government
surveillance and
to
tracking
target and
devices
kill any U.S.
as well
citizen.
Surveillance
with a
drones.
drone or with a shotgun.
It's almost like
without due process.
The domestic repression and the war overseas is even more.
Oh my
interlinked
holy
than
crap!
It was,
Surveillance
say 10 years ago.
I hate that. What do you think it'll take to sort of stand up to the power of the military-industrial complex?
Well, I think the one thing that could happen is that there's always talk of how we have to bring together all the different progressive movements and that they're too siloed. But this is sort of like a common enemy.
So the thing about this military-industrial complex, you can tell it's so fueled by foreign agenda that hate America. They want to catch up militarily because that's how they take power, right? But when it comes to capital and control in the world, these weapons companies are so bottom tier.
Oh, really?
I mean, compared to fucking Google, Amazon, are you fucking kidding me? SpaceX, SpaceX is way more General Dynamics makes some money, but to think that these military industrial complex have this thing where it's this is the ultimate thing that makes America bad. It's no, sure, America can cut back on spending.
Yeah.
It's a little overdone.
Yeah.
By the way, but to act like that, it's this military complex that's gonna take over and control the world and do all this shit when companies that are so much more important exist and are literally destroying everything right now. Isn't Peter Thiel one of the guys who wants to mine the oceans?
Probably. Peter Thiel's a fuckwit.
Because they're
hold on.
the border.
Next videos.
Doing...
There's the Reason TV one, which should be behind this one. Then the photography one, and then the project and Ryan Macbeth. Pick from those. I'll be back.
Surveillance of activists. They're making war more likely overseas. They're lining their pockets. So I think it's possible that if people see all the problems with this direction, it could actually foster a more unified movement and a more unified pushback. If there's, I think, more of an understanding of what's at stake.
Peter Thiel is also a deep sea mining guy. Epic. Love that.
Breaking news, special report. Drones are everywhere. They're over your homes. They're at the airports. They're over military installations. They're even flying over my local nuclear facility just a couple miles from my house.
How he put...
People are saying they could be...
I like how he put the nuclear symbol on the water vapor towers to make them look scarier. Next Pearl Harbor. Boy, I hope so.
Planning the next Pearl Harbor right here on American soil. I have been a drone pilot before quadcopters even existed.
He's a
and
pilot.
I made the most popular FAA certification for professional drone pilots. I'm an expert at this stuff. I'll get to the bottom of what's going on. But first I want to thank our sponsor, Squarespace. You need a presence on the web, but you don't want the social media giants controlling it. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Tan Staffel. If your social media is free, guess what? You're
mainly because of the presentation so far. This is what I'm talking about. This is so fucking perfect. The light accent over him just to highlight the award, and that takes up the negative space there. And he has plenty of space for the graphics on the other side. The fucking computer, the coffee cup, the drones, everything is fucking perfectly placed. This is fucking perfect. This is how it should be done. Like everything about this.
The product. They're selling advertising on your page, and they can make it go away at any time.
The only thing I could possibly say is make a chair that you won't see the back, possibly. But even then, it's a half-back chair. Like, who really gives a shit?
If you want to really own your space on the web, start at squarespace.com/Tony. Get a completely free trial. No credit card required. Try it out. Make your website look beautiful.
I bet you Squarespace has affiliate links.
Sell your product, take appointments from clients, just make your photos and video reels stand out. Whatever you can imagine starts at squarespace.com/Tony. When you love it, the coupon code Tony gets you 10% off. Thanks for making this possible, Squarespace. First, let's look at a really alarming hazardous drone operation in Boston. Drones flying near airports can shut down the whole operation. That's if they see the drones before a plane actually hits it. This could potentially lead to crashed airplanes, lost human lives, disaster. This happens because, well, some people are assholes, and some assholes have cars, guns, cameras, and yeah, some have drones, and they are dangerous, and they are breaking the law. But most people with drones are not doing that. Most people with drones are people like myself. We have everything registered, we're certified, and we're just getting beautiful shots, or we're doing real estate photography. So please don't think that every drone you see is necessarily dangerous. We're probably just doing work or having fun. But people around the country, especially New Jersey, but often in my own neighborhood in this past week, are seeing scary things, and they're getting it on video and they're sharing it. Here's a video from Jared Christopher.
My camera all the way up to the drone. This is what I get.
This is my favorite thing. Like, you don't understand how fucking like funny I think this is every time it shows up on my feed. Look, if you look at this one, you can literally see that it's a fucking octagon. You can literally see the marks of the octagon, right? From his fucking aperture. It's the fucking shape of your fucking camera's aperture, bro. Like, the tighter that aperture is, the more like cut those lines would be, and the more octagon shape it would be, right? And that's like when you set your camera to do the bokeh effect, which you see, like if you look up like polka dot lights, it's probably going to be bokeh. Like I'll type it in right now. Like I'll type in polka dot light photo. Yep, a lot of this is like got some bokeh in it. And then when I went to images, it didn't. Anyway. Let's see, like this right here, classic effect, you know. You can do this all with lights in your camera, right? And so that's how you, like, this is like when you get a real long lens for like fashion photography, they like to do a lot of the bokeh in the background. And just the fact that people look at this, it's like a really, it's almost like what do you call it, kitsch, like kitsch, right? Where it's like all the cabin in the woods paintings that are all the same. Like, this is like just some like generic shit that you like would get and put somewhere, right? Like, it has its purpose. I've never needed to do this effect, but like, hey.
It has a round like shield around it. F***ing nuts.
He's right. That's nuts. I have force field drones in my own house even. Check out this footage I just made. Whoa, cut. Yeah, that's not a drone with a force field. That's a point of...
See how long his lens was too? So like you'll see like those types of like long lenses that can do these types of shots in like a lot of glamour photography.
Light that's out of focus. It's called a bokeh ball. You see this in every city night scene in a movie. The out of focus lights become big.
Not every city scene. Also, lights just look like this for me because I have astigmatism.
And round or oddly shaped, and sometimes they move around or even blink. If you see a light in any video and it's big and round like that, the camera's out of focus and you should dismiss it because we don't study out of focus videos. Get it in focus and then we can take a little look at it. Let's look at another video. Okay, that's a flying Kirby. Clearly, what is it doing in the air? That is crazy. That shot's clearly out of focus, but maybe we can tell a little bit about it by studying the lights. Now, the person who took that was in an airplane that was landing or taking off, so presumably they were near an airport. The front of that object has bright white.
This is honestly, this is like what in my head when I see these videos, what this guy's saying, the flamboyancy of it all. Like, this is my inner voice when I've been looking at these fucking things that are constantly being posted.
Continuous lights. You know what? The FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, has some rules about this. An airplane that's flying under 10,000 feet, generally taking off or landing, puts on landing lights so that the airplane is more visible to the towers. So those could be landing lights to improve the visibility at night and make it a little less likely that two airplanes crash into each other. They also have beacon lights, which are flashing red lights. The FAA also requires airplanes to have strobe lights, which are white lights on the wingtips that tend to blink, hence the name strobe, and there are navigation lights. A red light on the left wing, a green light on the right wing. You can remember green has 5 letters, right has 5 letters, and then a white light at the rear of the airplane. These 3 lights allow you to tell the orientation and direction an airplane is facing. So if you see some blobby thing and it has red and green and white lights, you can pretty much tell what direction that is going, but you can also tell that that weird flying object, whatever it is following FAA guidelines and thus maybe isn't so scary or mysterious. Sometimes airplanes can have extra lights, and if it is actually a consumer drone like one of these, the lights could be different. People actually strap all sorts of weird lights to their drones to help with navigation at night, so they might not comply with that. But let's take another look at this video and think about something.
This is like,
this is great.
Like, that's so well shot and everything because it's mostly got to be a photography channel, I assume. But like, man, he should do more like open source intelligence stuff.
First of all, if you've ever been in an airplane, you know the windows are super thick, sort of terrible optical quality plastic, and they're 2 layers deep. So everything through the window looks pretty bad. It's also out of focus. But what's more, this person filming this is on an airplane. But they're also taking off or landing because we know that they're close to the ground. And that means that there's air traffic control pretty close to them, and they monitor this guy's really, really closely. And none of these professionals freaked out, but the person on the plane did freak out and had to share it. But I want to point out, while that footage is clearly out of focus...
Did they though? Or did they know it was a plane and they knew they would get fucking likes and clicks on a post if they said, hey, a drone?
To build a PC 1234 did not see it out of focus. They saw it clearly, and what they saw was an airplane with FAA compliant lights, not a weird blob drone that they couldn't explain. And so I'm calling you out trying to build a PC 1234. You're a shit poster. You took a blurry video of an airplane and then tried to build a conspiracy around it. Let's take a look at another video from Brightside 2333. Okay, once again, if we look at this video,
I love how like I have the thought and then he immediately says,
This is great.
like I said, this guy is literally my inner thoughts.
Characteristic red and green lights. We see it is out of focus. The camera can't get it in focus, and that's why everything is
putting the source of the videos at the bottom too.
bokeh balls.
Yeah.
Now that could be literally anything, but it's probably an airplane because it seems to have FAA compliant lights on it. A lot of people are saying they're seeing truck-sized drones, and that would be super disturbing, right? A big drone could potentially be dangerous, but how do they know it's as big as a truck? Because we use our depth perception to tell how far away something is, and then once we know how far away it is, we can sort of estimate its size.
This is about as big as drones get, like commercially.
Yeah, the Baba Yaga in Ukraine is pretty big.
This is about as big as they get. This is a heavy lift drone. This can carry 70 kilos. These are like 100 grand. So, is it them?
Right, but depth perception with our 2 eyes is only useful to about 10 feet. Further than that, the way you tell depth is by kind of knowing how big things are. So if you see a truck that looks this small...
Also, taking out a camera to try and zoom in on something, a camera does not have depth perception. It's fake. It's the simulation of a human eye, a single eye. It's a cyclops. Cyclopses do not have
Cyclops there. Cyclops there.
In your vision, you know it's far away. And if you see a truck that's this big in your vision, you know it's closer, even if you don't have depth perception.
When you like see like a freight train, right? I'm not sure like how much freight is moved in like other countries as compared to passenger rail, but like there's areas where the freight trains are like cleared to go at like top speed, right?
Okay.
So they're going like, you know, maybe like 40-50 miles per hour. But if you're out there and you're standing and looking at the train when it's going,
the train's going fast as fuck.
It looks like it's going 10 miles per hour. Right? It looks much slower than it actually is because it's such a massive freight object. The train is so the big, freight trains are massive here. And like I grew up on train tracks. Like I played on train tracks almost every day of my life.
No, I'm the same.
American thing.
Train tracks always near me. Like I'm always 5-10 minutes from a train. Always have been. I know exactly what you're talking about. We have rolls of steel travel on my train line, and the trains are like, it takes 10 minutes for them to get past. Kind of like massive kind of thing.
From the stereo effect of your eyes. When something's in the
Probably
night sky,
not as big as the
you
American
don't have
ones,
anything relative to compare it to, and thus you don't have any way to tell how big it is. And if you think you're good at estimating how high an airplane is, do this. Install Flight Radar 24. And then when you see a plane flying overhead, pull it up and click on the little airplane. It will tell you what type of airplane it is, how high it is, and how fast it's going. And everyone I've ever tried this with is absolutely terrible at guessing how high the airplane is, including me, a drone pilot for 30 years. I see an airplane and I guess it's 1,500 feet and it'll be 3,500 feet, or vice versa, because our depth perception is not that effective when we're staring up at a sky, especially at night
Most
sky.
people would say 50,000, 60,000, 70,000.
Yeah, well, I mean, our brain never evolved to do this.
No, I know. It's crazy.
Like the worst thing that could happen is like maybe a fucking eagle could attack you, like in Far Cry. The fucking eagles are always attacking you. It's great. They'll pick up like sheep and drop them and stuff. I love that shit.
Like
and thus you don't have any way to
space is only 62 miles away. By the way, 100 kilometers. Space is 100 kilometers away. That's not that far.
Yeah. But I'd like to know, like, the amount of energy and velocity you need to go that 62 miles per hour.
Yeah.
I would like to know how far you would go with that same energy being used on like a straight linear path.
Yeah.
And how long you would go with the same amount of like energy it takes to travel 62 up. Not necessarily going 62 sideways, but just the same amount of energy conversion.
Yeah, okay.
How far would it go then?
That would be interesting.
I bet you if we asked the physicist, he'd be able to fucking tell us and do the calculation.
Yeah.
Who knows a physicist?
No idea.
tell how big a drone actually is.
Planes only fly as they don't even hit the stratosphere, which is 20,000 feet. Sorry, they don't breach the stratosphere, which is 20,000 feet.
Yay.
Which is very interesting.
I don't know how high the
hello
the Dark Star goes, like the prototype stuff, but
high. U2
you can
flew
basically
real high.
see space. It looks like you're in orbit almost.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. The U2 spy plane was at 70,000 feet, which is halfway through the stratosphere. So not even at the top of the stratosphere. Let's see what the highest flying plane.
Because you can't tell how far away it is. Also, why would you label a blob a drone? The difference between a drone and a helicopter or an airplane is whether there's a pilot in it, right? So it's all blurry. How are you going to know whether there's a pilot in there? You have no idea.
Hey, he's a pilot.
If you do see something flying that looks really weird, do this. Install FlightAware or FlightAware.
Yeah, he's a pilot! Great!
No, it's not going to identify everything, but you will see.
Did you grab the new ones I made?
You didn't tell me what they were, so I don't know what I'm looking for.
No, that's a lot of damage! There should be the 4 newest one if you sort by
It would
new.
be constitutional for the government.
I looked.
It probably fucks up because you're not using Chrome.
Sure.
And it doesn't sort it properly.
Like the 4
Lots
most
of private
recent
flights
ones
in there, so it might
are
let you know
all
that it's
folders.
not something weird.
Okay, let me look. I'll confirm this.
The top one is Destroy India.
Huh.
Like, tell me what they're called, so I
Where
know
do
what
you
I'm
think
looking
they
for.
went? Hang on, let me investigate here.
This is actually such a ridiculous story.
Weird or crazy. Military planes, helicopters are often not in there. We have a Coast Guard station right here, and I see the helicopters all the time, and they don't show up in FlightAware. So it not being in there doesn't mean it's something nefarious. But if it is in there, you can quickly legitimize it and maybe not freak out everybody on the internet with your blurry video. Now, modern drones do have remote ID installed, and that means that they can be tracked, but only by law enforcement. For whatever reason, we've decided to make airplanes publicly trackable and drones not.
For me, sorting it by last modified, it put all the newest ones at the bottom and the oldest ones at the top.
Great.
So it's actually, hang on.
What are the titles of them?
It's so I did science, and then I did another damage one that might be the one you were asking for, and then poison.
Yeah, that's
a lot of damage.
I did
There's
find
2 different damage ones.
them. That's the one.
Okay, that is the one you wanted.
Well, it's close enough. The
What else?
poison one's funny.
The other one's good.
No, the science one, meh.
You don't like it?
Eh.
I imagine we could get some use out of it.
Is there a better one?
He says it the same way every time. Literally, the sound files are identical every time he says it in his act.
That's hilarious.
That's how rehearsed it is.
That's very
publicly trackable. And a lot of people are asking for drones to be
King
tracked.
Dew.
They want to know what every single thing flying in the air is. But why stop there? Why not
Cyclops
track
there.
cars? After all, cars hurt way more people than drones do. Cars hurt people literally every day. But
It's
we don't
funny
track
because
cars
it's
well,
poisonous.
we don't want our privacy invaded. We have to balance all this tracking with privacy concerns, and there's not one right answer. So in the comments, tell me what you think.
That's such a
Should
good
the
one,
public
bro.
be
It
able to
is.
look at a drone and see what it's doing and who owns it? Or is that left to the privacy of the drone operator? Or should we keep it as it is now, where the FAA and the police have access to that? I also have to ask, why are all these videos at night? I think the answer is pretty easy. If it were during the day, you'd actually be able to see what it was. You just see, oh, that's just an airplane, that's just a helicopter, that's just a drone.
How many
I don't
views
need to
does
freak
this
out.
video
But
have?
at night,
That's fucking ridiculous. Only 100K. Are you fucking kidding me? Piers Morgan had 1 million on that dog shit he had. This is the only guy not getting views. You know why? Because it's actually like true, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of fucking nonsense.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
these things look mysterious. You can't tell how big it is. But whether it's a mysterious drone or an airplane or a helicopter, we do have to ask ourselves, are these things dangerous? After all, it is pretty crazy that there's just stuff flying overhead all the time. It could do anything. It could spy on us. It could be carrying weapons. It could crash into us. Why don't we apply some basic logic to this? If they're flying at night, maybe they don't want to be detected. But if they don't want to be detected, why do they have lights all over them? Especially FAA compliant blinking directional lights. If it were a spy craft, it wouldn't have lights. In fact, there are lots of military drones doing scary things. And when they're in enemy territory, they don't have lights because they don't want to be seen.
Well, this is my inner monologue. Every time I see these videos and talk about them, this is what's going on in my head. But I just say, nobody cares. And I laugh at the bokeh effect instead.
Yeah.
Have lights, it means they want to be seen, which means they're probably not doing anything nefarious. The lights are there for legal reasons.
Oh, you mean they're hiding in the open.
For safety reasons. If the drones are trying to spy on you, why are they the size of trucks? Drones don't have to be big to spy on you. I have a drone with a 5x telephoto zoom that is actually really good at spying on people. I wouldn't do that, but it could definitely do that. And it is the size of this drone. Small drones are much better for spying on you than big drones. Also, spying on people is a lot easier in the daylight. If you're at a military installation or a nuclear power facility and you wanted to see where the entrances were, or if it had some Death Star-like exhaust tube that you could just send a rocket down and blow the whole thing up, if you wanted to find that, you would do it during the daylight because sunlight makes spying on things much easier. Also, if the spies are trying to gain intel about a military facility or a nuclear power plant, well, guess what? People don't keep secrets outside where a drone could see them. People keep secrets inside. It's not like they lay out the blueprints for the next stealth fighter on the...
It's like an Indiana Jones puzzle, you know? You gotta see it perfectly from above, and the plans are there.
But sometimes they do just put it on display, and it's actually a trap to make you think that they're building something else. Like when
for example, the Beast of Kandahar. I don't know if they've disclosed it. I think they disclosed it exists at this point. But like there's videos of it like at Area 51 where people have caught it filming driving by from the highway. They stop and they've caught it and they filmed it. Right? And I think once Iran downed it and released the footage and then reverse engineered it, I think that's when they were like more public about it existing.
Yeah.
But like it's funny that it was called the Beast of Kandahar because that's where they would like see it take off from, and it's this like massive drone, but it's like it's not a beast at all, it's a recon device, right? So like it doesn't carry munitions or anything at all.
Isn't RQ the Reaper drone has an RQ designation too?
I don't know. I don't remember what the fucking actual drone is called.
MQ. It's MQ.
Missile. That's what it stands for. Recon. Missile.
Sentinel.
The grounds
the other
outside,
one is
so a drone
Sentinel.
could photograph it. Now, to me, it makes no difference whether there's a...
But we have that's like 2 generations ago, probably 3 now. So like there's a more advanced version of that drone.
Oh, for sure.
No, like we know about it, but it's not been disclosed. Just like the X Blackhawks that were used in in the Bin Laden raid. Like we know the concept of what they looked like.
Yeah. They look cool.
And it's not like how they look like in the movie, which is dumb.
Pilot in there. Thus, it makes no difference whether they're a drone or a helicopter or an airplane, because either way, it could be safe or it could be nefarious. So, but how do we know these aren't like dangerous drones disguised as airplanes? Well, we don't. We don't know anything. We don't know if we're living in a simulation or not. But there's no particular reason to think that these things are dangerous. And usually, the simplest explanation is the right one. That's Occam's razor. And it is not full of proof. Sometimes the much more complex explanation ends up being the right one.
I think the holographic principle is more realistic than a simulation, but I also don't understand it at all.
Okay.
And I think a simulation is just an easier explanation. So people just like say like, oh yeah, simulation, but I don't know.
Yeah.
If it's weird, if it's something weird, I'm going with holographic universe.
But unless there's some powerful evidence that makes me think that these things are actually causing trouble, then I'm going to have to go with this. And you know what? So far, all these sightings, no actual problems have cropped up. There haven't been any attacks or explosions. But yes, as we established, drones can be used for dangerous things. Just look at Ukraine. Consumer drones can be scary and can really, really hurt people. So why can't the government look at your video and tell what it is? Well, you know what? Often people do specifically identify the flight that somebody was filming, because often if you shoot it with your phone, it's GPS tagged and time-stamped. And you can just go back in the FlightAware app and figure out what plane was flying over your house at that particular time and that particular location. But they can't ID everything. Well, a lot of drones have remote ID installed, a lot don't. You can just buy parts and custom build a drone that is completely untrackable. So no, the government can't ID everything, and the fact that they're not IDing everything doesn't mean it's some conspiracy to cover it up. It just means they don't have that capability. Just like if you build your own go-kart and somebody sees it in the street, the government can't necessarily track it down. But why now? Why is everybody suddenly seeing drones now?
Or your own gun.
Well, there's something called the recency effect. It's like if you just bought a Honda Odyssey, suddenly you start to see Honda Odysseys everywhere. If somebody brings something novel up to you, you are much more likely to spot it. And everybody's been talking about these drones. And now when we see a plane flying through the air, we're like, whoa,
love this guy. This is great video.
Drone? What is that sound that I hear? And yeah, even my friends and neighbors in this area have brought this up to me over and over and over again. Why didn't I hear this before? It was there before. I know, because I've been flying drones around this neighborhood for years and nobody's really mentioned everything. But I wouldn't even try to fly it now unless I absolutely had to, because now everybody's freaking out about drones that have been there the whole time. And the thing is, people have been flying drones dangerously and illegally for a long time. And nobody has really noticed. Yeah, people fly them over 400 feet, the required amount. People fly them way out of sight. They go miles out of sight sometimes. They fly in no-fly zones. This has been happening since the first drones for decades, but nobody really noticed it. And now suddenly they are being scrutinized. And in the last 2 weeks, I've had 3 friends in my neighborhood, FAA certified pilots, all of them, that were contacted by the FAA about their flights. So if you are a drone pilot, you better get it buttoned down. You better be flying legally. And even if you are flying legally, you better be prepared to answer the police if they come rolling up, because people are being told to call the police anytime they see a drone, even though the vast majority of drone flights are legitimate and legal. If you can't tell, I think this is a conspiracy, and it's mostly mass hysteria. I think that some conspiracies are real. And in fact, before drone stuff had taken over all the headlines, we were talking about a real conspiracy, which is the fact that healthcare companies choose who live and die based on spreadsheets.
Dude,
and now
this guy is literally me.
Taking pictures of planes at night and talking about that instead of that real conspiracy. In the comments, let me know what you think about all of this. Are these things real? Is there something more that explains it. Do we need more government control? Do we need to scramble the F-16s and start shooting these floating blobs down? And don't forget to check out our sponsor, Squarespace, when you need a real presence on the web.
You guys know that it's got the, you got it right
Tony.
here.
You can set up a
Yeah, we got
beautiful
one of those.
website with a
Look, his
completely
ad.
free trial.
Oh, look, free trial. Do you want to test your connection?
Sure. Let's compare professional analyst to computer photo guy.
If it's laggy, I'm telling you, Chrome.
Looking for a nuclear bomb.
Laggy.
I'm not logging in to all of the shit on a different browser right now.
They didn't fix it at all.
Okay, so we're doing this.
I'll be.
Where is that video? I don't even know where he put it.
Okay, so we're doing this. This came to light from a TikTok post by a man named John Ferguson. He owns a drone company called Saxon Aerospace, and he made a video where he speculated that drones were allegedly appearing over New Jersey and trying to look for a nuclear weapon. Now, there's a lot this person said that was wrong, and he may know a little bit about drones, but I don't think he knows much about how nuclear weapons work, and I know a little bit about drones as well. So that being said, my 45-minute scientifically peer-reviewed video that explains how nuclear weapons work will be available
hate you so
after
much.
this one. Also note that this video may get shared a lot, so allow
You
me
see how much better the other guy's video was, though? For real? Fucking, you don't deserve these views. The other guy was like, hey, I'm an FAA certified drone pilot, and then just like showed some of his footage, and it was a beautiful shot, and like, we get it, bro. You do everything.
to introduce myself. My name is Ryan Macbeth. I spent 20 years as an infantryman while serving. I obtained a bachelor's in computer science, a master's in engineering management, and an MSc in cybersecurity. I currently have 5 jobs. I run this YouTube channel.
I don't
work for
care.
Velocity, which is a private intelligence company. I also work for Aeromed Lab, an autonomous drone company.
You guys don't
as
like
a
Ryan
software
McBeth.
engineer.
I don't like his like snootiness about everything. He's just so snooty, and it just bothers me.
Engineer and chief integrations officer. I also wrote this book, The Wind Machine, which is available on Amazon.
God.
It is a book about AI and nuclear
What hasn't he
war.
done?
I'm also an intelligence analyst and commentator
Shut
for the
up.
conservative news channel Newsmax.
This
So if you're
ad
gonna
on
call
the
me some
side.
soy boy who's running this
What's
analyst
going
and
on here?
commentator for the conservative news channel Newsmax. So if you're going to call me some soy boy who's running cover for the president, you might want to close that loop there, bub. You know, I'm a centrist, and I'm an intel guy.
I don't
and
care.
I tell the truth to any party that hires me to do private intelligence contracting because all of our elected officials are required to get intelligence so they can make good decisions.
You tell them the truth? Why don't you tell Israel the truth?
We're 2 minutes in, and bro is still giving his fucking credentials to this video. Like, every conversation with Ryan Macbeth starts with him reading his resume to you. It's like, I got a copy. You don't need to go over it. You left me a copy. If I actually want to like your personality and stuff, I'll look at your resume. Okay, I don't need to hear it.
So,
like, you should never repeat anything that's on your resume in like an interview. You know, if they ask you about a specific job and actually look at your interview or resume or your application or anything like that, that's different. But like,
so what if they
don't-
say,
they
"Oh,
don't-
what other jobs have you worked in?" It's on my resume.
yeah,
Just be a cunt about it. Oh, where else have you worked? It's on my
you would say
resume.
like, oh, you know, like I have like, like 6 years of kitchen experience, been, including like being a fry cook, grill, even and dishwashing and running lines and meal prep, stuff like that. And you would say like each station that you've worked throughout the years and the amount of years that you've worked. And then you just say that the specifics of what those jobs were and the contact information for those jobs are in the resume.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. I've always
started
been
analyzing this gentleman's video.
Yeah, I plan on not having to give my resume to anyone ever again.
Yeah, I'm
That would
kind of
be
keen on
cool.
that. That would be sweet. Also, if we ever have to actually hire people for this thing and it actually goes off where we have to, we're hiring the person who interviews the worst. I hope you know that. Because it's the person who interviews the worst, like the interview is irrelevant.
I mean, it's
start from bottom up.
nonprofit, so it's you don't hire people, but they're
Oh,
volunteer.
we'll have a couple staff members.
Well,
and
yeah,
then
they're
volunteers.
still not employees though. They're always
How does that
they're
work?
always volunteers.
It has to be some level of employee at the top levels to keep everything together.
Well, if they fill out tax forms, then they're an employee basically in this country.
Okay. Weird.
Like it's just how if you look up the nonprofit versus corporate structure, like the core of the nonprofit, like the board and the positions and stuff, like it literally says that they're expected to spend money instead of make money.
Video. Now this video popped up on TikTok.
I mean,
and
that's
then
the whole
X, formerly
premise of a
known as Twitter.
non-profit, though, isn't it? Get money, spend money on the non-profit, have zero profit at the end.
Yeah, it's like basically like the people who are like in charge of certain development positions aren't supposed to make personal gain, basically.
Yeah, but you can spend that money.
You basically have to show that they spent their own money and operated at a loss.
Right, but you can.
It's weird.
You can have some of that expenses be wages for certain people. No.
Yes.
Okay.
But that is comes from a different section.
Okay, well, in that aspect, everybody's getting paid the same amount of money, and we're only expanding once we can afford to pay another person the same amount of money.
That's the whole reason why it's letting them control their own contracts and stuff.
Yeah, but that's how
they'll get paid directly by whoever they're selling footage to. Like the lower end.
Oh, you mean in that aspect? I'm talking about the actual operations of the non-profit.
Yes.
We're not expanding until we can literally pay them the same that we're getting. Everybody's getting paid the same.
Oh yeah.
And we're only expanding as long as somebody can get paid the exact same amount. And I feel like we could probably do. This is the problem though, because it's doing a fluctuating wage may not work, but it's stuff we'll think about.
Speaking of which, the Falun Gong video is it's there's so much information about nonprofits in there and how they're not actually nonprofits.
Interesting.
Falun Gong is their whole media division is an NGO, a 501c3.
Okay.
But it's totally funded by the government and shit.
Okay,
it's crazy.
We'll definitely have to watch that.
Twitter, and this man's opinion has been taken as fact.
You want to watch
by
it instead
quite
of this Ryan
people.
McBeth video?
What's kind of
I
interesting
know, because I also want to watch
the
China show.
I don't particularly believe that these have a nefarious intent. I could be wrong, but I want to give you the truth and what I believe. It's my own opinion. and I've not bounced this off of anybody. So, you know, if you think it's whatever, that's cool. You know, I don't want to spread misinformation.
I haven't
so John
bounced
doesn't want
this
to
off
spread misinformation.
literally
but
anybody.
The very next thing he does is spread
Here
misinformation.
you go, internet. Amazing.
Yes.
Back in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan had dismantled the nuclear program.
So this is the first thing he got wrong. Ronald Reagan did not dismantle the nuclear program. He did go to Reykjavik, Iceland, and he met with Premier Mikhail Gorbachev to talk about eliminating nuclear weapons entirely.
Gorbachev?
But obviously,
Chobagov? What?
You don't have the Gorbachev soundbite.
No, I do not.
Man, that's like one of the most useful sound bites. It's crazy how that's one of the ones that's crazy how it's so relevant all the time.
Remind me which one?
I think it's called Pizza or something. It's like Pizza Hut or something.
Yes, the Pizza Hut one. Yes,
I think that's what it's called, though.
Okay, I can download the Pizza Hut one.
obviously that never happened. In 1997, the U.S. and the Soviet Union did agree to eliminate intermediate-range nuclear weapons. So these would be like medium-range nuclear weapons, like the kind that are based in Europe. Weapons like the Pershing missile that was manufactured in the U.S., deployed to West Germany, and made an appearance in the movie Weird Science. So I'm not sure where John is getting his information from, but he may be confusing START, or the Strategic Arms Limitation Talks that were signed under George H.W. Bush, with Reagan, maybe? I don't know. But it gets worse.
There were over 80, I believe. There were over 80 nuclear
your flag
warheads
is backwards.
that were in Ukraine that came up missing. Okay?
All right, now a little piece of the puzzle falls into place. John is confusing the Budapest Memorandum with something.
Hey!
So the Soviet Union fell on December 26, 1991. And
That's the
overnight,
one I like.
Four
That's
new
a good band.
nations became nuclear powers: Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Belarus. That's because nuclear weapons just happened to be at those launch sites or depots when the Soviet Union dissolved. And the whole world went, crap! What if those nuclear weapons fell into the wrong hands? I mean, that was basically the plot of The Peacemaker, the George Clooney one, not the John Cena one. So Belarus and Kazakhstan signed the Lisbon Protocol in 1992, and they gave their nuclear weapons back to Russia in 1996. And that left Ukraine, who some speculated kind of wanted to hold on to their weapons because Russia had been so nice to Ukraine over the years, starving them and all. And the Budapest Memorandum was signed in 1994. And this was back when Bill Clinton was president. This guaranteed Ukraine protection by the U.S. and UK from Russia if Ukraine returned its nuclear weapons to Russia.
This video sucks, bro. What is the point? This is like, okay, you know what? This is like...
No. Hold on. No.
This is like Bizarro, what's his name? Vsauce, you know? Like Vsauce makes a video and he's like, what about this? And then like completely derails it and takes you down all these like wacky concepts.
Yeah.
He's Vsaucing the fuck out of this video, bro. What? Who the fuck cares?
Hold on. I'm pretty sure he got that wrong.
I also, but like, who cares? Who cares? Who cares about any of this? We're supposed to be like, this is a fucking, like, I don't care about this video.
That's fair.
I'm done with you, Ryan Macbeth. Do you want to try and show the China thing?
Refrain from economic coercion designed to subordinate into their own interests exercised by Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan. Inherent sovereignty. So it was not actually protecting against... It wasn't actually protecting against Russia's interests. It was protecting Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Belarus against foreign interest in general. I don't know what would happen. Obviously, nothing would happen if Russia's influence got too much, because obviously nothing's happened. But for the most part, that's not true, Ryan. I'm pretty sure it's actually a counter to all imperialism and getting Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Belarus their sovereignty. But I could be misinterpreting it. I don't know how
Belarus.
to interpret.
Hot take. Belarus
is a Russian puppet state.
Not a real country.
Yeah, it's just it's a province of Russia.
It's fucking Chechnya, bro. You know. Anyway, you know, you wanted to show a China thing. You want to try to show that?
Keep going with Ryan. I'll be back in a minute.
No.
That's why my camera's off. Yes.
No. I'm done with
Then
this video.
Do a funny video or something.
Okay, well, I'm going to
one.
I'm going to now navigate away from drones and show this Falun Gong video.
That's fine because it's China.
Where do you guys stand politically with the people? All right, we're gonna we're not 2 times, but we are gonna speed this one up.
Claiming to be #1 trusted news
because it's a long video. But there's a lot of information here, and you might want to watch it again. Because of all the quality information that's in this video. So much to learn.
Ads offering a glimpse of China before communism. Unsolicited newspapers showing up at people's doors from London to Los Angeles. People holding banners with photos of organ harvesting in public squares across the world. A secretive compound in upstate New York. All of these link back to just one man, Li Hongxue, the living god of a religion he founded in the 90s, Falun Gong. What began as a simple form of meditation evolved into a sprawling global propaganda
the secret runner
one
of
that attacks
Falun
China,
Gong.
LGBTQ.
That's why it's an
Falun Gong.
Falun Gong is John's secret organization. 5th Gen is
like
actually
the red
just a front.
kind of with the people. No.
Wait, what are we getting asked?
Well, there's no red that stands with the people. They're all fucking populists and shit.
Yeah, no.
You know, we're
yeah,
talking
you know
about
where I stand? I stand right here.
You know, like Junjai and Azadi.
I'm
you
funny.
know,
Yes.
like you know,
essentially,
with the women of Iran. You know, there's some people I could stand with.
It's against states.
People, immigrants, and modern medicine.
There you
And
go.
believes that Donald Trump is a killer angel sent to vanquish the demonic forces, bringing the apocalypse. This is the story of how a man who claimed to be God built a misinformation empire and made millions off of fear and faith.
Let's fucking go.
So kinda red. No. Like kinda with the women of Iran to overthrow the empire.
Yeah, people who are with red are ones who are also on the side of the Islamic regime.
Assad. People
Yeah,
like
those
these
kind of
people are like the ones who fucking like people like Assad and don't care about mass graves and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That the Tranthaloids were abducting, mutilating cows to develop antitoxins for themselves.
This video is sponsored by Give Directly. Visit givedirectly.org/cogito to send cash directly to families in need. More on that later.
What the fuck?
This is Qigong. It's a mix of traditional Chinese, slow-moving exercises, breathing, and meditation.
I was also going to say, Squarespace probably has affiliate links.
Squarespace, like the website builder?
Yeah.
Okay.
It might, because that's, you know, the more like that's the best way to have like background funding is those affiliate links and having as many as we can get.
But I mean, how many people are going to be buying? Like, I don't even know.
It doesn't matter as long as we have the affiliate links.
Because like I don't even know how many people are even signing up to the ground news thing. I don't know. If
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
checked.
matter. These are long-term like growth things. So like when you have like the
have a
affiliate
501.
path, I think is better than going for like a sponsorship path. Like the sponsorship path, there's like standards that you have to go through. You have to give them space and stuff. And when you have affiliate links, we can just say, hey, there's this link here. I mean, you look at like Instagram a lot of times, like big pages in their link tree, they'll have affiliate links for like makeup or clothing or stuff like that.
Yeah.
So those can also like go in the link tree as well. When you start doing like more like written and photo press stuff that goes on social media.
spiritual and health benefits. Tai Chi is a form of Qigong that you probably already know. During the 1980s, China experienced a Qigong boom. Hundreds of millions of Chinese people started practicing Qigong regularly
I
in
really
parks across
like
the
this
country.
because when you tell the story of Falun Gong, they say, oh, China, like the CCP supported it originally and then they stopped doing it. And they never talk about this period. How like this movement was already going before Falun Gong came up.
Yeah.
And Qigong masters became celebrities. The Chinese government gave Qigong state backing, hoping that it would reduce healthcare costs. In 1992, Li Hongzhi left his job in a cereal factory and began his own Qigong practice called Falun Gong, also known as Falun Dafa. It roughly means law wheel exercise. But Falun Gong arrived late to the boom. If Li wanted to stand out, he needed to offer something special. Qigong masters usually offered healing as a benefit for their techniques. Li didn't just offer a cure from illness though. He offered spiritual salvation. Li said the cause of illness was karma, and that practicing Falun Gong, listening to Li, and following his moral code would burn off karma, which would improve health and help his devoted disciples reach paradise.
He was like an investment banker or something. I don't remember what they said his job was.
Just go back
to a process called consummation.
I don't know if he said yet.
I'm pretty. They said that he left his job. No, don't manually scroll. Just hit the left key like twice.
No, because it was like further back.
No, it wasn't.
I don't know, bro.
Experienced a Qigong boom. Hundreds of millions of Chinese people started practicing Qigong regularly in parks across the country, and Qigong masters became celebrities. The Chinese government gave Qigong state backing, hoping that it would reduce healthcare costs. In 1992, Li Hongzhi left his job in a cereal factory and began his own Qigong practice called Falun Gong, also known as Falun Dafa. It roughly means law wheel exercise. But Falun Gong arrived late to the boom. If Li wanted to stand out, he needed to offer something special. Qigong masters usually offered healing as a benefit for their techniques. Li didn't just offer a cure from illness though. He offered spiritual salvation.
I'm losing my mind. What about?
Li said the cause of illness was karma, and that practicing Falun Gong, listening to Li, and following his moral code would burn off karma, which would improve health and help his devoted disciples reach paradise through a process called consummation. Around 1994, Li began to fashion himself not just as a Qigong master, but as a religious leader, and then as a god. He said that he was better than Buddha and Jesus, who are actually his disciples. He claimed that he created the earth and established the music of mankind. Li said that he had control over...
Chicks with Irish accents? Up there with some of the best.
It depends.
Yeah, it depends on how thick.
It depends.
Irish.
It depends on how well they can fight. Actually, the less good they are at fighting, the hotter the accent is. Okay.
Over law bodies, which allowed him to control reality and read people's thoughts.
It's awful.
His law bodies would protect his disciples from harm, even if a car hit them. But if you tried to test this and stepped in front of a car, he would not protect you because his true followers would just believe him. Li claimed that his advanced disciples would develop supernatural powers, like the ability to levitate and see through walls. They would live in perfect health. They would be better than other humans, referred to as...
He said we can see through walls and stuff, but we just choose not to do it because it's too disruptive to people's lives. So we just keep it to ourselves and don't actually use it.
No.
Ordinary people. In Falun Gong, Li must always be called master.
The worst accent is a chick with an Australian accent.
No.
Awful. Awful. Fucking god awful.
No disciple is allowed to explain or interpret Li's teachings, and they must say, as the master says, before quoting. During a 1999 interview with Time magazine, Li revealed many people had learned to levitate just like him. David Copperfield, for example. Just to clarify, no one has ever seen Li levitate, and...
He's so funny. Literally, because like if you're inside the cult, it's just, David Copperfield can also levitate. He's not magic at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like to them, it doesn't matter. Don't question it.
Look, if we're
David Copperfield
all right, for Europe, all right, here's a hot take. European accents, if we're looking at a map of Europe from top to bottom, right? Italy here, right? Great, awful.
Cyclops there.
Great. Just like this center chunk of Europe, awful. God fucking awful. Maybe Switzerland isn't included there because they're neutral. But basically, from above the Netherlands and up, fantastic.
Johnny Harris just released a video. Okay. Why Saudi Arabia is building a $1 trillion city in the desert, and it shows the line behind them. They abandoned that project. You're a little late. So I'm waiting for this thumbnail to change so it's not the line behind him because it's actually going to be at the new project, you know?
In that same interview,
The
Lee spoke about how,
Appalachian
since
accent is fucking crazy.
We got news.
the beginning of this century,
Can't talk about
aliens have
accents
begun
right
to
now.
invade. The aliens want the human body. The aliens will take the opportunity to replace the human soul, and by doing so,
Makes
they will
sense to
enter
me.
Earth and become Earthlings. Lee also claimed that there was a 2
Earthlings.
billion-year-old nuclear reactor hidden in Gabon, which proved the existence
There
of
is.
ancient alien cultures. There is no such thing in Gabon. Instead, there's a weird natural phenomenon with uranium and algae
He says Gaboon.
going on in Gabon. Google it. It's pretty cool. Lee claimed that aliens had introduced airplanes, computers, and science. Everyone thinks that scientists invent on their own, when in fact, the inspiration is manipulated by the aliens. However, Lee's most important claim is that there is a horrific apocalypse rapidly approaching, and that practicing Falun Gong, and only Falun Gong, would save people from destruction. Non-followers were irredeemable and would face destruction in a horrific manner.
I've
Lee claimed
watched a lot of videos on Falun Gong. This is above and beyond the best, by the way.
that bad morals would bring the end times. Feminism, rock music, and in his words, repulsive homosexuality were the worst offenders. Lee claimed that the gods' first target of annihilation would be homosexuals. It's not me who would destroy them, but gods. Gods can't tolerate their existence.
You are God.
Lee claimed that heaven is racially segregated, and so mixed-race people have no heaven to go to, and so are abandoned by the gods. To Lee, race mixing is another alien plot. Because Lee teaches that practicing Falun Gong cures all illnesses, taking medicine in Falun Gong is seen as a lack of faith. One ex-Falun Gong disciple said, it's their belief that they don't need medicine because they're superhuman beings. A daughter
Fucking, it's my favorite. Racially segregated heaven. So if you're mixed race, you basically go to hell.
of one follower said that her mother stopped taking her blood pressure medication after joining Falun Gong. She died shortly after. If it wasn't for Falun Gong, she'd still be with us. It would have taken 2 tablets a day and she would still be with us.
That's like more. This is like more bodies than Scientology has, by the way. Falun Gong definitely has killed more people than Scientology. They're way worse, but nobody gives a fuck about them.
This happened so frequently that Lee claimed that new followers who joined Falun Gong and then suddenly died were demons sent to damage Falun Dafa. Despite his stranger claims,
Like
Lee's promises of
Scientology
perfect
just tortured that one girl to death.
health and salvation were a huge success. Lee began raking in millions of dollars. Lee claimed that he had 100 million followers by 1999. In reality, it was probably between 2 and 10 million. In the late 90s, Chinese journalists and scientists began debunking Qigong's claims and exposing corrupt Qigong masters. In response to increasing criticism, Lee relocated permanently to the United States in 1998. Unlike other Qigong groups, Falun Gong's response to any negative coverage was to counterattack. Between 1996 and mid-1999, they held over 300 protests. Just one typical example involved 2,000 protesters surrounding Beijing television after it aired a documentary about a Falun Gong disciple that became psychotic. The pressure led the station to fire the reporter responsible for the documentary. Falun Gong urged the Chinese government to censor their opponents. Beijing enforced a media blackout on criticism of Falun Gong. But the university magazine in Tianjin in April of 1999 published a negative article on Falun Gong anyway. In response, 6,000 Falun Gong protesters occupied the university for 3 days, demanding a retraction, which the editors refused. China sent in the police, which provoked a riot resulting in around 45 arrests. The Falun Gong wanted the criticism to stop and demanded
Is this like nobody fucking talks about this history in China? Like, it's crazy that these protests even happened in the first place.
the release of those arrested in the riot. So in the early morning of the 25th of April 1999, 10,000 Falun Gong protesters surrounded Beijing's Zhongnanhai compound, which housed the Communist Party of China Central Committee. This is the very heart of Chinese politics. They stayed for about 12 hours until the Chinese premier told the protesters that they would address their grievances. The sheer number of followers summoned by Lee, combined with the Chinese intelligence failure to anticipate it, rattled the Chinese state. This was taken as a direct threat and proved to be a deadly mistake. In July of 1999, China banned Falun Gong and declared it an evil cult. They issued an arrest warrant for Lee, but he was already in the United States. Thousands of his followers left behind in China were rounded up, detained without trial, and subjected to brutal beatings, torture, and in many cases, death in custody. A practice which continues to today. Until this crackdown, Falun Gong was mostly unknown in Western media. Now with the international spotlight on him, Lee mastered the art of manipulating the Western press, who were always eager for more stories of China's oppression. He told his followers to just talk about the persecution we've suffered.
This guy is the original Yomi Park. You can literally say anything about China or North Korea to the press and they'll fucking print it.
Yep. Oh, but don't tell them
Ordinary
about
people about
EVs and their
absurd beliefs.
overproduction issues. They won't touch that.
So just talk about the persecution we've suffered. Don't talk to ordinary people about our spiritual beliefs. Tell them we're just doing exercises. They will immediately support you.
Tell them that we're just doing exercises. They will immediately support you. Western media receive most of their information about Falun Gong from the Rachlan Media Group. The Rachlan Media Group is managed by Gail Rachlan, one of Lee's most devoted disciples, which means the Western press was getting their information about Falun Gong from Falun Gong. The Western media embraced Lee, calling him a family values nostalgist with round, soft, Buddha-like features and smiling brown eyes.
Family
In 1999,
values.
6 countries nominated Lee for the Nobel Peace Prize.
You know how they
and the
talk, you know how these like conspiracy theorists talk about the deep state and like these secret Satanist cabals and shit?
Yep.
Falun Gong is literally one of those.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
The Western press, without any question, quoted Lee saying that he had no role in the protest and was unaware that it would even occur. However, the Chinese reported that Lee arrived in China on April 22nd and stayed for 2 days. Over a month after denying this, Lee admitted that this was correct. He was in China on the eve of the protest, and he most likely directed it before returning to the US to avoid the consequences. The Chinese state, through its brutal crackdown on Falun Gong, gifted Lee a necessary piece of his apocalyptic vision. For years, Lee claimed that the
He
apocalypse was around
snuck
the corner.
into China
but the
for
cause
2 days and organized a fucking uprising.
Crazy.
And then left.
That's fucking epic.
was always kept
What a
vague.
chat.
Now he claimed that the Communist Party of China were a group of demons
Jintao?
sent by the old gods to destroy the world.
No,
The
that's
Chinese
not Hu
state
Jintao.
offered to
What's
end their
his
violent detention of Falun Gong disciples if they signed a
Hu
document
Simple.
recanting their fate and stopped publicly protesting. Lee demanded that his followers in China
Sometimes
continue to
naive.
confront the state. He said that by suffering their bad karma is burnt off, guaranteeing them a
No,
place
it's
in
not
his
Hu
paradise.
Jintao.
Lee called those unwilling to suffer torture malignant tumors, and Lee planned this torture as a test to expose them. When this test concludes, all bad people will be destroyed by gods. Those
You understand how psychotic this is?
Yeah.
If you're Falun Dafa in China, he was saying that if you didn't fucking go and do something to get arrested and tortured by the Chinese, that you're a malignant tumor,
Pretty cool.
right? And that like the torture you endure in your life for me will save you in the afterlife. The torture in your real life is like, if you're not willing to go through it, then you're not like you're nothing. You're not actually fucking one of my disciples. I reject you from heaven. Like, bro, this is so much worse than Scientology. And nobody cares.
Those staff of disciples who are able to come through the test will leave through consummation. Those people who will be left behind will have to eradicate sins by paying with horrible suffering. From New York,
Very
Lee praised followers willing to lose their human lives. Lee demanded that they make sacrifices that he himself was not willing to make. From 2000 onwards, Lee's messages
This
to
is
his
like
followers
worse
became
than Shoko
increasingly harsh.
Asahara. Like,
He's created a
thank God, at least we know, as far as we know, they're not developing fucking sarin gas, you know?
Yeah.
Like, as far as we know, like, they're already saying, die for me.
conflict loop. Lee wanted to use his followers to collapse the Chinese state, and China consistently reacted with violence.
Content removed.
At this point, Falun Gong had transformed into a fully fledged cult, centered on a charismatic leader, exploiting his followers by asserting that he was a god. He maintained control through instilling fear of an impending apocalypse, and his apparent mind-reading powers, insisting that only he and his religion could save humanity. After being banned in China, Falun Gong continued to try and silence its critics. For example, they tried to sue the Auckland Children's Christmas Parade Trust because they weren't allowed to
Remember last time how I said like that basilisk scenario where you'll be destroyed if you don't help us? The fascist guy, you know? I was saying, oh, that's a clear sign of a cult.
march in the Children's Christmas Parade. Falun Gong members harassed the trust chairman so severely he had to hire private security. Falun Gong lost that court case. Falun Gong have filed over 100 different lawsuits since 2001 in many countries across the world.
Evidence do you need, really? I mean, the guy was dismissing us, so yeah, you can't help them.
They've lost most, but much like Scientology, they mostly use lawsuits as a harassment technique to silence perceived critics. In 2001, Falun Gong launched the Global Internet Freedom Consortium, or GIFC. They recruited over 50 computer scientists from Google, NASA, and Microsoft, all Falun Gong disciples who would work for free. By 2002, they were hacking TV stations across China to display pro-Falun Gong messages. They also developed FreeGate, a software tool to bypass China's internet restrictions. This work attracted Washington's attention, who through the United States Agency for Global Media, or USAGM, funneled millions of dollars to the GIFC. After a Republican
Thanks, US government.
NGO funneling. That's literally corruption. Just it's the only reason it's not called corruption is because it's done in the open and we can see it.
Yep.
Senator threatened to delay State Department appointments unless more funds were allocated to the GIFC. The US Congress earmarked $30 million for them in 2010 alone. This improved the Falun Gong's finances and allowed the US government to broadcast their state-run media, like Voice of America and Radio Free Asia, into China. Falun Gong's campaign against China attracted the attention of Mark Palmer.
Because we won't care if America also wants to broadcast their station, so we'll take that sweet government corruption money. If we give you backstory, like Voice of America is great. I don't fucking care if it's broadcasted in China, you know?
Yeah.
Speechwriter for Ronald Reagan and Henry Kissinger, and founder of the National Endowment for Democracy, an organization set up under President Ronald Reagan. The idea was that the National Endowment for Democracy would do somewhat overtly what the CIA had been doing covertly for decades. The National Endowment for Democracy, funded by the US Congress, funds what it describes as pro-democracy groups in countries like China, Cuba, and Thailand. It has also funded anti-labor union movements within the US and
you ever
helped
hear about
overthrow
this
Haiti's
group
democratic.
before?
I don't think so. What are they called?
Exactly. NED.
No, I've never heard of them.
It's the National Endowment for Democracy.
Interesting. It's a very interesting name. No, I've never heard of them.
They literally fund like rebel groups and shit all over.
Crazy.
For decades. The National Endowment for Democracy, funded by the US Congress, funds what it describes as pro-democracy groups in countries like China, Cuba, and Thailand. It has also funded anti-labor union movements within the US and helped overthrow Haiti's democratically elected
When they
government.
say like
it provides
color
no financial support to
revolutions, right?
That's these guys.
I mean, sure. Like, but the thing is that these pro-democracy opinions already existed. It's not like they created them, you know?
Yeah. You can't pay people to die.
Like fundamentally, like in the U.S. interest, you know, like their idea of things becoming more free is going to benefit everything, including the interest we have.
Well, yeah, capitalism is right.
Well, I mean, that's part of it. It's, you know, but it's everything. More than capitalism, it's the complete picture.
Yeah.
Of everything.
Pro-democracy efforts within US allies like
I guarantee you this group funds way more groups and has way more allocations than the CIA, because the CIA has to like use black budget and secret funds and stuff. This is all publicly funded by Congress. Look at like Libya, Egypt, Ukraine,
crazy,
Venezuela, Chile, Argentina, one of those countries. I don't know.
Arabia, a brutal, absolute monarchy. Palmer founded the Friends of the Falun Gong, an organization whose primary source of funding is the American government. From 2004 to 2015, the Friends of the Falun Gong transferred $3 million.
Wait. So you're telling me this CIA organization that was made by this guy is literally Falun Gong?
Amazing.
Bolivia. That was my guess in my head, but I didn't want to say it.
Year to the Falun Gong. Their lobbying pressured the Bush and Obama administrations to provide tens of millions of dollars to Falun Gong affiliate organizations. Much of this funding went to Sounds of Hope Radio, New Tang Dynasty Television, Shen Yun, and the Epoch Times. All Falun Gong run media. The Canadian government, through the Canada Media Fund, provides funds to produce media for Canada's ethnic minorities. From 2010 to 2016, the Falun Gong owned New Tang Dynasty Television received almost $18 million of Canadian public funds. All other ethnic media outlets received just $13 million in funding. The Falun Gong and Lee were now incredibly well funded and had important political connections. They used this to build an empire. If you drive just 2 hours outside of New York City,
the funny thing about the CIA is literally better than Falun Gong.
Of the Shunganuk Mountains, you'll come across a gorgeous lake with ancient Chinese-style temples. This is Dragon Springs, also known as the Mountain. This is Master Yi's guarded, secretive, and tax-exempt compound. Dragon Springs has expanded into a massive 400-acre complex, much of it paid for by the Friends of the Falun Gong, and therefore the US taxpayer. Dragon Springs received $615,000 from the Friends of the Falun Gong in 2014 alone. The local residents nearby report relentless expansion, including plans for a 920-seat music hall, 1,100 spaces car park, and housing for 500 people. The local Deer Park Rural Alliance has opposed these developments for years, claiming that Dragon Springs expands without permits and threatens the local ecosystem and rivers with waste. I contacted the Deer Park Rural Alliance, who stated that many residents still have a lot of questions, doubts, and concerns on the expansion, as well as the safety and oversight of the facilities and the lack of transparency. After a local resident, Grace Woodard, founded the Rural Alliance,
Can you link this video? The playlist should be pinned.
The playlist is in the description now. So
But I
from
don't
now
think this is
on,
on the playlist.
yes, it is.
This
So
one?
from now on, the playlist is going to be in the description of our streams as a sourcing tool for anybody
here,
who
I'm
wants to
gonna
go
link
and
this as
watch
well.
the videos. If we skip a video or don't hit a video, it'll all be there. But that's the planned show. You can see what we hit, what we don't.
Yeah, but this is also a fundraiser. He might be an NGO himself.
Actually, this is really good.
Because it has the fundraiser.
If you go through the list, actually, now that I'm putting the resource, like the playlist in the descriptions, maybe you guys can go through the list and hit topics and say what topics you want to see, and maybe we'll see. We'll go by topics that people want to see. If like a next topic will be by popular demand.
Well,
maybe
so like a lot of streamers will do this thing where like the like bullshit videos. There's like you can like put like bits into different things and like votes into different things.
Yeah.
So it's like incentive for like audience engagement or something. I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
The Falun Gong affiliated newspaper, the Epoch Times, ran a story inferring that she was working on behalf of China and shared photos of her mailbox online. At Dragon Springs in 2006, Lee created a new tool to help spread his message, a dance troupe called Shen Yun. If you live in a major city, you've most likely walked by one of their ads with colorful dancers in incredible poses, promising to show you China before communism. From New York City to Taipei, Shen Yun.
One of my ex-girlfriends, she's Korean and so is her sister, but she did a modeling thing for them. Like she was on one of the Shen Yu ads.
No shit.
It's just funny that she's Korean.
That is funny, actually.
Dancers flip and toss sleeves on stage in incredible routines that combine dance and religious anti-communist propaganda. Shows include songs with lyrics like atheism and evolution are deadly ideas, and a show-stopping performance with a world-ending tsunami in the shape of Karl Marx's face that wipes away a corrupt society and includes men holding hands. Some uncomfortable scenes portray Falun Gong followers having their organs harvested by Chinese police. Since 2006, forced organ harvesting has been one of Falun Gong's most prominent claims. You can see them protesting in public squares around the world. They believe that since their organs are spiritually superior to ordinary organs, the Chinese state wants them. The thing is, the claim has nearly no evidence.
He didn't quite go into the why they think the organ shit. So he said that the karma was a black substance.
Yeah.
You ever see the Kanoki foot pads?
No.
Where it's like, it'll pull all the bad energy out of you. You put these foot pads on at night and in the morning they're black and they're like, it pulls all the bad energy out of you.
Sure.
It was a fucking like scam product.
Sure, yeah, I have
Harry
seen
Wu,
them,
the Chinese dissident who exposed China's policy of harvesting organs from executed criminals in 1994.
Hey guys.
Wu spent 19 years in Chinese labor camps. That didn't stop the Falun Gong from calling him a Chinese spy after he investigated their claims and found that there was nearly no evidence. Shen Yun, which shows across 5 continents, has amassed $265 million in assets. Despite this wealth, the Canada Media Fund has contributed over $250,000 in public funds to Shen Yun. The Shen Yun school, located at Dragon Springs, houses dancers, some as young as 12 in near total isolation.
Actually, the camera kind of can't pick it up. That's weird. Let me see if I can adjust the brightness and maybe it'll pick it up.
No trustworthy scientific evidence detox foot pads work.
Not art. I'll send it to...
Is it a Mr. Brainwash?
Often separated from their parents. Master Lee's powers keep them in line. Master Lee, first of all, can read everyone's minds. I grew up with this notion that my thoughts were always being monitored. On the mountain, they treated him like a god. Despite grueling routines, Shen performers were offered little medical care. One performer said, if you take any kind of medication or go to a hospital, that means you're a bad practitioner. It means you do not fully trust Master Lee. During a performance, one performer landed badly and dislocated their knee. It was just popped back into place and they continued to dance for 2 hours. They never saw a doctor. A violinist in the Shen Yun orchestra felt sharp pains in his shoulder. Lee touched him and told him that he was healed. The pain continued for years, but he was told it was because he didn't believe hard enough. Eventually, he left Falun Gong, finally saw a doctor, and discovered that he had a bulging disc in his spine. The young girls performing Shen Yun are often told that they are too fat, and many develop eating disorders. If they did, Lee would perform exorcisms on them to help cure them of this personal failure that caused the illness. The disorders continued for years. Performers who wanted to quit were told that they would go to hell and would die as soon as they left the compound, since Master Lee would no longer...
Bro had a fucked up spine, and he was like, "You're healed."
Shenyun is registered as a non-profit company based in New York. Unaware audiences pay hundreds for a ticket, while Shenyun performers are usually unpaid. Shenyun tells performers that each show will save the audience. Any failures will doom the audience to hell. If you don't do it right, then it's on you. The universe is not saved because of you. In the year 2000, John Tang, a Georgia Tech student and Falun Gong disciple, launched the Epoch Times from his Atlanta basement. It's now run as part of the Epoch Media Group, which also operates New Tang Dynasty Television, all still under Tang's leadership as CEO. Their mission was simple: save the world from the apocalyptic battle against demonic Chinese communism. Staffed mostly by unpaid Falun Gong volunteers, the Epoch Times and New Tang Dynasty were seen by Master Li as our media. For years, the Epoch Times, which is a niche anti-China newspaper, scattered on New York City street corners and tossed at doorsteps. But in 2009, Li delivered a speech at the Epoch Times offices with a clear order: become...
What do you reckon? $100 million?
Why are we interrupting? We're already way behind time.
$100 million?
Why are we interrupting for doodles?
It's art.
Okay.
$100 million to some rich asshole. Fundraise for 5th Gen.
Hey, you can't say Polak. Anyway,
what?
You see how easy it is? They're about to. This cult is about to do an NGO media empire. All right.
Mm-hmm.
If they can do it so easily this fucked up way, why can't we do it easily the right way? You know, that's all I'm saying. There's so many NGO and like NO-C, I forgot the code. 501c3.
Yes.
Like there's so many, like Breakthrough News, there's so many like this. And if they can do it with all the fucked up corrupt shit, why can't we do it right?
Regular media. A few years later, Donald Trump announced that he would run for president of the United States on a platform that was explicitly anti-China. Falun Gong came to see Trump as a kind of killer angel summoned from heaven to snipe the Chinese government. In 2016, the Epoch Times took a massive partisan shift. Their content was already critical of China, now would target Islam, immigration, and at all times promote traditional values. Steve Klett, who covered the 2016 Trump campaign for the Epoch Times, said editors told him to write favorable coverage of Trump and censor criticism or controversial topics. In 2016, a mass shooter killed 50 people at Pulse, a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida. We weren't allowed to cover stories involving homosexuality, but that bumps up against them wanting to cover Islamic terrorism. So I wrote 4 articles without using the word gay. After Trump won the 2016 election, the Epoch Times integrated itself into his orbit. Quickly, infamous far-right organizer and Trump's chief strategist Steve Bannon began working with New Tang Dynasty. Bannon pushed Trump into making Michael Pack the leader of the USAGM, the same federal agency that funded the Falun Gong for decades. Pack fired all the USAGM leadership he saw as being soft on China and sent more funds to Falun Gong. Pack then appointed the Epoch Times columnist Roger L. Simon to the USAGM's board. President Trump, his family...
a job in the US government so I can send government funds to you at 5th Gen.
I mean, I you know, I have
contacts.
No, I literally have family in government.
Give me an internship at the Pentagon.
I know I could.
It would get me in the country.
If you speak 2 languages. If you speak 2 languages, I can definitely get you a job at the Pentagon.
I will.
You have to obviously pass the security clearance and shit.
I will begin relearning Japanese tomorrow.
Yeah, like well, a few of my family members have been in government. My aunt is Cuban. Her family was actually like targeted by the communists, right? So she's like enraged that people wear Che shirts and stuff. It's very funny. But she like assisted in like polygraphs and like interrogation stuff.
Oh yeah.
Stuff like that. And then like my godmother, I don't know exactly what she does in the federal government. I just know that she spent a lot of time in Macedonia before it was North Macedonia. And then
place.
And then my other aunt, I don't know what she does at all, but she also has real estate on the side.
Real class trader you are.
The staff began regularly sharing stories.
Because it's like basic like desk shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's not actual like heavy shit, but like my my dad's side of the family were like they're you know how the joke, the conspiracy about the Irish, like they were one of those families. Like they had a lot of fucking money and influence, and they had 9 kids. So, and they live in, they literally live in DC. So of course they got jobs at like federal companies and stuff.
Yeah.
Stories from the Epoch Times. Epoch Times journalists were granted access to the White House. One even passed Trump an envelope with unknown contents. The Epoch Times attempts to look like legacy media with a clean webpage and serif fonts. But its articles maintained Falun Gong beliefs like, after the anti-war movement faded in the West in the 1970s, the devil manipulated rebellious adolescents to channel their energies into agitating for feminism, environmentalism, and the legalization of homosexuality. The Epoch Times claims feminism, welfare, divorce, public school, and homosexuality are all communist plots. It should be noted that Falun Gong belief states that communists are literal demons, and wretched demons just deserve to be killed, and that killing demons saves both the killer and the demon. So, if the two began life new, it would stretch its neck out and let you.
A lot of my cousins, like, their like first entry jobs while they were like doing school and stuff, like would be in Pentagon stuff.
What the fuck?
But they like none of them like stayed inside the Pentagon that I know of. They became like I don't know what they do.
Not that.
When you're like the extremely out and different gay person in the Tradcath family, you're not really connected to it. So
it would happily, cheerfully let you kill it.
And that's the thing is my aunt who is in Macedonia, she like everyone knows she's gay, but God forbid show it.
The Epoch Times regularly publishes harmless stuff like 3-year-old remembers past life as a snake. Other content was explicitly hateful, such as content about sinister queers or outright lies about 2-year-olds undergoing gender transitions. Something that has never happened. Then there's blatant disinformation like meteorologists, scientists explain why there is no climate emergency. This article claimed that 1,609 scientists signed a report denying climate change. When you look into the report though, you discover that there are essentially no scientists on it. Many of the signatories are connected to the fossil fuel and mining industries, and some of them are even lobbyists. The founder of the project and 8 other signatories.
By the way, Peter Thiel is one of the guys who wants to do the deep sea mining, by the way.
Employees of Shell, people with a vested interest in denying climate change. Some of the interests are IT experts, fishermen, and people with an interest in meteorology. In the run-up to the 2020 US election, the Epoch Times created dozens of Facebook pages posting clickbait usually with cute babies or animals. For example, this one here of a cute dog with over 8 million views and the link to subscribe to the Epoch Times. Epoch Media published videos of cute animals tens of thousands of times on over 100 Facebook pages, racking up billions of views. The Epoch Times created an entire network of dozens of pages supported by bots.
Oh my God!
Users.
See, this is what we need, except not fucking psychotic. You see how like this is the information.
How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
Funding information warfare, our government funding our taxpayer money going to this, and it's waging information warfare against our own people.
Awesome.
Posing as Trump supporters in groups like Hispanos por Trump. The Epoch Times spent $2 million on pro-Trump ads in 2019, second only to the Trump campaign itself. When in mid-2019, the Epoch Times was caught mislabeling their ads to get around Facebook's policies about political advertising, they stopped advertising. Then suddenly, pages appeared with names like Honest Paper, Patriots of America, Pure American Journalism, and Best News, all of which ran ads linking back to the Epoch Times and its subscription page. By December of 2019, the Epoch Times had spent $11 million on Facebook ads in total. That same month, Facebook removed hundreds of Epoch-linked accounts and pages, some with millions of followers. Facebook stated that the Epoch Times had leveraged foreign actors posing as Americans to push political content, and tried to hide the source of their political ads. Facebook then banned them from all future advertising. Not only was Facebook easy to manipulate, it was also home to the Epoch Times' desired audience, the elderly. The Epoch Times specifically targeted conservatives aged 60 and over, and in their ads they even boasted that they had increased their font size by 20%.
And take a look at this. We recently increased our font size by 20%, so it's easier on the eyes, easier to read, and awesome.
As soon as the Epoch Times was banned from Facebook in 2019, millions of YouTube users began to be constantly exposed to ads for the Epoch Times, who spent more than $3 million plastering YouTube with ads.
Hey, doesn't it feel like there's communists everywhere?
How communist ideology has been subverting our children's future.
How socialist and communist ideologies have been infiltrating our society?
In the ads, their spokesman complained about communists and the mainstream media, and claimed that the Epoch Times has no spin and no false narratives and was independent.
Real news delivered to your home every single week that doesn't push any false narrative, doesn't spin the truth, and doesn't have any hidden agendas.
He never mentions its Falun Gong connections, its government funding, or its long-term religious, anti-medicine, and anti-China agenda. The Epoch Times leadership and funding is kept mostly secret, normally a bad sign for a news outlet, and they're also registered as a non-profit and so are exempt from most federal taxes. They claim their goal is independent journalism outside of political interests, but their tax filings show large amounts of funding from conservative organizations, receiving about $11 million in donations donations from 2020 and 2022. In just 2021, the Epoch Times received $55,750 from the National Christian Charitable Foundation, which tends to fund anti-LGBT and anti-immigrant groups. They also received $31,000 from Donors Trust, known as the dark money ATM of the conservative movement. And that's just a fraction of their conservative donations. Not exactly outside of political interest. The Epoch Times representatives usually deny any affiliation with Falun Gong, but the staff and owners are nearly all Falun Gong.
When I found Falun Dafa, I found the answers to those questions. I found the meaning of my life.
In 2021, the Epoch Times provided $10.4 million in funding to Shen Yun and another $8.3 million to New Tang Dynasty. COVID birthed a new ecosystem of online conspiracy, which was eagerly fueled by...
You see how he didn't have to physically print out the paper and highlight it, Johnny Harris? This is such a better video than Johnny Harris videos.
The Epoch Times. The Epoch Times heavily pushed the conspiracy that China had engineered COVID, or what they called the CCP virus, in a lab to use as a biological weapon against the world. They produced a documentary that got tens of millions of views that pushed this idea. Nearly every interview in that documentary is from an Epoch Media Group employee, an anti-vaxxer, a crypto salesman, or people that write about war with China. The overwhelming scientific consensus is that the virus had a natural origin. The claims of the documentary are debunked here. The Epoch Times itself doesn't seem to actually believe the engineering theory, because the Epoch Times also claimed that magic could cure COVID. Recently, there were several cases of people recovering from the CCP pneumonia miraculously after they condemned the CCP. There were no such cases. Condemning the Communist Party of China did not cure COVID. An Epoch Times article also claimed that monkey virus DNA found in COVID-19 shots caused cancer. This was also completely false. Another article claimed that the horse dewormer medication ivermectin is safe and effective against COVID. It wasn't. This same author, who is not a doctor, wrote how baking soda cures cancer. It does not. The Epoch Times also claimed that the vaccine caused deadly blood clots, a claim that was amplified by conservative podcasters.
Welcome back to the Stu Peters Show. So as many of you saw over the weekend, there was an article published in the Epoch Times
that this is truly part of a mass genocide operation.
COVID spikes the chances of blood clots. Vaccines reduce that chance. After Trump lost the 2020 US election, the Epoch Times became a repeat spreader of election misinformation. Months after the election, the Epoch Times refused to acknowledge the results. When the Epoch Times tried to sue a reporter to silence criticism of their connections to the January 6 rioters, they lost because the report was substantially true. Another part of the Falun Gong network is China Uncensored, a huge YouTube channel that produces anti-China content that told their audiences directly that they are not affiliated with Falun Gong and that it only gives its videos to New Tang Dynasty for translation to Chinese. But the show's host is a Falun Gong disciple. The show was filmed at the New Tang Dynasty studios. The channel's name has New Tang Dynasty in it. The very small team the host claims works on the show are New Tang Dynasty employees. Another Epoch Media production was Edge of Wonder, which racked up tens of millions of views until YouTube shut down in late 2020.
Edge of Wonder?
No.
Oh my god. It's like, it's too wild for me to even use this content.
They covered stuff like...
All heard about the deep state, the shadow government, the cabal, or the Illuminati. As we said before, this all comes down to eugenics and the depopulation of the human race. So they want to rid the world of the ones who they deem aren't good enough and make the perfect human race. Also, according to almost everyone fighting against the deep state, including QAnon, they would also have everyone practice their religion, which is Satanism. Look, if mind control is happening, we need to know what
it's so funny that they're like, they're going to force you to practice your religion, which is Satanism. It's like, bro, you are literally that person. Like, you are in a fucking evil cult. What are you talking about? And you're trying to fucking convert people to your fucking evil cult and fucking run the fucking world. You think you can fucking overthrow the fucking CCP and take over China and make it a fucking Falun Gong state?
Alongside alien conspiracy videos that included incredible lines like
that the Trantiloids were abducting, mutilating cows to develop antitoxins for themselves, located and derived from within the unique cow physiology.
Edge of Wonder also pushed the QAnon conspiracy theory, claiming that there is a secret, global, satanic pedophile ring of cannibals being taken down by Trump, who communicates with believers through cryptic posts on 4chan. This is an odd theory considering that rich and famous sexual offenders can operate out in the open with no consequences. One Edge of Wonder video, 13 Bloodlines and Their Diabolical Endgame, makes some questionable historical claims.
In mockery and imitation of God's 12 tribes, Satan blessed 12 bloodlines. One of these bloodlines was the Ishmaeli bloodline, from which a special elite line developed alchemy, assassination techniques, and other occult practices. One bloodline was from Egyptian Celtic Druidic, from which Druidism was developed.
Their ultimate goal is to combine their satanic bloodlines, occult powers, and
that's the thing. It's like all this shit could be so cool. It's so funny because like you put this in like Diablo, how the Druids develop and all that stuff. Cool as fuck. You put it in these freaks, and you're like, that's fucking cringe, dude. Like, this shit is so cool. Like, demons and shit are fucking awesome. Like, have you seen Constantine? Like,
no,
with Keanu Reeves?
No.
Oh, man. Kick-ass movie. There's this whole exorcism with a mirror where he, like, uses a mirror to pull the demon into the mirror and, like, oh, it's beautiful. It's like the opening exorcism in the movie. You know? But it's one of those movies you watch and it's like, there's just something missing there, you know?
Yeah.
But like, God, that movie kicks ass. He has a fucking shotgun that's a cross. It's like a gold cross.
World and a one-year-old government and the Antichrist to create hell on earth in
Also,
spite of the
Constantine's a
divine.
cool
The story
character.
goes that they had relations and even intermarried with American Indians.
Constantine, all he is like, he's a regular guy, right? But he was like dying of cancer or something and made a deal with the devil.
Okay.
That when he dies, he'll end up going to hell. And so he has this complex that he believes that if he does enough good in the world against the forces of hell, that he won't go to hell and he'll be accepted into like heaven.
Okay.
So he's like this like cursed wanderer concept. Like it doesn't matter, he's going to go to hell anyway. He could totally be evil, right?
Yeah.
But he has
But
this
he's
concept that he can be saved.
Interesting. That is an interesting character.
And chieftain bloodline to capture the
Hard
occult
to
spiritual
write.
power of those people and absorbed as much of their culture pertaining to magic and rituals that they could.
Their source for the video is this book, which just claims with no evidence whatsoever to know how Satan created 13 evil bloodlines that have somehow run the world for thousands of years. The book is, of course, obsessed with the Jews. The Epoch Times denied any connection to Edge of Wonder, but the hosts were Epoch Times employees, and it was produced by New Tang Dynasty. Ben Hurley, who ran Australia's Epoch Times, said, Falun Gong people believe that they are higher spiritual beings, that ordinary people are ignorant and literally sort of dirty, deluded. They don't know what they want. And so for them, their job is to save ordinary people, even if that requires lying. And lying made Lee and the Epoch Times a lot of money. In 2017, they had a revenue of just $7 million. In 2022, they saw a revenue of $128 million. New Tang Dynasty skyrocketed to 30 million Facebook followers. Just the English version of the Epoch Times has nearly 9 million followers. Epoch Times is now available in 33 countries and in 21 languages. It's a favorite among the German far right. One Epoch Times Germany article even recommended deporting people based on DNA results. In July of 2024, the Epoch Times was rocked by a scandal. One that answered questions that nearly every single journalist had about them. How on earth is a modern news outlet actually profitable and able to spend this much on ads? Well, it turns out that they are running a massive $67 million money laundering scam that stole unemployment insurance benefits
So
and
you
laundered
thought
them
it was
through
just going to be slavery. Nope. There is actual real corruption as well as the visible stuff.
Incredible.
It's not just slavery. They got the slavery, they got the visible corruption, and the dark corruption. They got it all, baby. This is what a deep state is, bro. Guess who's gonna get a shitload of funding? These people. With the
Under Trump?
anti-China war that's incoming, right?
Yeah.
crypto and prepaid debit cards. This scandal has taken the wind out of their sails for a bit. The Epoch Times was much quieter during the 2024 American election. But if their history shows us anything, is that they will find new cracks.
Wait. You mean Epoch Times was funded by crypto scams?
Decided to exploit, and that Master Li, a man that looks to feudal China for inspiration, from the safety of his compound, surrounded by fawning followers and supported financially by their labor, is willing to lie, cheat and steal to realize his vision, an apocalyptic showdown with China. It's easy to feel disheartened by stories like these of manipulation, exploitation and the harm they cause to society. Every day we see rampant unfairness, the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. But
Imagine
we're
if
not
this
helpless.
guy manipulates
In the United States,
to
Haitians got...
Wasn't that a
What
great
a-
video?
What a wild scenario. Yes, that was
Fucking
very
mind-blowing, right?
that was a very good video. Okay.
Will it lag? That is the question.
All the clowning around is out of the way. We have to get serious here,
Clowning?
guys.
What's
Soft
good
Power
so
Hour
far?
is where China
I
tries
don't have
to
a
change your
mood
mind
for clowning
through
right
various,
now.
propaganda
Alright.
and through censorship
I'll
and so
stop
on.
smiling.
We're gonna
No,
start
you,
this.
you missed it. He said clowning.
I know. That's
I would
why,
like you
that's why I
to
said.
remove everybody that's smiling right now.
Okay, I'm not
Week
going to smile
in
anymore. I'm sorry.
Liaoyuan in Jilin.
This is
okay?
where in this segment is where you'll see the drone segment.
Yeah, the drone attacks are going to be in this segment. This was yesterday,
Attack.
December 12th.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, look, he's calling it an attack. I'm pretty sure it's just like China's Reaper drone just failed and hit a building, right? But
The front fell off.
China has been doing a lot.
Am I right?
Huh?
The front fell off.
The front of the drone?
No, do you know the bit? The front fell off.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a comedy bit.
No, I had no clue what you're talking about.
Let's have a look. This is the stuff China's trying to hide.
Now take a look what's going on here. Normal everyday street scene, and then all of a sudden, bam.
Whoa!
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, hang on. I gotta
Wait.
interrupt for just a second.
What? What are you talking about?
Coming
Although
in.
he
It's a
is
great
Japan.
pleasure, thank you. This ship that was involved in the incident off Western Australia this week. Yeah, the one the front fell off? Yeah. Yeah, that's not very typical. I'd like to make that point. Well, how is it untypical?
I'd assume you knew what this was because it's Australian.
Well, there are a lot of these ships going around the world all the time, and very seldom does anything like this happen. I just don't want people thinking that tankers aren't safe. Was this tanker safe?
Oh,
well, I was
you're
thinking.
asking if the China show is Falun Gong? No, that's why they're like the only China source we recommend.
Yeah.
And like Drew and our interview with Drew, this is like one of the main things we talk about is like how it's so hard to do China advocacy because of Falun Gong.
Yes. They literally harm diaspora and minorities in China through their stupidity.
And like they push these narratives that China can then debunk.
And then that, like, they are the reason that Xinjiang has been so easy for China to cover up. Falun Gong is the reason. Because they say that Falun Gong is the one getting organ harvested, when really it's the Uyghur prisoners that are potentially being
it's
killed.
more of like a black market criminal thing.
Yeah.
Because like the
Which
kidney transplant
obviously-
rate is more than the donation rate. So
Yeah,
somebody's
but
getting their kidneys cut out.
obviously the Chinese state, the police, or whoever in this province are doing some kind of deal with the triad or a local criminal
it's
group,
it's
whatever it
definitely
might
organized
be.
crime. You can get organs from China, and they're going to come from poor people.
Yeah.
But they don't do they did prisoner organ harvesting briefly, but that's what Falun Gong grips to.
Yeah. And you can't talk about
More about the other-
harvesting in China.
Yeah, because it has to be something
because of
that's
these
designed
people.
by the state when it's
Yep.
not.
Go on.
The ones that are safe?
Yeah, the ones the front doesn't fall off.
Well, if this wasn't safe, why did it have 80,000 tonnes of oil in it?
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't safe. It's just perhaps not quite as safe as some of the other ones.
Why?
Well, some of them are built so the front doesn't fall off at all.
Well, wasn't this built so the front wouldn't fall off?
Well, obviously not.
How do you know?
Well, because the front fell off and 20,000 tonnes of crude oil spilled into the Seacourt fire. It's a bit of a giveaway. I just like to make the point that that is not normal.
Well, what sort of standards are these oil tankers built to?
Oh, very rigorous maritime engineering standards.
What sort of thing?
Well, the front's not supposed to fall off for a start.
And what other things?
Well, there are
you sure
regulations
this isn't
governing
a
the
fucking
materials that
skit?
they can be made of.
What material?
Huh?
Are you sure this isn't a skit?
It is no. This is it's a comedy bit.
Thank God.
It's like a rehearsed like comedy bit, you know?
Okay. I was gonna say, because I'm like, the fuck is happening?
I mean, there's all kinds of these bits, you know, like who's on?
But no,
first?
I've never
Fucking,
seen
like,
this before.
classic one. This is like something that you'll see like improv groups recreate one of these types of things, you know? Yeah, the church group is going to do their presentation.
He
of the
says
front
we're
fell off.
behind tangents to this.
Well, cardboard's out.
And?
No cardboard derivatives.
Like paper?
No paper. No string. No sellotape.
Rubber?
No, rubber's out. They've got to have a steering wheel. There's a minimum crew requirement.
What's the minimum crew?
Oh, one, I suppose.
So the allegations that they're just designed to carry as much oil as possible, to hell with the
ludicrous.
consequences, I mean, that's ludicrous.
Absolutely ludicrous. These are very, very strong vessels.
So what happened in this case?
Well, the front fell off in this case, by all means, but it's very unusual.
But Senator Collins, why did the front book fall off?
Well, a wave hit it.
A wave hit it?
A wave hit the ship.
Is that unusual?
Oh, yeah. At sea, chance in a million.
So what do you do to protect the environment in cases like this?
The ship was towed outside the environment.
Into another environment?
No. It's been towed beyond the environment. It's not in the environment.
No, but from one environment to another environment.
No, it's beyond the environment. It's not in an environment. It has been towed beyond the environment.
Well, what's out there?
Nothing's out there.
Well, there must be something out
there.
there.
There is nothing out there. All there is sea and birds and fish.
And?
And 20,000 tonnes of crude oil.
And what else?
And a fire.
And anything else?
And the part of the ship that the front fell off. But there's nothing else out there.
Senator Collins, thanks for
It's a
joining
complete void.
Yeah, we're out of time.
The environment's perfectly safe. We're out of time?
Yeah.
Can you book me a cab?
But didn't you come in a Commonwealth car?
Yes, I did. But
what happened?
Oh, the front fell off.
Fuck's sake.
So anyway, now you know what happened to China's drone.
Bam. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. This was a gas explosion at a restaurant.
Holy crap.
All right. Poll time. Do we care about the other stuff, or do we just want to see the drone?
Just the drone.
That's a restaurant.
Because there's funny Justin Trudeau stuff too.
Yes. We should be able to hit the rest in the 2 hours.
About.
I'm doing Sichuan.
Okay.
Okay. Very far away, by the way.
Chengdu is very far away.
Very far away. Like it's like going from East Coast to West Coast type thing. When we're showing you all these different things, they're not in one area in China. It's across the whole thing. They're busy dismantling this water tower here.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
UFO-ish.
Cyclops there.
Oh.
This is.
Town's gathered to watch. Yeah. This is singing.
Oh boy.
Man, the crane.
Very expensive luxury apartments. They're fairly city. That was another gas. Aging. It's the same. Horrible storing.
Deal it was until I saw.
By the way, and that was December the 11th. The other one was December 12th. So just a day apart, you've had these two big gas explosions on completely different sides.
But originally,
now we're going to get into the drone attack.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what happened
Drone
in
attack.
Jingzhou.
No,
Hubei.
the
So
front
I didn't
fell
think
off.
yesterday.
I thought it was a huge deal, but I didn't know what a big
Predator
deal was
drone.
until I
You will
saw
never
all
see
the
it coming.
posts getting pulled.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because we found this military website that still had some stuff up about it. But originally, before all that happened, before that military website had any info, this was going around the Chinese internet before it was getting pluck, pluck, pluck. And that's what made us pay attention to it. Like, why are they pulling all these videos?
Exactly. Now, this is a guy charging his EV. As you can see, all EVs these days have cameras built into it.
Weird. You mean spy cars?
Yeah, I mean, it does get a little worrying when you find out that China has been testing all of its EVs on roads in America. I think, they map millions of kilometers in California or something.
Also, these
right?
guys
Stupid
source
amount
everything
like that.
in their
But yeah,
description as well.
they've got cameras, and this guy's busy topping up his EV, which will take him like 2 hours or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like you to pay attention to the very top one. Yeah, take a look.
It's
Bam.
just funny that
Don't know
it's
if you
like
saw. Don't worry,
literally the best
I did
source you can
zoom it in.
recommend on China.
He's like, whoa, runs off.
I would think so.
I don't have
And
one
then
for
he's like,
Korea.
what do
you know?
I do?
Like I couldn't tell you who to look at for North Korean news.
No clue.
Oh yeah. So he's
Be
like
documenting you. So
Yeah.
keep it up, guys.
So he unplugs his EV. He's gonna go plug it back in there or whatever. And then he's like, whoa, what am I gonna do? I should probably get out of here.
Obviously, like Sinotalk,
And then I think he just
has
kind of
great
panicked.
reporting and stuff. But this is like the casual day-to-day stuff. That's like more advanced.
Yeah, if you
real
really
tech
want to
stuff.
dig into it.
Or something. He's already unplugged his car. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna open my door.
It's an interesting
And then he's like,
perspective.
okay, I'm out.
I'm out. He
Peace
just
out.
runs,
He
yeah.
runs off. Okay, so,
So
here I
here's the
slowed it down.
drone.
You can see it up there. Can you see it? You can see it's got a very long wingspan.
All right, hold on. Let me adjust.
It's a pilot.
And one of the wings looks like it came off.
Yeah.
The front
Bam.
fell off.
Like, you can definitely tell that it looks like one of their Reaper drone ripoffs, right? I think they bring it up, but I'll bring one up.
But it's like a Reaper drone, but the front fell off. Is that common? The front falling off?
Maybe. This one. Right, it's just a Predator ripoff.
Predator
Just one of
drone.
those.
Wow, that really blew up, eh? Into the stadium.
Yeah.
That's an during the Olympic Games stadium in Hubei, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah, it's an Olympic Stadium. See, this one other car was smart and got the hell out of there real quick. Let's see. Here we can see it again in super slow-mo. There it comes in. Smack. And you can clearly see that it is a Chinese drone. A military drone.
Yeah, I think was it Ukraine military that identified it?
Yeah. So this is right after the explosion. Oh, get us out of here.
Yeah, the source is in the description, by the way.
Oh, look, bollards.
Oh, there's bollards. High quality, quality bollards.
I'm going to pause it there for a second.
Okay.
You can see the landing gear over there.
Conspiracy theory. What if this drone nonsense is basically panda time? Like, we're not going to look at the drone that crashed in China because there's drones all over the US that we're going to be busy looking at.
Maybe
And
that's
the whole
kind of why
thing
I
was
wanted to show
started by
them.
China.
But I just wanted to show this because it got buried and removed, I guess. And I think that people should know about this. It's pretty big. Like, imagine if a Reaper drone crashed into an NFL stadium in America. How big that news would be.
This is probably how they identified it.
Well, it's
Yeah,
part of how they identify it.
it's like fucking, like the covering up for Chernobyl, right?
Yeah.
Like how long it took before people knew that something actually happened. And like countries were being irradiated already.
Yep.
And they didn't even know that they were in danger.
And they still refuse to
Tell the truth about it.
Accept and tell the truth. Yeah. Fucking Tyler Cullen is streaming at the moment. Motherfucker.
Who cares? He's annoying too.
He's got 200
Annoying
people. I'm going to tell people to come
lib.
watch our stream.
Let's call him a lib. Lib. Tell him, shut up, lib. Fuck.
I'm like, come watch our stream instead, guys, and put the @ and I'm like, lib yucky. lib yucky lib.
I'm sure they're gonna ban you.
Probably. I already left. I don't care.
Who gives a fuck?
This is obviously after it's all calmed down. Got some emergency services there, a lot of looky-loos. So they're just saying plane, like a plane has crashed.
Nobody knows it's a war in Fiji at that point, probably.
Yeah, it is.
Without person plane, that's a drone.
Exactly. Unmanned aircraft. Yeah. Okay. Where are the pictures? Did you take them out?
Where are the bodies?
Interesting.
Where are the bodies?
I didn't take them out. That was your segment, bro.
No, definitely they're in there. Do you have obviously the desktop and I'll show
what's
them.
his name?
Oh, hang on.
I don't have them.
Oh,
The country singer that the YMH
Obviously
are at?
something got mixed up.
Keith?
Gotcha.
Garth.
Oh, it's just
Keith,
like a
Garth,
like one
close
of the
enough.
news articles ended up there, obviously.
Okay, there's a picture of what the drone looks like. You can compare
the Yilong 2H.
Yeah, that's right. It's the Yilong 2H drone.
I think they mean loon.
Yilong Ma?
Yeah, it's a loon.
there
Now,
it is.
apparently, this is part of the debris. Of course, we can't 100% confirm, but this
No, I
is
mean,
apparently this is according to an article that we found, which is in the description, by the way. You can go and read it and make up your own mind.
But this was pulled like lightning off the Chinese internet. When people started sharing videos, there's such a rapid response to pulling it that it clearly is a big deal to China. I don't know if they don't want people to know what kind of drones they're testing or something. It's obviously some sort of secret.
Now, the thing is, these drones are military drones. They can be used for civilian use, like, for instance, in a disaster, they can be used to...
Well, I think what you meant was they can create a civilian disaster.
They can.
Like they just
they
did,
can.
yeah.
They can be used to facilitate communications and, whatever, survey things and all that. But of course, it's a military drone, which is quite clearly a knockoff of American drones. You can
Looks like
tell. Yeah, they did. They stole the design.
Oh, okay.
100% stole. But if we go back to the actual crash footage right here, you can see. Wait for it.
There's like one frame where you can kind of see it, like clearly, semi-clearly. Yeah, those.
It definitely
wings
has
are
one
super
wing.
long.
You can tell. You can tell. Look, it's got the split tail.
It definitely
as well.
only
It's
has
kinda upside down
one
now.
wing.
It's the profile of it doesn't look like any kind of like a light aircraft or anything like that. The wingspan's too long. It's got that split tail.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at it, it's definitely one of those drones. So Chinese military drone, whether it was intentional or not, I'm pretty sure it wasn't intentional, but a Chinese military drone has crashed into one of their stadiums.
Yeah, there's a lot of some of the discussion around it was like, why did they attack the attack?
Exactly. Well, I mean, it's hard to say, but it's a drone attack.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what it looks like normally.
That's pretty wild. And it was interesting around all this hubbub about all this drone stuff that's been happening in the U.S.
Hey, we covered
It's interesting that something actually did physically materialize in China around this time.
Yeah, exactly.
Surrounding that. Anyway, the source is down below. Check it out for yourself.
Now, there's an interesting thing here, because in the footage, you can tell as it's plummeting towards the stadium that it is missing a wing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is the missing wing.
Ah, the missing wing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sorry, I don't want to harp on too much about this, guys, but if we go back and you look at the actual plane falling down, take a look.
London Bridge.
Let's get it in its slow-mo form over here.
Shlamo.
Can you see?
Yeah.
It's missing a wing.
Yeah.
It's got one very long wing on one side, and there's one wing missing.
Now,
See that?
my one criticism is maybe it isn't missing a wing, and like I said the same thing, but maybe it isn't missing a wing. Maybe it's a reflection. Maybe it's like a trick of the eye, bad camera. It could be anything.
Fell off.
Right. It could be literally anything.
Yeah, that could be an unrelated picture. They said they only found one article supporting it. So we'd have to, I'd ask Sinotalk to look into this and see.
Yes, actually, that's not a bad idea.
If he can determine it.
Yeah, I'll have a chat to him and see what he says. He's pretty responsive. I'll chuck him a message now.
It's a one-winged drone.
Yeah, probably not going to fly very well like that.
Well, of course, that's why it crashed. But that would explain that picture we have.
See, because the wing is so preserved, right?
There.
Like
there we are.
That is not. It doesn't.
Drone
It's
attack
not
on China
impact
by
damage. Like it had to have just fallen off.
Fallen off, yeah. And then somebody found the wing somewhere. Like a little.
This does look like a building site, though.
Yeah. So maybe the wing fell off a little ways away, and somebody found it, and then the drone crashed. But if the drone crashed because the wing fell off, you'd be able to track where the wing fell off.
Also,
because you would be
what
able
was
to
the
track
drone doing in the first place?
in that area and that low. Yeah.
Yeah, and also
or was it low at all?
Like the damage that it did.
Did it damage the stadium? Because I don't think
it's not carrying ordnance, right?
It was all fuel.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is do they these run on jet fuel or electric motors?
Well, they have propellers, so I would imagine that it's some kind of reasonably conventional fuel. Don't know.
Chinese military drone.
Yeah.
Intentional or not. Cell phone for sure. Own goal, as we'd say.
Yeah.
All right. Now it's time for us to move on to the Bait and Rob initiative update.
Oh, is this where we talk about how the Belt and Road Initiative is failing?
Well, no, we're just talking about the quality of the construction that you can expect.
Okay. Be all right. The quality needs to. You'll follow me, okay?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done.
No more drones ever. Fucking 2 hours on this fucking drone topic.
Never ever. Yeah.
Is Turkey on the brink of a massive military offensive against Syria's Kurds? Amidst reports of increased troop movements along the border and growing activity by Turkey's proxy forces in Syria, the possibility of a full-scale assault on Kurdish-held territories seems to be imminent. So, what exactly lies behind the moves, and will anyone be willing to step in to help the Kurds?
We went over
welcome. If you're new
Kobani,
to the
right? So from the Syrian side, it has that hill that's important. But from the Turkish side, all they had was a wall.
Yes.
And I know there's been some conflicting reporting on the status of the wall, on if it was completely torn down, if they're starting to tear it down or stuff like that.
Okay.
But there's a wall there, and if they remove it, it would signal an invasion force. But the thing is, the Turkish side of Kobani, it's flat. They can just drive right in. There's no like hill overlooking. It's a completely flat land. There's nothing stopping them from invading Kobani.
They would want to try and take the high ground, right?
That's why the U.S. is positioned in Kobani right now. But there's still operations going on inside Kobani.
Would American forces fire on Turkish forces if it came to it?
Well, these are mercenaries. They're SNA. They're not
SNA?
Turkish military. So, yeah.
Okay. So these guys are just doing a futile thing. America is about to waste them.
America is just doing the UN forces thing where they stand to be a buffer between the violence.
Yeah, okay.
They're not necessarily there to fight back, just like the UN. The UN is there to get killed first.
Well, the US is not going to allow their soldiers to be killed without firing back. So I imagine that they're going to fire back with overwhelming firepower.
You say that, but I'm pretty sure Turkey has done something like that.
Because, I mean, look at the last time a force tried to encroach on the Kurds. They were no more. They got fucked.
They kill a Turkish soldier. NATO would have to help Turkey. Yeah, no, that's not... The Turkish soldiers wouldn't be in the proximity. That's just crazy
Channel.
talk.
My name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. In international relations, irredentism refers to efforts by a state or group to claim territories seen as part of its historical or cultural homeland. This often involves bringing in others with shared ethnic, linguistic, or religious ties. Needless to say, other countries usually view such ambitions as a fundamental threat to their own territorial integrity. One of the most interesting examples in modern international relations concerns Turkey and the Kurds. For over 4 decades, the Turkish government has been fighting against Kurdish efforts to establish a homeland, either within Turkey or on its borders. And it's against this backdrop that there are now fears that Turkey may be preparing to launch a full-scale invasion to end any efforts to create a Kurdish homeland in neighbouring Syria. The relationship between Turkey and the Kurds has a long and complex history. However, our story really starts after the First World War. As the defeated Ottoman Empire collapsed, a plan was drafted to divide the Anatolian Peninsula between European powers and neighbouring states. This also included the possibility of creating a Kurdish homeland. However, these plans were defeated when Turkish nationalist...
I can't believe it.
forces fought back under the leadership of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Following the emergence of the Republic of Turkey in 1923, hopes for a Kurdish state died. Instead, the Kurds were left divided between 5 countries. Turkey, where most of them lived, Iran, Iraq.
That map doesn't look right.
That's fine, yeah.
That's a proper map? Why is
Rojava
so
it's fine.
big?
It's claiming a little extra in certain areas, but the thing is like the Western Kurdish region in Rojava, right? Like they have the pocket on the other side of the Euphrates on that map and stuff.
Yeah.
The Kurds do live in these places, but they may not be the dominant population.
Well, yeah, obviously Kurds live in these areas, but it's not
Kirkuk.
Kurdish areas.
Like, see, Kirkuk is inside the Turkic ethnic or the Kurdish ethnic lines, but there's many ethnic groups, Arab, Turkmen, inside Kirkuk.
Yeah.
It's not just like exclusively Kurdish. Even if it's predominantly Kurdish.
Like a relatively Kurdish city, though. Like it's not. It's not like the Kurds aren't the dominant.
It's. I mean, the name is Kirkuk. You know, like it's.
So I would expect the Kurds to have somewhat.
Yeah. So this is like if there's like a Kurd living somewhere, that's kind of how the map is drawn. It's not necessarily the borders that we would say a Kurdish state had. It's a little extra.
But it's not like state lines that this is what they're claiming. It's just like this is where Kurds are.
Some would claim this. It depends how nationalist they are.
Yeah, okay.
Syria and Armenia. Over the following decades, Kurdish hopes for independence remained a distant prospect. Although there were occasional uprisings in the various countries, any efforts to create their own country were heavily resisted. However, in 1984, a significant new insurgency emerged in Turkey, where the Kurdish Workers' Party, the PKK, launched a campaign for Kurdish independence. Initially based in the rural Kurdish southeast of the country, its violent insurgency soon expanded into Turkey's towns and cities. Meanwhile, the issue gained a broader regional dimension at the start of the 1990s when the Kurdistan Regional Government, the KRG, was established in northern Iraq following the First Gulf War. Aside from raising Turkish fears that this would become the basis for an eventual Kurdish state, the PKK also began to use the mountainous areas as bases to launch attacks on Turkey. But while the PKK's leader, Abdullah Öcalan, was arrested by Turkey in 1999, and there have been sporadic efforts to reach a peace agreement, Turkey has remained extremely nervous about Kurdish efforts to establish a state, either within its borders or in neighbouring countries, which may then become a focus for further separatism. And it's this that explains what we're now seeing in neighbouring Syria.
Yeah, it's like,
I hope you're finding this valuable.
You sent me a notification on Twitter that what I said is illegal in the Turkish state. Like I give a fuck.
Well, it's like the terrorism. Like I've posted Öcalan quotes on Instagram, and the posts like years later got flagged and taken down for like promoting violence.
Amazing.
Because it was an Öcalan quote.
Love that.
And it's not even like a violent quote. It's like, like dominant man shit.
Typical Öcalan stuff.
Well, there's plenty of violent stuff in there.
Oh, I'm sure there is. It's a very self-contained movement. It has to. It's almost a necessity. People don't like giving up their territory.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is their philosophy is not to fucking take territory. That's
no,
why
I mean
they're existing in Syria. I don't know what Turkey's problem is.
People
this
like
group
Turkey
is not asking for fucking anything really.
Yes, but Turkey wants the land, and Turkey thinks it's Turkish land.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Perhaps consider subscribing to the channel
if
you haven't already.
Subscribe to us as well. We don't say this enough.
Thanks
Follow
so much.
us, subscribe us.
Back to the video.
Like
in 2011,
video, do
the
whatever
Arab
you need
Spring
to
triggered
do.
protests across the Middle East, spreading to Syria, where opposition to Bashar al-Assad quickly escalated into a brutal civil war. While Assad's forces battled opposition to his regime in the south, Kurdish groups in northern Syria, led by the PYD and its armed wing, the YPG, seized the opportunity to establish self-rule, eventually declaring the autonomous administration
we went over
of
this
North and
on
East Syria.
stream where we
From
talked
the
about the PYD. We've talked about this before on stream with Comrade, where he went over how they were like the first people in there.
Turkey viewed this development as a significant threat, especially given the PYD's ties to the PKK. But despite its concerns over developments in Syria, there was little Ankara could do to limit Kurdish autonomy, as the rise of ISIS meant that key Western countries, including the United States, were now supporting the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, the SDF, in combating Islamic State. Although Turkey staged several operations against the Kurds during this period, they were relatively limited in scope. But by 2019, things were changing. Although ISIS still posed a threat, it had been largely defeated. As a result, following talks with Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the Trump administration announced the withdrawal of US troops from northern Syria.
Bad idea.
Seizing on this, Turkey invaded. Known as Operation Peace Spring, the mission served two purposes. As well as establishing a so-called safe zone to pave the way for the repatriation of millions of Syrian refugees living in Turkey, it was also clearly designed to diminish Kurdish control in the north and northeast of Syria. However, the mission had wider ramifications. For a start, it forced the SDF to turn to Russia and the Assad regime for support, thus propping up their power in Syria. It also led to a resurgence of ISIS. With Kurdish forces distracted, Islamist militants used the opportunity to escape the area. As a result, and following significant international diplomatic pressure and even threats of sanctions, Turkey agreed to a ceasefire and withdrew its forces to a 115-kilometre-long strip of Syrian territory lying along its border. Despite this, Turkey kept up the pressure on the Kurds, regularly signalling that another full-scale invasion was possible. For example, in late 2022, speculation again grew after a significant bomb attack in Istanbul was linked to the YPG. Although the mass attack never happened, many observers argued that Turkey was merely looking for the right moment to act. It's against this backdrop that the fall of the Assad regime appears to have opened the way for a Turkish invasion. With Russia now out of the picture and a new HTS administration in Damascus supported by pro-Turkish forces, there are good reasons to believe that Ankara may now see this as the ideal moment to act against the Kurds. To this end, reports are already emerging indicating that Turkey and its allied proxies are preparing a major assault on the Kurdish-held areas in northern and eastern Syria.
Can
Of
we
course,
just not?
if this happens,
Can we just
it will
end the
pose a
Syrian
massive
civil
threat
war?
to the Kurdish areas.
Like,
Although
why?
the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces have considerable battle experience fighting ISIS, they're stretched thin across a large area. Moreover, Turkey has air power and more artillery. It would also enjoy support from its Syrian proxy forces. To this extent, while Kurdish forces could mount stiff resistance in certain areas, they would almost certainly need help from outside actors.
Like,
But just
fuck
where
off,
would they get it?
Turkey.
First and foremost, attention will turn to the Western countries, particularly the United States. However, Washington faces a very delicate balancing act regarding
certainly
the
do.
Turkish threats to the Kurds. While the US has supported the Kurdish-led SDF in combating ISIS, Turkey is a NATO ally. Historically, the United States has avoided confrontations of this kind with Ankara. For this reason, it's highly doubtful that the US would help the Kurdish areas against a Turkish attack. While Washington undoubtedly sees the Kurds,
I bet you'd see a lot of defections from the US military to the internationalists.
I mean, they don't defect, but they after their
No.
service. they'll join.
I'm talking about defections.
Yeah, that's doesn't happen in the U.S. military. It just doesn't.
You don't think the people who served with Kurds had people die fighting with the Kurds? Wouldn't see this as a betrayal?
I mean, it's happened before. When Trump came in, he pulled the troops from Kobani to allow this before too. That's what's going to happen. Is this Turkey once Trump comes in, he's going to pull those troops and Turkey's going to be allowed to move in. I gotta fucking pull this quote that Trump gave about Turkey. I gotta find it real quick.
Response will likely focus on de-escalation rather than military intervention. The best the Kurds could hope for is likely to be a combination of diplomatic pressure, economic sanctions, and calls for restraint. The same would apply to other Western states. Few European countries would want to engage or even have the capacity to do so, even if they were so inclined. A second possibility that's been raised is that Israel might step in to support the Kurds, perhaps by providing air cover. However, this is also unlikely.
A no-fly zone.
Bro, imagine Israel sets up a no-fly zone. Fuck me. God, the geopolitical headache we'll have to deal with.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Pretty epic.
Good god. Oh man.
Although Israel has historically had sympathy for the Kurds, viewing them as a counterbalance to shared adversaries like Iran, Syria, and Islamist groups, and has often voiced support for Kurdish aspirations, it will almost certainly stop short of offering direct military assistance if Turkey attacks. Quite apart from the danger of a direct military confrontation with Turkey, which could well escalate in dangerous and unpredictable ways, it would want to avoid a step that would so obviously...
Can you fucking imagine Israel sends the IDF to Kurdistan, and then the IDF tries something, and the Kurds, who take no shit, oh, that could be a fun time. Jesus Christ! Can we just leave the Kurds alone?
I know, right? Can we
What
just
the
end the
fuck?
Syrian war?
What the fuck is your problem?
Like, why is the Syrian war still ongoing?
Fuck off. This is fucking ridiculous. It's just ridiculous at this point. Leave them the fuck alone. Who are they hurting?
This is why nobody likes them.
In fact, better than that, they've literally reduced harm in the area more than anyone else. I think, if anyone, they've earned the right to have a state, let alone peace.
Well, that's the thing, is they're not even asking for a state.
I know, and that's the thing. They don't even give a fuck at this point. They just want autonomy. Just leave them
They just
alone.
want to not be killed by Turkey.
Like, fucking hell, leave them alone.
strain relations with allies like the United States. Instead, any Israeli assistance...
And America needs to stand by them against Turkey. Stop being pussies. You're America. It's Turkey. Fuck Turkey. What are they going to do? Bomb the US? Flatten them. what the fuck are they going to do?
That's the issue, is that the U.S., like, we are literally the best ally to have on your team.
Swing dick. You're America. Seriously, like, if America's going to swing dick for anybody, it should be the Kurds.
This has been, the message I try and push, and then the Maoists are like, you fetishize Kurds.
It's fucking insane. Like, oh my god.
Yes, fetishizing is when I don't want people to die. You got it, Maoist.
if it were to happen, would almost certainly be focused and carefully calibrated to avoid a broader conflict. For example, it may support the Kurds through intelligence sharing, but beyond the West and Israel, the only other likely source of support would be the Iraqi Kurds. But here too, things are complex.
Not gonna happen.
While the Kurdish populations share ethnic and cultural ties, the KRG has also been weakened in recent years, teetering on the edge of financial
PUK,
collapse.
the Iranian more linked party that's more friendly with the Kurdish state. It's not the Barzanis.
Yeah, okay.
They're more friendly with Turkey.
That's a shame.
Which that would
Also
be
maintain-
more reason for Israel to step in to prevent more Iranian foothold.
Yes, yeah, true.
A complex relationship with Turkey. Supporting Syrian Kurds, particularly the YPG, which has been linked to the PKK, could risk these ties. To this end, while Iraqi Kurds
or even Israel give, because they don't need anti-air, give the Kurds their anti-air. That'll solve a lot of problems.
They won't do that either.
Of course not.
That's what Israel has mainly been bombing.
The Syrian anti-air.
Yeah, stuff like that. Countermeasures.
may provide humanitarian assistance, it seems unlikely that the KRG will offer significant military support to Syria's Kurds. For all these reasons, Ankara may well calculate that now is the ideal.
So again, there's reason to be careful. There's reason to reserve some enthusiasm. There's reason to say if we see a return to any kind of extremism, there's designations that can come back. But I'd be wiping the slate clean. These guys, just compare how these guys are acting to how the Taliban.
They're talking about how they strongly believe that the U.S. is in the Middle East right now. Like Blinken was just in Iraq. They strongly believe that they're doing a fucking like Blinken is going to meet face to face with Jelani, but he's still a terrorist, right? So it has to be covert. So they think that's what's going on. They're just suspecting that's what's going on here.
Acted when they got into Kabul. It's night and day. And so we have to allow for that.
Yeah. And let's just then, so obviously this is going to be Trump's problem pretty soon. He weighed in on the situation in Syria during a press conference on Monday. Let's listen to a clip.
Now that one of the sides has been essentially wiped out, but nobody knows who the other side is. But I do. You know who it is? Turkey. Okay, Turkey's the one behind it. He's a very smart guy. They've wanted it for thousands of years, and he got it. And those people that went in are controlled by Turkey, and that's okay. It's another way to fight. But no, I don't think that I want to have our soldiers killed. But I don't think that will happen now anyway, because the one side's been decimated.
He's like,
Turkey.
He like talks to like a kid who learned about something for the first time and is excited to show off to the teacher about it.
I assume he's getting intelligence briefings.
Yeah.
And it is an entirely overly simplistic thing to just say, Turkey, you know, I mean, yes, Turkey has a lot of influence with HTS. They support them in Idlib. They have ambitions to, you know, have influence in Syria. But if you think that's all that happened, when you're watching the scenes out of Syria, these guys, you know, are Syrian, and they clearly want to govern Syria. And this is what's coming, like a very simplistic view of the world as this kind of chessboard between some big powers, and not a lot of nuance in the understanding of different factions inside of Syria.
Yeah, he was excited that he knew the answer. He was excited that he knew that Turkey shared a border with Syria. But also, it was weird the way he framed it. He's like, yeah, I don't want U.S. soldiers dying in Syria, but now I don't think they will, because Turkey is controlling this faction, and I don't think they'll attack us.
No, he said because one side was wiped out. Anyway, I just thought it was funny. Turkey. I do. I know. It's Turkey. I'm a genius.
Germany.
We are also, though, following breaking
Do we want more Kurdish? There's more
No.
Kurdish stuff.
We'll get into more of that stuff on Sunday.
out of Berlin at this hour, where German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has just lost a confidence vote.
This
of
is
Germany.
Germany.
And that move now paves the way for
So,
elections in February.
Grevy
We have
can
live
tell me
pictures
how
for-
close I am here, okay? So, every incumbency is losing, which is why Trudeau is funny, because he's been the incumbent forever. That's why it's so funny how it's because it's like super anti-incumbent in Canada right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, you know how a lot of these parliamentary governments can call snap elections, and that's like kind of weird and undemocratic.
Yeah.
Germany can't specifically just do snap elections like that. He has to like lose the no confidence vote to trigger those elections. So he thinks that his party is going to win and do better now when all the incumbencies have lost everywhere, right? France barely held on. Like it broke, it just, you know, there's no dominant like party in France now. The centrist was just picked for the prime minister or president or whatever position it was. You know, so he basically like is in a position where he fucked himself to trigger snap elections.
It's a risky gamble.
Well, if you can control when the elections happen, I would not do them now. That's pretty stupid.
That is dumb.
Of the Bundestag in Berlin. President Frank-Walter Steinmeier can now move, of course, to dissolve the legislature and then formally declare the already agreed-upon election date of February 23rd. All of this coming after Germany's governing coalition collapsed last month. CNN's Sebastian Schukla is tracking the story. Joining us now live with the developments from Berlin, so not a totally unexpected outcome, but just walk us through what happens now, if you would.
Yeah, Erica, I'm still in the belly of the Bundestag here, actually, and the room just behind me is where the vote recently took its conclusion. What I have for you here is the outcome of the votes, which is Scholz lost this vote of confidence in himself. The semantics around it are important. By 394 votes against him to 207 in favour of him. So that's a sizable number who have said that, look, this country needs to adopt a new chancellor and needs to embark on trying to form a new coalition government. As you said, the process around this now is that Scholz will head to the president's residence, where he will then where the vote recently took its conclusion. What I have for you here is the outcome of the votes, which is Scholz lost this vote of confidence in himself. The semantics around it are important. By 394 votes against him to 207 in favour of him. So that's a sizable number who have said.
What a strange total number. Like, what, 601? Why is there 601 in your weird country's fucking parliament? It's a lot of people.
Because it's one more than 600. It's Price is Right rules.
Said that, look, this country needs to adopt a new chancellor and needs to embark on trying to form a new coalition government. As you said, the process.
I'm assuming that's why, but
that Scholz will head to the president's residence, where he will then go and ask to formally dissolve.
Well, you know about Germany and their
whole
perfectionist
process,
standards.
including getting to this day, the vote of confidence has been very regimented and controlled by the parties have already informally agreed when that election is going to be, and it will be on the 23rd of February. Technically, the president has 21 days to decide on the day, but it is almost a foregone conclusion. And Erica, the foregone conclusion is also being echoed by what was said in that chamber earlier today. I want you to take a listen to what Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor, had to say when he was on his feet in there earlier.
Democracy requires parties.
How much do you think that they think about that this is where Hitler stood?
What do you mean? That Hitler started in Germany?
In his position, and I'm assuming that he spoke at this pedestal or a pedestal that was here. I'm actually not sure
enough about the Nazis.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure how similar this building is to the original, how burnt down it actually was. So
I think the
German
American
can fill us in
Parliament is more fashy.
with their literal fascist motif.
Yeah.
to compete against each other with different proposals, as we will do in the upcoming campaign. But democracy also requires all those who believe in it to be prepared to work together for the good of the country after an election, to build bridges, to forge
The good of
compromises.
the country.
This is not possible.
Let's
without
deport people based on DNA. That's the party that
Okay.
he's running against.
Okay, so the bones of the building are the same, but the entire thing is completely different. Okay, so it's not the same. I imagine, I imagine that at the end of the war, even if it was still standing, that they would have demolished it and redone it anyway. I feel like getting rid of that whole vibe is like a good thing to do.
Jack, can we just go back to what the Falun Gong thing, right?
Yeah.
They said deporting people based on their DNA test, as in the German state is going to DNA test people and deport certain ethnic groups. That is a position that is going on. That is the party that he's calling a vote against, you know? Now they have a chance to gain seats. People who
Amazing.
literally fucking have that type of mindset.
Incredible.
moral maturity, without decency and serious.
Huh. Interesting.
Deporting based off of ethnicity in Germany, and that's just a fucking wild concept. I can't believe they printed that
we
shit.
already know from the best source of World War II history, Benjamin Netanyahu, that Hitler only started killing the Jews after the Grand Mufti of Palestine told him.
Oh, right. So we're going to send all these people to Palestine. I get it.
That they'd go to Palestine, so kill them instead.
So if Hamas doesn't accept these deportees,
this is the real history of World War II, and the real reason that Hitler started the Holocaust. I can't even fucking say it with a straight face. It's so absurd.
Yeah, and like I remember, like we'll bring up that Netanyahu is a Holocaust revisionist, and even our chat will be like, "Wait, what?"
I always get it mixed up because I call him a Hitler apologist, but it's like
it is
the
that
same
too.
thing. It's the same,
thing,
basically. It's like Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy.
Yeah, he only killed us because the
that.
Palestinians wouldn't take us. Literally because the Palestinians denied our Zionism, the Holocaust happened. That's fundamentally what he's saying. Before Zionism was an actual idea.
Yeah.
Responsibility for our entire country, for all our citizens.
And so you can hear there that the Chancellor was almost already resigned to the fact he knew he was going to lose this vote and that Germany would move forward with elections. You could hear in there too that he was setting up the campaigning that is about to take place, that will start in earnest now. He was alluding in there to the polls, which show that the CDU, the Conservative Party,
lost so hard to Angela Merkel, he like left politics for a decade.
Amazing. Merkel's a cunt.
Yeah, but does she just have candy? Does she just have candy thrown at her?
Skittles and Starburst.
Germany are way.
He's the reason that Germany is having power issues. She shut down the nuclear energy. She's a dumbass.
And that his party, the SPD, the Social Democrats, are lagging in third, sometimes potentially even falling far back as fourth.
Maybe.
And that has left open the door to what will be a seismic change in German politics, which would be that the AfD, the far-right populist party here, could come in second place. And though they will view themselves as potential kingmakers, that will create a very difficult dynamic when it comes to forming coalition.
Yeah, that's another thing is the coalition.
That is usually how Germany's governments are formed. And so we will wait to see now, but it is clear.
That's always a factor here.
That Germany will have a more conservative chancellor,
like
and
the fact that like the Likud
uniting
with the fascist parties in Israel right now.
Also with me to discuss, the chief correspondent for Politico, for joining us from Berlin.
Yeah. Didn't see that coming. Got to keep him guessing.
Matthew Carnage-Ney. Good to have you with us, Matthew. So as we look at where things stand, if we could just pick up...
Who are you? I don't care.
The German Parliament is to hold a vote of confidence later in the government of Chancellor Olaf Scholz, which he's expected to lose. That would pay...
Newsflash, he did.
The timing was horrific. 12 hours after Trump was declared winner of the presidential election, Germany's governing coalition collapsed. That means Germany is having elections on February 23rd. Extreme uncertainty has arrived extremely early. Full disclosure, I worked the last 5 years for the German embassy and ambassador here in Washington, D.C.
Early.
It doesn't take an expert to know that an unstable Germany has not been historically great for the world. To understand the unprecedented trouble for Germany's democracy, we need to look at the government that just collapsed, some recent and yes, pre-fascism history, and rising extreme splintering political power today. First, here's the collapse. November 6, 2024. Germans awoke to the news of
Does Germany have Starburst? If so, every time she's in public, you guys should throw Starburst at her. Reminder that Trump is better than her. Fuck that bitch.
the second Trump presidency. That evening, Chancellor Scholz announced he had dismissed his finance minister, Christian Lindner. Now, in parliamentary democracies around the world, dismissing a single cabinet official doesn't usually result in the collapse of an entire government coalition, but it did in Germany. Why? That would be because this was no ordinary cabinet member. Finance Minister Lindner is of a different political party, the Free Democratic Party, FDP, while Chancellor Scholz is of the Social Democratic Party, SPD. After elections in 2021, Scholz's Social Democrats, Lindner's Free Democrats, and a third party, the Greens, joined in an uncomfortable alliance to form a majority in Germany's parliament, the Bundestag, and thus to govern Germany. We'll get to why a three-party coalition was such a brutal challenge, but before that, the coalition ended when Chancellor Scholz...
Who's the FDP?
Fuck the pussy.
Are they the ones you were describing before?
No, the AFD is the fashy ones.
Okay.
Fired his finance minister. Lindner left and took other Free Democratic Party cabinet members with him. Without the Free Democrats in coalition, Chancellor Scholz could no longer rely on FDP votes to wield a majority in the Bundestag. Therefore, Germany is having elections, even though an election was not originally scheduled until September 2025. Now, elections are part of democracy, so you might be objecting already. Isn't this normal? Governing coalitions end in parliamentary democracies all the time. What's the big deal? Have an election, new government, move on. That's how it works. An election is a mechanism of the system. How could that possibly be a crisis? And the good faith response to this...
The state collapsed. Canada, like there's been like so many of these things where it's the actual government collapse this year that has triggered these elections.
Yes.
Because of such a flood of incumbency. There's been actually, we said there was going to be more elections than ever this year, and then there was even more than what were scheduled, and it was last year. I mean, it's going to be in February now, so it'll be next year when this one happens. But still, what a year for democracy!
I know. We'll see the outcomes next year, I guess.
The subjection is, maybe. Taken in isolation, of course. An election is just a normal procedure of democracy, but Germany's democracy is still young, arising from the moral catastrophe and destruction in World War II. And the three-party coalition that just collapsed was a unique arrangement for this young democracy. It was the first and only formal three-party coalition in the history of the Federal
Republic, certainly a way to
out of uncomfortable necessity. So why did it form, and why is its collapse such a poor omen? Legend has it Henry Kissinger once quipped, "Who do I call if I want to call Europe?" For a time spanning the presidencies of George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, this person was German Chancellor Angela Merkel. Merkel was Chancellor from 2005 to 2021. During her 16 years in power, she became the face of an influential Germany, the economy at the heart of the European Union. And in September of 2021, Germany held a federal election to elect a new parliament, Bundestag, and by extension, Merkel's replacement. Who would emerge the clear winner, the new force to stand tall for Germany domestically and on the international stage? Nobody. No one. To be clear, there was technically a winner of the 2021 German election. The Social Democratic Party, led by Olaf Scholz, received the most votes, but the most votes weren't that many in total, amounting to 25-ish% for Scholz and the SPD. For reference, in elections since 2005, Merkel's Christian Democratic Union and sister party CSU received 35%, 41%, and 33%. So Scholz winning with only 25% was a significant drop. And that had consequences for forming a government, taking Scholz's seats in parliament and adding a single junior partner.
Look at the jump. Oh, maybe it seems fine. I don't know when did he get when did he leave government because he got his ass kicked
41%, and 33%. So Scholz.
It's not going to be in this video. I'm asking Ravi.
Scholz winning with only 25% was a significant drop, and that had consequences for forming a government. Taking Scholz's seats in parliament and adding a single junior partner, the Green Party for example, would not have been enough for a majority. Instead, as we've learned, Scholz sought a three-party coalition with the Green Party and the Free Democrats. Scholz's Social Democrats are traditionally center-left, so partnering with the Greens, represented by Annalena Baerbock and Robert Habeck, was a natural development. But adding a third party to get the necessary majority in parliament was the tricky bit. The third member of the coalition, Lindner and the FDP, is a group of the political right. When you hear the Free and Free Democratic Party, you think free free markets, laissez-faire economics, tight budgets, and low regulation. In order to convince this party of the right to join the coalition with two parties of the left, compromise was necessary. And the three parties did indeed find a way. They signed a Koalitionsvertrag coalition agreement on December 7th, 2021, posed for awkward photo ops, and were sworn in the next day. They promised Fortschritt, progress, also freedom, justice, and sustainability. In retrospect, a cynic might say the only thing these parties really had in common was a desire for the power to govern. More positive portrayal that all three maintain to this day is that they had a sincere desire to try to make it work in the post-Merkel era on behalf of a stable, democratic Germany. If they didn't at least try, it would have fed into the narrative of an intransigent, dysfunctional establishment, the core of the message of right-wing newcomers, Alternative for Germany, AFD. By the way, we'll learn how now that the coalition has indeed collapsed,
They're literally
AFD see
alternative
themselves
as an
beneficiaries.
alt-right.
Various crises cascaded on the coalition's desk within months. Most notably, Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022. Energy prices soared as Germans weaned themselves off Russian oil imports. Then the economy stalled. In November 2023, Germany's Federal Constitutional Court deemed a critical part of a government budget illegal. And finally, a year later, Donald Trump was reelected, implying tariffs for Germany and Europe and bumps in the road for NATO and Ukraine. Now, sometimes a crisis brings politicians of rival parties together. They set aside differences and rally around the flag, so to speak. But in Germany, the challenges of the day created the cracks in the coalition that ultimately brought about its downfall. To understand why the crises brought the parties further apart.
Is that like the Japanese just like blinders when it comes to World War II? That sort of thing? Very funny.
Rather than closer together, we need to understand some uncomfortable history. I say uncomfortable because, yeah, I'm going to bring up Weimar Germany before its decline into fascism.
Hell yeah.
I promise to reference the darkest moment in German history as responsibly as I can. But first, we need to understand how coalitions have worked in Germany since
Why?
World War II.
Fuck
Since the
that.
founding of
Unlike
West
how
Germany in
Netanyahu
1940.
does it.
Why? No. Seriously though. Why should I talk about Germany in World War II and the Weimar Republic if I was to talk about it with any reverence? Why should I withhold anything?
Well, maybe he just means he doesn't want to do apologia.
I hope so.
I think he's gonna, because like everything is Hitler and the Nazis, like when he's drawing the direct comparison, he's maybe saying as accurate as possible is the point.
Can we just observe Poland here? Does that look like current Poland, or does that look like occupation?
That looks like an appendix.
It looks like an occupation by some USA? What is it? What is it? USA.
A dickhead.
Somebody tell me what USA is and what they're doing in Poland, please.
A guy who loves corn.
Nothing like this three-party coalition that just collapsed had occurred. The very first West German elections might be the closest comparison. The CDU-CSU under Konrad Adenauer formed a government with the Free Democratic Party and the German Party, the Deutsche Partei, DP. CDU, FDP, DP, that's three parties.
Fuck the
If you toss in the
pussy and
CSU, the CDU's sister party from Bavaria, you get four. That's technically a four-party coalition, right? But that's missing the point. These parties were closely aligned. In federal politics, for example, the CDU-CSU have functionally operated as a single center-right party into the present day. The German party, DP Deutsche Partei, would eventually fold into the CDU-CSU, and the Free Democrats were a pro-business party of the right. So all of these parties were ideologically adjacent, soon to be combined or just plain related like siblings.
Why do they look like a modern picture of the US Senate?
White guys?
Look, they've even got a Mitch McConnell.
In
I
the
don't
short
even
history of the
think we
Federal
have a
Republic,
Mitch McConnell.
1949 to today, coalition governments are usually the product of two main
Hey, look,
parties.
that's
So
the
you get
place
the Christian
where David Hasselhoff sang.
1949 to today, coalition governments
Be
are
nice to
usually the
him.
product of two main parties.
Stop
So you get the
bullying
Christian
him.
Democrats, CDU, working with the Free Democrats, FEP, or you get the Social Democrats working with the Greens, like in 1998. You even get grand coalitions of the largest parties, the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, like Merkel's final term in 2018. You can imagine the advantage. When only two parties are involved, there are two sets of interests to consider when you have a disagreement. So two-party coalitions have been a more stable
Wait, is that guy? The one that I circled, the Mitch McConnell guy? Funny.
option for Germany over the years. But funny enough, the most prominent drama in two-party coalitions over the history of the Federal Republic has come when the Free Democratic Party has been involved, perhaps foreshadowing the drama we've just seen with Lindner's FDP. In 1966, FDP members in coalition with the CDU resigned, collapsing the government. In 1982, SPD Chancellor Helmut Schmidt felt betrayed by FDP partners, so he ended that coalition. And so it is possible with this governing crisis that when we look back on the moment Chancellor Schultz fired Lindner, it will seem as irrelevant and distant as 1966 and 1982. And to give responsible coverage, it must be said that the results of the forthcoming German election might be decisive. Perhaps the main opposition party, the CDU, will win a substantial plurality, easily form a coalition with another junior partner, two-party coalition, just like Germans are accustomed to over the years. Crisis averted. People like me were hyperventilating. And it's also completely possible, and backed up by polling data as of the writing of this video, that a two-party coalition of the past will be mathematically impossible, especially because all mainstream parties have ruled out working with the alternative for Germany. So it's possible that a three-party coalition will be needed again, the winner of the most votes and then two junior partners. And that comes with all the drama, posturing, ideological differences, and potential for sudden collapse like we just saw. Therefore, responsible coverage requires us to look at one more uncomfortable historical comparison.
He still hasn't gotten there.
That historical comparison predates World War II and the Federal Republic of Germany. That historical parallel is found in the Weimar Republic, the German...
I know nothing about the Weimar Republic, so I'm very excited.
I just know Vosh is obsessed with it.
Republic that existed between World War I and the rise of the so-called Third Reich. And I emphasize part of the reason this original German attempt at democracy failed was because of unstable coalition governance. Political dysfunction brought about the May 1928 elections, and so kind of like today, no one was particularly enthused. No one except radical parties, the communists and the National Socialists, both vowed to kill Germany from a republic were they to win. But a mainstream party,
right? They definitely like their candidate more than we liked our Democrat, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody fucking liked Kamala Harris. Or Biden.
Him and Mullah and his Social Democrats.
Until fucking Israel.
Yeah, that's relatively true. It literally fucked him. And it's funny because
the best thing that Biden did was fucking done by fucking the FTC, though.
Yeah. Even though like foreign policy didn't really do anything, it was still like another one of those foreign wars that got Trump people sucking. And foreign wars, we're anti-war. But like they're perfectly fine with Israel.
I would have
being
liked
funded.
more weapons to Ukraine early to say so that way we wouldn't be running out of lives now.
That'd be cool. That would have been cool. I guess hindsight, right? Or is hindsight realizing that
won the most votes
I
and the most seats in 1928. And in general, parties of the left outperformed parties of the right. However, the vote was so splintered that a simple two-party coalition was not possible.
Yeah, they were hoping. Yeah, they were hoping that it would end.
One of the things we did with Biden, we looked at that early interview debate thing where he's talking about arms transfers as foreign policy, and it's in the shadow of losing all the weapon systems to Iran. You know, like Biden came up in that specific environment. That was like the big thing at the time when he came up into Congress and was the fucking young guy in town.
I don't care. I will continue. I will continue to call it Weimar. Suck my dick.
Weimar. That's it. We're calling it Weimer. You know, like the Weimar Republic.
Weimar. All right, Weimar. That's what it is now.
To form a government, Mullah needed to cobble together 5 different parties, making up a grand coalition. These parties were of the left and the center. In fact, one of the parties was literally named the Center Party, and it was unstable. The 1928 multi-party coalition fell apart after a year and 9 months. The next elections in 1930 produced no functioning coalition, and you'll notice the page on Wikipedia. Yes, Wikipedia, the greatest work of intellectual altruism in human history, begins to feature this guy as of 1930. Because the 1930 elections were a mess, more elections came early in July 1932. And for the first time, the National Socialists won the most votes and the most seats, though the fascists were still unable to form a government. So more elections 4 months later in November 1932. Now at this point, Adolf Hitler was able to form a governing coalition, after which he immediately called for, you guessed it, more elections.
Wait, so bros were literally just wearing swastikas even before the Nazis took over. It was just like the uniform, kind of like the MAGA hat. I wonder what armband MAGA is going to use. That'll be interesting.
To solidify his so-called mock.
It'll be one of the it'll be a big, hold on, I can illustrate it. Give me a minute.
iPhone, which translates to grip of power. And we know the rest of the story for Germany's attempt at democracy between World Wars I and II. Now, a professional editor might tell me not to dwell here with caveats and but I do feel a responsibility to you. First, it would be fallacious to claim that Hitler took power exclusively on the premise of tumultuous and numerous elections. Irresponsible. Nonetheless, political instability certainly helped extremists in the Weimar political system. More thorough explanation and sourcing in my video, The Rise of the Third Reich. Second, this comparison is not meant to draw personal parallels between political figures of that time and today. Last, the whole situation is not meant to be a one-to-one parallel to the present. Okay, but all that being said, I stand by the idea that one of the lessons of the Weimar period is that a splintered vote in a proportional system makes forming governing coalitions complicated. It's kind of anatomical. Coalitions formed in this way are more likely to lack ideological clarity, be prone to infighting, and therefore encourage instability. And democratic instability empowers narratives of those for whom democracy is an obstacle. That's my interpretation. And I'm not really out on a limb here. This is clearly part of the zeitgeist, the spirit of the times in Germany right now. It's clearly on the mind of German officials and thinkers. You often hear concern for Germany's demokratische Mitte, the democratic middle.
That's
It references the parties
armband.
of the left and right that nonetheless share interest in feeding
That's the MAGA
because they're
armband.
all like, they're gonna make us have the scarlet letter. We're gonna be like Jews, right? Like they literally,
Yes.
like the fucking one lady was fired from Disney because she said it being anti-vax or a conservative is like being a Jew in the Holocaust.
Yeah. Yep. The Disney actor.
Yeah,
Mm,
it's funny.
it is funny. That one.
Germany's constitution and democratic norms in the face of threats from extremes. For example, I've often heard FDP's Christian Lindner, remember the guy who got fired? I've often heard him refer to the responsibilities of the large democratic middle, the responsible middle against populism. Vice Chancellor Habeck of the Greens is worried about liberal democracy under pressure. The main opposition leader, Friedrich Merz, insists that the work of his CDU is not cooperation populists, but competition among the middle. Even Chancellor Scholz said in interviews when discussing the difficulty of his three-party coalition, and I'm paraphrasing, that this is an important moment for Germany's democracy. Germans should prepare for more uncertainty, that awkward coalitions have existed at the state level in Germany for years, and that they will be more regularly seen at the national level in order to isolate extremists. Growing pains are not a reason to dismiss democratic parties, quote, the majority of the middle is much larger. But Scholz also said, while announcing the collapse of the government, that one potential consequence of all this was plunging the country into chaos. So now we come full circle and ask a simple question. What's next? Because when Chancellor Scholz fired his finance minister and thereby collapsed the governing coalition, he did it not in a sanitized, bureaucratic way. He made it clear it was a personal affair. He wasn't merely parting ways with a member of his cabinet who was of a different political party and whose disagreements compelled him to professionally cut ties. Oh no, he made it clear he was firing the man, Christian Lindner, who he claimed had broken agreements, trust, and staged performative ideological arguments for the short-term interest of his political party. Cohesion was jeopardized. It even, quote, jeopardizes our democracy. The firing of Christian Lindner and the press conference of Chancellor Scholz was an interpersonal spectacle, and it is no coincidence that as a campaign gets kicked off in this sort of chaotic disarray, as many I've heard called it unworthy infighting, it is no surprise that German voters are preferring parties of the far left and right with more regularity. One of those parties is of the far left, the newly formed Bundesrat Wagenknecht, named after its leader,
How do we feel about
Wagenknecht. Wagenknecht's background is of the East German variety, while it was under the thumb of the Soviet Union and behind the Iron Curtain. She did not want the Soviets' East German project to end in 1989. At the time when the Berlin Wall fell, when most East Germans were visiting West Germany and thinking of reunification, Wagenknecht went the other
She's
way
gonna
and
rebuild the
actually
wall.
joined
She can be my president.
the East German Socialist Unity Party. Today, Wagenknecht's personal political party represents a left-wing nationalism that is unique.
Epic. Fucking Nazbols. That's awesome. That's the option. Nazi or Nazbol. Epic.
You know what? That sounds like a fun game we can play.
Her economics are of the left, while she shares common ground with the right on migration policy and skepticism of the European Union.
way.
And she never left the Soviet influence behind, hanging on to her East German Russia curious disposition by blaming NATO for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, advocating negotiations with Putin to end a war, regardless of whether Putin wants such things, and the immediate end to weapons deliveries to
By the
Ukraine
way,
in order
there's
to
a
pressure
video of
Zelensky
Georgia
to cede
Maloney
territory.
Her losing it in a car about immigrants. It's pretty funny.
As you might expect, then
Anyone know what I'm
Wagenknecht
talking
enjoys
about? Anyone
outside
got that
popularity in
video
former East
of
Germany,
Georgia?
where her new party jumped to 16% support in September 2024 Thüringen state elections. By the way, the party that won the most votes in that former East German state election, the Alternative for Deutschland, Alternative for Germany. The AfD was led there by Björn Höcke, who is the closest German politician to an old school.
Bro, is he literally... What the fuck is that?
It's no. It's the wrist is not making the completion. You know, it's only I'm half a Nazi. You know, you see this this is like full Nazi. He's like this, right? It's half.
It's
Nazi.
it's
Yes.
flat wrist, not straight
Yes.
wrist.
Half cooked.
Is that right? So the Nazi salute is straight
Yeah, the
wrist.
Nazi salute is straight out.
No shit. Interesting.
Don't
I
clip
didn't realize.
this. Don't clip this and post pictures of me Nazi saluting. No, seriously, you'll get banned.
Interesting.
National Socialist, and I don't say that lightly. He intentionally advocates a quote 180-degree turnaround in the way Germans practice remembrance of the years of fascism. In 2021, he was fined for using an NSDAP slogan, "All for Germany, alles für Deutschland." At the national level, the Alternative for Germany was designated by the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution as extremist. The AfD became popular for its opposition to Merkel's refugee policies. Today, the anti-asylum message has expanded to be generally anti-migrant. Like the BSV under Sada Wagenknecht, the AfD are critical of the European Union, and like Wagenknecht, they oppose Western exports to Ukraine, advocating unilateral cancellation of energy sanctions by reinitiating Russian gas imports. The voters actually have a more favorable view of Vladimir Putin than President Zelensky. As of the writing of this video, the AfD is polling better nationally than ever before, a strong second place. Their 18 to 20% support has been consistent for months and is more likely to be a floor than a ceiling. So how does Germany emerge from this government collapse and rising extremism? Well, as I said before, it is possible that the main opposition, the CDU, wins a large plurality in the elections and forms a two-party coalition with a junior partner. Hey, traditional stuff. But the only problem is, as of the writing of this video, none of the potential junior partners are polling well enough to bring Merz's CDU a majority in the Bundestag. Cool. Therefore, another realistic option is that Merz and the CDU get the most votes, but need two junior partners to form a governing coalition. That would mean another three-party coalition, which we've learned poses many challenges. One option we dare not ignore: the Alternative for Germany surges. The day it was announced Trump was re-elected, the AfD's chancellor candidate, Alice Weidel, seemed downright giddy, calling him a role model. It's clear they see Trump's success as an example that might boost their electoral prospects.
She Hitler. Hell yeah. Bring on the Shitler. Hell yeah. Shitler and baloney? Fuck. What a combo.
Yeah, women are bringing
the women shall rise again.
I mean, look at the FEMCEL shooter.
Exactly.
Baloney is me, Tony Lasagna.
And I keep using this word, as possible. Also possible, the collapse of the German government in the wake of Trump's re-election focuses minds in a country where only 11% of those polled preferred Donald Trump winning that election over Harris. The short-term results for Germany's mainstream coalition partners and the implications for the long-term health of Germany's democracy will be known Sunday, February 23rd. In the meantime, I've uploaded my expanded thoughts on Germany's situation and the implications for world democracy in the wake of Trump's re-election on my brand new Substack. Follow me at William C. Fox on Substack or click the link in the description. Heads held high. Happy Warriors.
What do you think, German people? Was that a good video?
This video is brought to you by...
We don't need this.
I think that's really covers everything, you know?
I think we're good. Canada.
A close ally of Justin Trudeau.
All right, to wrap up, German government collapse.
Oh, there's
very cool.
We got to look at the Trudeau memes, but we also got to look at there's the fucking General Armageddon in the Syrian mass graves.
Yes, yeah, we'll get there. We've still got an hour. Oh,
you're wrapping up the German section, you mean? Okay.
Yeah. So wrapping up the So wrapping up the German section. So we've got what? Basically 2/3 against him, collapses the government. The center-right party that came in to form the coalition abandoned them. It's a bet from Schultz that they'll win again, but could potentially open up to Nazis and Nazbols, who would both oppose funding Ukraine.
Yeah, both are fascist.
Pro-Russia gaining strength within Europe.
Yeah, they want to build the wall.
Cool.
The Berlin Wall.
Let's see what Canada wants.
Joe said Tuesday that the Canadian leader is reflecting on complaints about his leadership.
Pretty quiet.
Members of his ruling Liberal Party are unhappy after his finance minister Chrystia Freeland abruptly stepped down days ago. Her nation left Trudeau's government adrift less than a month before a new US administration under Donald Trump could impose crippling tariffs on Canadian goods. But his new finance minister Dominic LeBlanc told Canada's CBC that Trudeau had held a special meeting with his parliamentary caucus and listened carefully to their concerns, and he would reflect on it.
All right, this is shit. Let's go to ABC.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is facing increasing pressure to resign from
from office after the finance minister and one of his closest allies quit cabinet. Chrystia Freeland resigned after reportedly clashing with the Prime Minister on the government's response to possible US tariffs and spending. The finance minister was set to deliver Canada's budget update, which will deliver a much higher deficit than anticipated. Public Safety Minister Dominic LeBlanc was swiftly named as Ms Freeland's replacement, saying he will carry on her work in the portfolio.
Chrystia Freeland is somebody that is I have worked with for well over a decade.
FEMCEL.
She's somebody that I admire as a colleague, that I appreciate as a friend. I have a lot of confidence in the
to really learn about her.
Yeah, I think you're right. We might hold it for the Sunday stream. Saturday. Sorry, it's Sunday for me. Saturday for you guys.
decisions our government, our cabinet has made, but we'll obviously do my
Also, Revy, before you go, if you haven't gone already, I'll just tell you on Discord, if not. The next couple weeks, also for everybody, the next couple weeks over Christmas, there's just going to be like sporadic streams. So I might jump on and play some games, or I might jump on, do some research streams, shit like that. It won't be like
educational, how to narrow your butthole stream.
Yeah, something like that. We'll keep it spicy, but we'll just over like Christmas and New Year's and stuff. Probably second week of January, we'll get back into it. But
yeah,
like,
once the news actually comes back from their break.
For the most part, if something major happens, we'll do a stream. If either of us wants to play something, we'll do a stream. Whatever. We'll let people know on the Discord. If you're on the Discord and you're still watching and you're here, we'll let people know. So yeah. So you can go now and go to sleep and whatever. Just wanted to let everybody know that's the plan going forward. But we'll let people know on the Discord and whatnot. So yeah, back to Canada.
job as Minister of Finance over the coming months.
The upheaval is shaping up to be Mr Trudeau's biggest political test since taking office. Approval ratings for the Prime Minister have dropped as low as 28% due to cost of living pressures and the country's migration programs. Local media is reporting 8 of his own party members have called for his resignation. Canada's Parliament is set to go on a winter break.
The immigration stuff.
Yeah.
Too bad. Where's Moon? Is she online right now?
I'm not sure.
And won't return until the end of January.
She is not.
Joining us now from Ottawa is political analyst Laurie Turnbull. Laurie, thank you. Can Justin Trudeau's leadership survive this crisis?
The immigration policy and the issue it's causing with the government.
Yeah. It's a shame she's not still here. It's probably late.
Well, she said she works a lot.
Yeah. She said she was going to come back, but she didn't come back. That's fine. The video's here.
People get busy.
It's really hard to see how that would happen, given the fact that we are close to an election, and many of the people in caucus, not half, but a good chunk of them, have indicated that they're hoping that the Prime Minister makes a decision to move on. He is a minority government Prime Minister, which means that even his own party is not enough for him to keep going as a Prime Minister. He needs the support of somebody else. Back in September, kind of late August, early September, the party that had been supporting the government indicated they did not want to do that anymore on a general basis. They wanted to move that to more ad hoc support. And so there have been a number of things that have made his legitimacy as Prime Minister, his hold on power, more difficult. And so now, with the resignation of his closest ally in cabinet, it's hard to see how he'll be able to navigate the situation for much longer.
Freeland's reason for quitting went to the tension with Trudeau and their different opinions on how to handle the economy and Donald Trump. Now, can you tell us to what extent is this the reasoning at face value, or was this an opportunity to remove Trudeau?
I mean, I think for her, she has been the finance minister for a few years now. I think she was really hoping to put down some fiscal guardrails with this fiscal update, because she has been accused of not doing that as much as she should. When COVID hit, there were lots of programs to be rolled out, lots of money was spent. They didn't tighten up that spending as quickly as some people wanted. I think there's been a lot of pressure on her to show that she is fiscally prudent, and especially given the threat of the tariffs from the United States, which would be devastating to Canada's economy, she wanted to rein in the spending. But at the same time, the Prime Minister had ideas about giving people a sales tax break during the holidays, sending workers a check for $250, and then there was possibility of expanding that program to even more people. This would have cost billions of dollars. And so I think there was a true, conflict and a true tension, and it went past the point of a healthy tension between the prime minister and the finance minister, where they didn't see eye to eye. And I don't think the finance minister felt that she was able to do the job she wanted, given the fact that the prime minister had other ideas.
And going to those polls we mentioned a moment ago, I mean, he's under so much pressure. Why is he unpopular?
I mean, part of it, I think, is just that he's been there long enough that
Have you
your
seen
political
him?
capital runs down. You're a political leader.
Have you seen him talk? Have you heard him talk? He talks like a fag and his shit's all retarded.
No, that's a lot of damage.
And so he's been leader of the party since April of 2013. He's been prime minister since October, November of 2015. That's a while. That's a long enough time for people to start looking around for somebody else. But I also think
I know it would be awful
that because of some unusual circumstances, some unprecedented circumstances with respect to COVID, for example, the government's handling of COVID-19 and the social distancing, the masking, the kinds of rules that they put in place at the time to try to flatten the curve and manage the spread of COVID.
Yeah.
For some people, some people came out of that whole thing a lot better than other people. The people who could work from home, maintain their salaries, and actually save on some costs because they didn't have to travel to work. That population did so much better financially than the people who didn't have the choice to do those things. And I think what we can see now is some reflections in the Canadian population about what that whole period meant for them. There is a greater sense of polarization in Canada, which is unusual. There is a greater sense that not only Justin Trudeau, but also the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, who looks like he's about to become Prime Minister whenever we do have this election, both of those leaders are polarizing. Neither of them is the guy that everybody's really excited about. There's a real sense that now our population is kind of pulling in different directions publicly, which is unusual for Canada, I think, but also a sign that we've been, like everybody else, been through some difficult times, and I think that is borne on Justin Trudeau's popularity and his political capital.
Yeah. Theoretically.
Like, it's just so unpopular
in
Canada. I don't know. Maybe Moon can.
If he refuses to resign, can he be forced out by his party or the parliament?
So, yes, but it's difficult. So he is in a minority position. So if he loses a confidence vote in the House of Commons, which could happen, he could be forced out. But at that point, it's difficult because not all the opposition parties want to go to election. And the one that has been supporting the Prime Minister and the Liberals, the New Democrats, they don't really have the money or they're not totally election ready. And so they probably want to wait a little bit longer, even if it does mean that they have to manage the situation with the Prime Minister's lack of popularity. The other possibility is that the party somehow convinces him to leave. But we don't have the kind of mechanism that some of the parliamentary systems do.
They're literally like, hey, get out. They're literally
where the caucus
asking
can
him
have
to
a vote
leave.
on the
It's
leader,
so
and if
funny.
the caucus doesn't approve the leader, then the leader has to go. We don't have that. The Conservative Party here uses that mechanism, but the Liberal Party doesn't. And so it's very, very difficult for his party to really communicate this to him in a way that has teeth. Because even as much as he's been there's been a lot of pressure on him to step aside, to reconsider, there really is nothing formal about it. But now that the finance minister has stepped aside, and again, she has been his closest ally this whole time, that might be a renewed pressure on him to think about what the next few days and weeks and months are going to look like.
And so, as
interesting.
Right now, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. I hear it everywhere I go. People cannot find a home that they can afford. They can't buy their groceries. And on top of that, we have Trump threatening tariffs at 25%, which put hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. And instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focusing on themselves. They're fighting themselves instead of fighting for Canadians. And for that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
I want to fucking mustache like that. That's gangster.
I just love this guy coming in and talking shit about Trudeau, saying you have to resign.
All tools, all options are on the table. People are hurting. People are struggling. And so all options are on the table.
Just to clarify, you're calling for him to resign, but you are not willing to vote no confidence in his government. How do those two things connect?
All options are on the table.
That's not an answer.
All options.
That's not an answer.
No, he literally saying, I will vote no confidence. What do you? And they're like, that's not an answer. Yes, it is, bitch. He literally just said, I will vote no confidence. I don't care how Trudeau gets out, as long as he's out. And this is like, this is like, this is like the progressive party in Canada, you know?
Yeah.
So them to be so anti-Trudeau is fucking crazy. Because they normally do coalition to get shit passed.
Yes. I mean, people are over him, I guess.
I mean, he's been in charge for a while.
Too long.
You know,
some would
technically
say.
this guy could be Prime Minister of Canada, but his party's just too small.
That'd be cool.
On confidence.
Telling you that all options are on the table.
Right. Will you support the Fez? Will you support the Fez? And also, are you willing to continue to support the Liberals if there is a different leader aside from Trudeau?
Right now, that's not in front of us. There's no votes in front of us, but we will take each vote. And right now, literally everything's on the table.
Mr. saying that all options are on the table. So why are you holding out the option to still support this government? I understand that you're saying that you might, trigger a confidence vote, but why are you still holding out the option? What is the glimmer of hope that you're seeing to possibly support the Fez or possibly support this government in some other way?
Depends on the votes. And so I want to make it very clear. Justin Trudeau has to go. He has to resign. And because of that, all options are on the table. And we'll look at each vote and we'll make a decision. But now all options are on the table. Paul Wells. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Behind you, sir, that
Go ahead,
room
Paul.
behind you is a parliament. The government continues to govern as long as MPs continue to have confidence in the government. You have no say over who the leader of the Liberal Party is. Will you support the government, or are you withdrawing your support from the government?
With respect to that, I've said that all options are on the table. That means
these
everything
guys
is
the
possible.
supporting
But what is
party?
here, give
These guys are the supporting party that he's lost support of.
They're a minor party. There's a JJ video explaining Canada's parties.
what we have seen, Justin.
How long is it? They're always quite long-winded. Ugh.
It's an older video. I don't think it's on the list. Moon can tell us about it. Next time she's here, we'll talk about
Canada's finance minister quit on Monday.
Because how often is that political stuff is going on in Canada that we get to cover, you know?
True. Not very often.
Dealing another major political blow to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's already unpopular government. Christia Freeland said in a stinging resignation.
True. That's true. Tweet at her. I think she follows us.
Letter that she was quitting in the wake of a meeting last Friday with Trudeau, who had asked her to take on a lesser post after the two had argued for weeks over spending. In a letter posted to social media, Freeland said the possibility of new U.S. tariffs represented a grave threat. She wrote, "That means keeping our fiscal powder dry today, so we have the reserves we may need for a tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford."
With Canada.
Her resignation came just hours before she was due to present an economic update to Parliament. That update showed Canada's fiscal deficit for 2023-2024 came in at over $43 billion, more than half of what was projected last year. Freeland also served as Deputy Prime Minister, and her resignation leaves Trudeau without a key ally in cabinet at a critical juncture. She joined a wave of cabinet ministers who have either already quit or announced they won't run in the next election. Approval ratings indicate Trudeau would lose badly to the opposition Conservatives in the next election, which must be held before the end of October 2025. Dominic LeBlanc, the public safety minister and a member of Trudeau's inner circle, was sworn in as the new finance minister later on Monday. Before entering politics in 2013, Freeland worked as a journalist and in senior editorial roles with several media companies, including the Financial Times, the Globe and Mail, and Reuters News, where she worked from 2010 to 2013.
To stop vehicles bearing migrants from barreling across the Canadian border into the United States, blocks like these have been installed on rural roads that intersect the border. But Royal Canadian Mounted Police Sergeant Daniel Dubois explains they aren't a fail-safe solution.
People can still.
That's not a horse.
Managing the world's longest land border at about 4,000 miles is a tough job.
Where's the
but it's
horse?
also one now in the spotlight after US President-elect Donald
You
Trump
are
threatened
mounted
Canada and Mexico
police.
with sweeping
Get on the
25%
horse.
tariffs if they do not reduce the
It's
movement
like
of migrants and
we
drugs
call
into
Calvary,
the
and
US.
it's
Canadian police say that
there's
over
no
the past 4
Calvary,
years,
they're
they've
in
been
a
installing
fucking
cameras and sensors
Tango
along the
Bradley
section
and
over the
shit.
border.
That's not
But for
Calvary.
us,
It's not a pony.
we typically will
It's
not
not
arrest
even
a
named
migrant.
after a
But
pony.
officials like Charles
At the very
Poirier
least, the
acknowledge they are
Calvary
limited in what they can do
should be
to
named after a pony, you know?
You would think so, right?
All the cav vehicles and stuff.
Yeah, they should be like the Mustang or the shit like that.
The Pony Express.
Yeah, stuff. Yeah, exactly.
stop southbound migrants who are typically in Canada legally.
Here's the thing.
Make
a
it
real
the
president,
deadliest.
It would definitely be named after ponies. And
Make
they might
the-
actually
the-
bring ponies back.
Deadliest cavalry vehicle. The cutest name.
Prancing Pony.
Something like that.
committed an offense until they've crossed into the United States. So our focus for the past few months, and actually the past year and a half, has been on arresting and prosecuting the smugglers.
4 migration experts Reuters spoke with were unsure how new border security technology and equipment would prevent crossings. Canadian politicians admit the show of border strength is about creating an impression of security.
Push people to
impression of security, and that's
refugee
so funny.
Advocates like Carlos Rojas Salazar argue the restrictions do not deter migrants.
When you try to cross a border, the only thing that you do is that you are pushing people to risk it, and you are increasing the royalties that the organized crime are getting.
Most migrants at the border are heading from Canada to the US, not the other way around.
Texas policy is pro-cartel. Like, you literally are just fueling organized crime the way you're doing this. It doesn't deter anyone.
Canadian authorities caught 1,000 people trying to cross into Canada between formal crossings in the 12 months ending in October, according to data obtained by Reuters.
And this
That's
will lead
compared
to more
than
intercepts of
23,000.
organized crime, which will then say them justifying the expansion to prevent organized crime.
Apprehended on the US side by US Customs and Border Patrol. That also represents a tiny fraction of the 1.5 million apprehensions over the same period near the US-Mexico border. American Terry Rowe lives on the New York side of the border. He says his motion sensing cameras regularly film migrants crossing the border on foot, mostly towards the US.
It makes us a little nervous, so.
Yeah.
You know, when it's 70 feet from your bedroom window.
We don't like them white.
Locked.
But recently, he has noticed more heading north towards Canadian soil.
Lol.
Canadian law enforcement are also bracing for a potential influx of migrants fleeing Trump's threat to carry out mass deportations once he is in the White House. They say they have redeployed officers across the border to try prevent a surge.
Fear might drive some people into fleeing the United States and coming to Canada, hoping for a better future. So we had to be ready, and we are ready.
Canadian Prime Minister...
Hilarious. We have to be ready. We are ready.
A close ally of Justin Trudeau said Tuesday that the Canadian leader is reflecting on complaints about his leadership.
You gotta get
Members of his ruling Liberal
response to
Party
Trump
are
calling him
unhappy after his
Governor
finance
Trudeau.
minister
That's
Christian
another funny part. I think
Just
the
to
Australian
underline
news
the
has
chaos
some
we're
not
faced
just
with.
reporting of it.
Donald Trump has hilariously trolled Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau once again.
Hilariously
but this
trolled.
time it's so much worse because Trudeau is
So
battling
much
through the toughest time of his career, with calls from all sides to step down intensifying. Donald Trump wheeled out his favourite line, again referring to the Prime Minister as the governor.
Women with Australian accents are great. Okay.
Why is
of
she
the great
yelling
state
when
of
she
Canada
talks?
in a post on X.
That's just the accent.
I know, I'm just
He
fucking
said,
around.
the great state of Canada is stunned as the finance minister resigns or
The
was fired from the
Australian
position
woman
by
accent is literally just yelling.
Governor Justin Trudeau. Her behaviour was totally toxic and not at all conducive to making deals which are good for the very unhappy citizens of Canada. She will not be missed. Online
Donald Trump used the words totally toxic.
Today.
End my life.
You're just bringing my
and commentators
vibes
went
back.
wild over the
I'm trying to suck on my balloon. And you're over here.
So
I'll have my vibes.
suffocation. No breathing.
How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
post, with this person saying Trump is treating Canada like the non-serious country it is. The world is laughing at Trudeau. This commentator doubled down, saying US President Donald Trump is 100% correct that Chrystia Freeland was totally toxic and will not be missed by the very unhappy citizens of Canada. Freeland was a head-bobbling evil troll who froze the bank accounts of freedom-loving Canadians and ruined Canada's finances.
Funny because it's
and commentators are also applauding Trump for involving himself in Canada's politics, which is forcing change on a local level, despite him being in an entirely different country.
Now, this is very exciting because if Trudeau does indeed go down, it's going to lead to elections where Conservatives are highly likely to romp it in. And it's very interesting, Gabby, because this came about with his finance minister because she and he had a disagreement about Trump saying, I'm going to slap 25% tariffs on all goods coming from Canada unless you guys get your border under control and stop trafficking drugs and people. Thank you very much. So she had a falling out with him. So we can actually thank Trump for what looks like deposing a useless leader in his neighbouring country.
Yeah, and we've heard from Trump as well. He's come out, of course.
Yeah.
Fucking moronic.
This is dog shit.
Trolling in true Trump style, calling Justin Trudeau
this is exactly what I wanted, though.
Because Justin
These
Trudeau just a
people
couple of
so
weeks ago
giddy
was
about
calling himself
Trudeau
a
being in
feminist and
trouble,
saying how
'cause
sad
for
it was
some
that America
reason,
rejected
the fucking
electing.
MAGA network and people who like want to be a part of it hate Trudeau so much. Like Trudeau like literally does nothing. Like I don't know what their deal is. They're just so mad he exists. What?
I'm just laughing at my friend. I got her talking about BTS, and she's like a massive BTS fan. And like, I'm genuinely interested, but she's just fucking going off.
Okay, I'm due back on planet Earth. I'll see you
A female president not once but twice, and then here he is having a go his female finance minister. But you know, I think this is the Trump effect in action happening that we're seeing over in Canada as well, because Justin Trudeau has just been known as being a woke leader.
Trump said they're going to have a female president.
This commentator
He's saying
agreed,
that
saying
it's not a
Donald Trump is the voice of
country.
the Canadian people.
Did he really
Donald
say
Trump's
that?
humiliation is only the latest in a string of unfortunate.
Wait, we'll say that again.
I think Trump was mocking them that they're about to have another female president in Canada.
Oh my god.
Like mocking women ruling. I think, go back. What was the
Justin
tweet that
Trudeau
they
has
had
just
up
been
of
known
Trump?
as being a woke leader.
This commentator agreed, saying Donald Trump is the voice of the Canadian people.
Like Trump,
Donald
they actually
Trump's
showed Trump's
humiliation
tweet.
is only the latest in a string of unfortunate events for Canada.
I think this is the Trump effect.
There. They said something about this. It's just going so fast, you know?
Effect in action happening that we're seeing over in Canada as well, because Justin Trudeau has just been known as being a woke leader.
This commentator agreed, saying
What do you? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no mention of them.
I thought I heard something, okay?
No.
I guess I didn't.
Donald Trump is the voice of the Canadian people. Donald Trump's humiliation is only the latest in a string of unfortunate events for Canadian Prime Minister in recent times. Rumours of his likely resignation are swirling, and he is under intense pressure from his party and opposition at the moment. It seems like the entire country is against their Prime Minister, with Trudeau being heckled on the street yesterday.
We give you the right to continue. You give you the right to stay in office. Thank you. You failed Canada. You ruined our country. You're done. Walk away. You don't have an ounce of your father's integrity. At least he walked in the snow. You've ruined this country. Everyone around you is running from you. You're a
I don't have a mood for clowning right now. I would like you to remove everybody that's smiling right now.
I like trains.
Brandon, Christian Freeland, Sean Fraser, they've all left you. It's time for you to go. It's time for Canada to have an election. You're not the king.
Wow, okay.
Sky News host Caleb Bond doubled down on this, saying good riddance
They
to
really
bad
don't like
rubbish,
him, huh?
signalling the end of the woke leaders.
The proud feminist Bronwyn pushing the women out of his cabinet. But this suggestion now that he might go to bad rubbish.
See, this is why I was so excited. I knew this is the type of shit that was gonna be like, and it's so much funnier when it's the Australians doing it. Like when Fox News, I just groaned because they don't even put in an effort anymore. Like you can tell they're really physically bored by it, you know?
You can really tell. They don't believe in it anymore. They're losing the charisma.
It's just they're showing up to work, you know? They have no passion in their eyes anymore.
Yeah. It's just a husk.
And they always tell us. So you don't have to worry. But the really interesting thing is, which he depends upon, the leader of that party, I think it's called the New Democratic Party, has called for him to resign. There is a call for an election to be held over Christmas. That's how bad it is. But the
it's not going to
happen.
Over Christmas? No way.
Strong.
You don't fucking.
He is coming out.
Nobody's going out to vote during fucking Christmas.
Win that next election, whether it's held over Christmas because he's
Let's be realistic.
Or whether they have to wait until the new year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one way or another he's going, but one by one, Stephen, these woke leaders are just
might
slowly
be around
off.
until the fucking end of next year.
Apparently she's going to have another go. I'll get to that a bit later.
There's no evidence he's going.
The Democrat Party. Yeah. Look, I think it's actually
There's just calls for him to leave. There's no evidence he's going to.
You can move to the Conservatives in Germany, which government's in meltdown. You can talk about Macron in France. governments in meltdown. Keir Starmer only just won the election in meltdown. We've seen Japan just go through a leadership change, and South Korea impose martial law for 6 hours. So I actually think if you look across the Western democratic world,
why does that have
you're
anything
actually
to do
seeing
with
quite an
anything?
extraordinary set of circumstances.
It literally didn't matter.
Around
The guy's
leadership
gone.
and strong leadership.
Oops.
But Dalhousie University political analyst Laurie Turnbull says Trudeau's saviour complex
This is
will
like
not allow him to
a
lead without a
university
fight.
student
to
making
see
a
whether
news
he actually
story.
steps aside.
I know, but
because if somebody else is going to take over, they need some time. This party has been totally remade in Justin Trudeau's image. When he became the leader in 2013, the party was at the lowest point that it had ever
You're
been.
like talking about fucking Trudeau. Like
No.
he's fucking an authoritarian Hitler.
You're not realizing what they've just done. They've just lifted ABC's interview. They
Oh yeah,
literally
and then it's just
lifted
a
her
college
interview.
girl yelling.
Yeah.
It was at 34 seats in the House of Commons, which is, more awful than any Liberal thought was possible at the time. And then he came in 2 years later, won a majority government with 184 seats.
Corporation,
and so this was like, no wonder he has a savior complex, because this is a pretty unusual situation. But since then,
Nobody works anymore.
His, like it will for anybody, right? His brand has tarnished a bit. People
Brand?
political capital, and he's lost a lot of his
Political
and so I think
capital.
now, for a lot of people,
That's
he's at
one
the
of my
end of the
favorite
road,
words.
but he doesn't seem to grasp that, and so he's not making space available for somebody else
Political
to come in and take over.
capital?
Political capital. Okay.
Yeah, look it up. Look up the definition.
I know what it is.
There you go. All right, great. To get a wrap of things, Laurie Turnbull, appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Tonight, what we're
Continue it.
learning about a pivotal meeting that led to the finance minister's stunning resignation.
The music, bro. It's just Canada. Calm down.
A prime minister in crisis and under pressure to step
Oh my
down.
goodness.
He's delusional if he thinks we can continue.
They fucking
joining us.
love
Adrian
this.
is
They
away.
like everyone
New
hates
details
Trudeau
are coming
so
to light
much that
tonight
there's
about
so much
what
energy
exactly
behind
led
this.
up to Chrystia Freeland's explosive resignation from the Liberal cabinet. A private Zoom call from
And
the
he's
prime
like
minister
just like
to deliver
the
stunning
most
news. It's all
milquetoast
fueling
ass
growing
guy,
pushback
you know?
against
It's
him
like
from within the
the
Liberal
kid named
caucus.
Bobby
The list of MPs now
that is
calling
like,
for Justin
you
Trudeau.
know, on your team in kickball, you know? That's the vibes I get from him. Bobby vibes.
To step down, growing significantly. The House of Commons is now adjourned for the holidays, not set to resume until the end of January. Ashley Burke with how Trudeau is rallying
So you mean there
supporters
won't be an
as his
election over the
detractors
holidays?
turn up the
Crazy.
pressure.
This Liberal holiday party is only the second time the Prime Minister has made a public appearance since Chrystia Freeland's stunning resignation.
Like most families,
He's literally
sometimes we
hiding.
have fights around the
He's
holidays.
literally hiding and looking out the
But of
blinds.
course,
Are they gone
like
now?
most families, we
They're
find
gonna
our ways
say,
through it.
they're gonna yell at
That's
me.
about all he's saying
and
publicly
and
about
bully
what's
me
unfolding. But
and
sources
tell
are saying
me
a lot
that I
privately.
have to go home. I have to take my ball and go home, and I'm not cool anymore. And Shut up,
Including
Bobby.
to Radio Canada that in a Zoom meeting on Friday, Trudeau told Freeland she would be replaced as finance minister, and that former governor of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, would take over. But a source told CBC News at that point, Carney hadn't agreed to take the job.
Whatever happened, the culmination was that she was treated very abysmally.
After Freeland's blunt resignation letter, Liberal MP
Probably 'cause
Anthony
she was a
Housefather
cunt.
went public for the first time, calling for Trudeau to quit.
Her letter is a clarion call to me, and I think to other caucus
Stan
members.
says you're a cunt.
And I believe that when that letter came out to me, it said, Anthony, you also
Are you gonna
have
cry?
an obligation to speak out the way Chrystia did.
It was a vote of non-confidence in the Prime Minister.
The Liberals are also
you
facing
talking like
another blow, losing a third seat this year
Hello?
in by-elections, this time in BC.
I am asking the Prime Minister to announce that he'll be stepping down.
Since Monday, a half dozen more Liberal MPs have joined the list of their colleagues saying Trudeau should go.
I've always been loyal to Mr. Trudeau. I think loyalty, though, is not a one-way street. I think he should reflect on his future.
Trudeau told his caucus Monday he would think about
Reflect
his
on your
future,
future,
but has said
bro.
that before
Wow.
and stayed on.
The Prime Minister is living in a false reality. He's
Unreality.
delusional if he thinks
Bro.
we can continue like this.
I believe.
It's so funny.
No, that's a lot of damage!
Yeah. It's great.
It's fucking
that guy.
harsh.
Oh my holy crap, surveillance does.
I hate those. That he will lead us to the next election.
But others are still standing in his corner.
Confidence in the Prime Minister? Yes, I do. Yes, I think all of us should be loyal to the Prime Minister.
Since Freeland quit, there's been no meaningful public comment from the Prime Minister about it.
Actually, what do we know about what else has been unfolding?
Well, Trudeau has been meeting with his staff and advisors to figure out what to do next, and they're still making efforts to do a larger cabinet shuffle that could still happen by the end of the week. But in the meantime, he's canceled his planned year-end interviews with media, including CBC News.
Thanks, Ashley. Ashley Burke in
Ottawa. Wow.
Freeland's resignation isn't going unnoticed in the U.S., where she is well known to President-elect Donald Trump. Katie Simpson with...
Okay.
No media, no press. He's literally hiding.
Now, this is an old story, but we didn't cover it, and I wanted to cover it, so...
Protesters gathered in Seoul on Friday to demand the arrest of South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Among them is 70-year-old Lee Chul-woo. Lee is no stranger to political action. He participated in pro-democracy student rallies in the 1980s. And when Yoon this week declared martial law, it immediately recalled memories of past abuses by South Korean military strongmen and their enforcers. Lee said he was beaten and arrested by soldiers, leaving a trauma that still leaves him cold sweats and nightmares.
3 investigators came at me, guns pointed. But I didn't even know what was going on. It was indiscriminate beating. It's to break your spirit. I was hit so hard that I started seeing flashes of light.
Yoon this week stunned the nation with a late-night surprise declaration of martial law, branding his critics as North Korean or communist sympathizers. The move drew an immediate surge of opposition. Demonstrators raced to the parliament where they faced down soldiers. Lawmakers inside voted to reject the martial law declaration. Hours later, Yoon lifted the declaration. Now he is facing calls of impeachment and prosecution.
I felt relief when I heard the martial law had failed. But every time I hear about martial law, it brings back those memories. It reminds me of the human rights abuses I experienced. Back then, I kept running away when martial law was declared.
Lee is determined to put himself on the line to protect South Korean democracy.
Now that I'm over 70, I feel I've lived long enough. Young people shouldn't have to sacrifice themselves.
What a
people
king.
like me should sacrifice. We should be sacrificed.
Lee has been going to protests calling for Yoon's impeachment in the past few days.
There's also like Jimmy Lai news from Hong Kong.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you'd have to look it up, it was a minor story that was on the list maybe last week or something.
Okay.
내란 속의 윤석열을 탄핵하고 민주주의와 민생 경제와 대한민국의 위기를 극복하고 해결하는 데 참여해 주시기를 간곡히 호소합니다.
Funny language.
They talk a funny.
No, it's like it's so close to Japanese. It's very strange.
They talk all like ching chong chong chong. It's funny.
Hold on. You made a soundbite for this.
You lack discipline.
Like it's because I've been watching a bit of Korean media as well. It's just become a bit more familiar. It's not as foreign.
Wow, she's really got your hooks in you, huh?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
The girl I was saying was Singaporean. What do you?
Well, she said she liked BTS, so I figured you also. Oh
no, that's a different that's a different friend of mine. That's completely unrelated. She's American. She's American. The one that's obsessed with BTS.
Pathetic.
Expat. What lives in Japan. But yeah, I've been watching Korean media because Korean cinema is doing a lot of zombie shit, and I'm here for it. It's fucking great.
The thing about the Korean cinema is also fucking like the structure behind it's still sexist.
Yes, I did notice that. Yeah, but that is to be expected. You can't really change that. It also doesn't. It doesn't discount from the fact that the shit's pretty good.
Yeah, Korean cinema. I literally have a Korean cinema tattoo.
That's right. That movie that you say is fucking the best thing since sliced bread is Korean, isn't it?
Oh, well, it's not the best thing since sliced bread, but it had a impact on me. You know, it's a a story about like self-destruction and revenge and what it does to you, you know? And
Yeah. It's interesting. I think I put it on my list. I'll have to get the name from you again. But I was Old Boy. Yeah, okay. I've definitely heard other people talk about this movie too. But yeah, like Korean media is like surprisingly good. Even like their dramas, because I was watching one like historical fictional piece based in like feudal Korea with it's like a zombie thing. Fucking excellent. Granted, it was a Netflix one. I'm not sure if Netflix likes.
Netflix is getting the good money in Korea ever since the one
Squid Game.
Yes, I was going to say the life gambling show.
Yeah, Squid Game's really good too. I don't know what they're going to do with Squid Game 2. But I hope that they just keep funding.
I think I watched maybe the first 2.
Did you watch it in dubbed or in Korean?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't
you should
remember.
rewatch it, and you should watch it in
I'm not
Korean.
going to watch it.
It's a very good show.
I'm sure it is. Only news.
But yes, Korean media is very good.
세력의 위협으로부터 자유 대한민국을 수호하고 우리 국민의 자유와 행복을 약탈하고 있는 파렴치한 종북 반국가 세력들을 일거에
Okay. All right, we know. Let's go. Power through this. Vote fails. Great. That was 11 days ago.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely. This news has just come literally in the last few seconds or so. Let me just just to zoom in here. These are the
so a week later. They voted to
People
impeach.
Power Party, the ruling party members coming out from the assembly chamber. It has to be said, looking very somber, very somber mood with the ruling party having just taken this decision, basically to vote their president out of office, to vote for the impeachment of their president. They are just streaming out now. The vote has just been counted. It has been going on
our
for
democracy.
the past hour or so. There was on this special session just one motion, and that was the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol. The People Power Party, who are crucial to whether this motion would pass or not. You remember last week they boycotted this motion. It derailed the bid to impeach the president. This time around, they took the decision that members should vote inside the chamber. And there was speculation that a few of the ruling party members would break ranks, had already broken ranks, wanted the impeachment of President Yoon. It was numbered at around 7 or so. It was calculated that they needed around 8 lawmakers to break ranks to vote with the opposition. The numbers have just come through that the opposition needed 200 of the 300 members in the chamber to vote in favor of impeachment. The final number was 204. So they have done it by just 4 votes to vote for the impeachment of President Yoon. There have been various applause going on in various parts of the assembly building here. This is one of the public areas. There are other public areas of the assembly building where some of the supporters of the opposition groups have gathered, and you can hear some applause. I imagine out on the streets near the assembly and other parts of Seoul, there will be much more raucous celebrations going on right now. This has been long anticipated by many people here, especially the opposition inside the chamber, but also a vast majority of people out in the streets. We've been seeing growing public protests, people looking for and calling for the impeachment of President Yoon, and that is what we have seen on this Saturday afternoon here in Seoul.
Yeah, Rob, we're seeing actually both the live feed of what's happening inside the National Assembly, which seems empty now when that would make sense since the vote is over. We're also seeing in the center of our screen the live feed of just outside Parliament building in Seoul. People are hugging, there's dancing from what we can see. There was clapping, there was quite a bit of movement on the wider shot. This is what
Koreans
protesters
dance in political things too. The fuck? Maybe it's just the West.
Country of Kazakhstan.
Maybe it's just the West that doesn't dance.
Somebody made a video of that Comrade Casey video saying that he tries to call out Ethan and ends up being more racist than Ethan because he's saying
That's funny.
Somalis are Arab and shit, and like this guy doesn't even know what an Arab is.
Okay, yeah, we're just taking in the footage right now. The protesters clearly found out maybe less than a minute ago, and they clearly are elated. Rob, before I turn to Eunice and find out what's happening in the crowd, tell us what happens now.
And he
because
does the
this
whole
does not
thing with Borat
guarantee
being like, He's literally the people in Borat. Like Borat was based on a Turkic guy from Kazakhstan, and just because he was foreign and had a mustache, people treated him like a Muslim. This guy is literally the Borat character.
Yeah.
And talked about how the Borat was not racist towards Muslims, but bringing out racism that's in America. Like it's racist in a different way. It's definitely a racist movie, just not how you think it is. You know?
Yes. I mean, as I was saying when we were watching it, like to think that Sacha Baron Cohen isn't consciously aware of what he's doing is to be grossly ignorant of the man himself.
Yeah. Well, Tanky's
the president,
doesn't function properly. It's missing the common sense area. That part of the brain is missing.
is in the rearview mirror. There's a whole process to impeachment after the vote.
Yeah, absolutely. This means effectively that President Yoon is no longer president, and yet he still is. It now goes to the Constitutional Court for this decision to be confirmed. This is the process that any impeachment has to go through. South Korea has, even though it is a fairly young democracy, has gone through this impeachment process a couple of times. It is no stranger to this process, so it knows what takes place and what the precedent is. So this decision now goes to the Constitutional Court. It can take anywhere from several months up to 6 months for this Constitutional Court to confirm this decision. In the meantime, the president effectively has his or her duties suspended. The prime minister takes over as the caretaker president in the meantime.
Her duties,
but it's by no means assured that that is the end of the president's role. In fact,
in South Korea?
Yeah.
I wouldn't imagine so.
He or her.
Yes, there has been one.
Interesting. I know there's been female Korean leaders, but in the modern state.
2013 to 2017. She was the first female president of South Korea. Yes, for 4 years. There you go.
It's actually just Korea. We don't recognize North Korea.
Back in 2004, when there was a previous impeachment, it was overturned by the same Constitutional Court. And President Yoon has vowed to fight this. He sees nothing wrong in the imposition of martial law, as short-lived, as ill-fated as it was. He sees nothing wrong with that. In fact, he believes he was within his constitutional rights to impose martial law and has vowed to fight this. He has vowed to fight impeachment, has vowed to fight the various actions, legal actions that are threatened against him on charges of treason and so on. So he has vowed to fight it in the courts. He is, of course, a lawyer, a government lawyer by training. So he has vowed to fight this. And that's the next stage that we will see going forward, is this whole process now being taken to the Constitutional Court. But as far as this assembly is concerned, and the opposition parties, they have achieved what they set out to, and that is the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol.
Later, cut.
대통령 윤석열 탄핵 소추안은 총투표수 300표 중
See you later. Good boy.
85표.
All right, how much time we got? 20 minutes? 15 minutes? Alrighty.
Yeah, we've got another clip from Fox Nation and Judge Jeanine's exclusive interview with Daniel Penny, the Marine vet, revealing what he would say to the jury who cleared him in the subway chokehold death of Jordan Neely.
A jury of your peers, Danny, felt unanimously, beyond a reasonable doubt, that you committed no wrongdoing. What would you say to them?
I'd like to give them a hug. I'd like to thank them. Yeah, definitely. I mean,
wait. You're telling me this
courage,
guy
especially in
is
this
Beaker
climate
from the Muppets
in New York City to stick up for me.
Yeah, Penny also answering a big question that's on the mind of a lot of people.
Will you take the subway again?
Yeah, and I have been. I believe in New York. I love New York.
Knowing what you know now, Danny, if you faced the same situation again, Would you?
Are you going to kill again?
Yeah, totally.
I am going to
would not
kill
be able
again,
to
he
live with
says.
myself
Epic.
If I didn't do anything in that situation and someone got hurt, I would feel
I can't
guilty
wait.
for the rest of my
Watch,
life.
he does actually kill again.
Meanwhile, the crazies on the left are ratcheting up the
Yeah,
hate and
meanwhile-
division over this verdict. Outgoing squad member
I
Rep.
hate
Jamal
their
Bowman,
transitions.
famous for pulling a fire alarm, posted
They transition.
Yeah, they're all like, yeah, they did it twice in this fucking segment.
Yeah.
on X. Dear white people,
Fucking sounds
I don't
like
know
me.
why I feel the need to keep talking
like, all
to you.
gay and
I
shit,
don't know
like
why
and
part of me
totally.
still has hope for you and for us. Some of you are too far gone, but maybe enough of you aren't and will join us in fighting to end white supremacy. And the BLM leader who vowed riots if Penny was cleared, yeah, well, she's flying into a rage about race. Watch this.
If Jordan Neely was a white man, we'd be saying it was an opioid crisis. He was hungry. He was mentally ill. He had a muffin in his pocket. What about a white man during cross-examination who said that he was afraid of Daniel Penny, the one who poured water onto his head and said that he was afraid? He was a white man.
Yeah, okay, so...
What about the Latino man who was holding his arms?
I'm not the one identifying everyone by race. You are.
Judge, need to go to you first. What did you take
That's
from
the
Daniel
point.
Penny's reflection
That's
about
the
courage
point.
of the jury?
Yeah.
Do it again.
You know, it's interesting
You're
because
saying
Danny
that
said that he
equality
wasn't a political
exists when
person.
it systemically doesn't. You try to.
Yeah.
There's nothing more ignorant than people who think that it's not racist to not see race. Like maybe one day we'll get there, but it needs to be recognized because of the fucking like systemic injustices.
Mm-hmm.
And he says it in the interview. He says it's not something that I normally follow. But he was savvy enough to understand, in
I also
spite of that,
do not care about this,
that
by
it
the way. I
not
do
only
not
took
care about this
courage
case.
for this
It's
jury
funny
to
that
do
he
what
said
they
he's
did,
going to kill again.
because he knew
It's funny that he
this
looks like
was
Beaker.
a political, like a pipe bomb. They were trying to
Did
make
you
it
see him
about
talk?
race. And he recognized the courage. And he said he wanted to hug
no.
them. And I got to tell you.
Go back to
there
when
were-
she's interviewing him and you tell me he doesn't fucking look like Beaker.
And of a lot of people.
Will you take the subway again?
Yeah, and I have been.
Oh my god.
I believe in New York. I love New York.
Knowing what you know now,
What a
Danny,
fucking weird cunt.
if you faced the same situation again, would you do it again?
Yeah, totally. I would not be able to live with myself.
What a fucking weird looking dude.
I know,
What a
right?
head.
Beaker.
Oh,
You gonna put Beaker on the screen?
I definitely am.
I love Beaker.
Oh, that's not real Beaker. Look. Same dude.
Yeah, he's Beaker, but he's got curlies that go. Look at how dumb the front curls, the two front curls on his hair look. You know, it literally looks like a fucking Muppet. Like you fucking do the twisted shoelace.
Yeah,
to the hair.
he is a fucking Muppet.
Fucking killer Muppet, bro. It's so funny. He said he'll kill again.
Navy game in Maryland
It is very funny. The optics.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance has invited Daniel Penny to the game. Of course, we know that he was just acquitted this week on negligent homicide charges in the death of Jordan Neely. Why is he extending an invitation to Penny?
Yeah, well, this is something that J.D. Vance actually posted about
like-
on X, saying that he believes Daniel's
Just
a good guy.
because, like,
and
it's
that he
like
hopes
just
he's able to
because
have some
somebody
fun
like
at this
defended
game and
themselves and like
appreciates,
killed somebody
his
does not
courage.
make them a hero. It does not mean they
No.
didn't do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
Admires his courage.
Like this is psychotic.
And quite frankly, Daniel
They
Penny
love
has been
killers,
held
man.
up as this hero on the right
They
for
love it.
the situation involving Jordan.
Because you
Neely,
listen to
even though-
conservatives, they like can't wait for somebody to break into their home so they can get legal kills. They're
Yeah.
obsessed with it. Talking about how
Obviously,
the circumstances where they can legally kill people.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild.
There is a lot of controversy over this verdict and over the circumstances surrounding Jordan Neely's death. But certainly, you know, whether it is J.D. Vance or Speaker Mike Johnson, who has praised Daniel Penny as a hero, we have certainly seen Daniel Penny do the rounds on conservative media as well,
He's not a
essentially
hero.
saying that he was concerned if he didn't
Like
act
he,
and others.
you're
on
not
the
like
train
he would have
could
been a hero if the guy didn't die.
Yeah.
Like he didn't mean to kill the guy, right? Or did he mean to do that? If he didn't mean to kill the guy and he accidentally killed the guy, that's not being a hero.
No.
If Superman goes to save the day and ends up killing somebody, it's a whole crisis in the fucking storyline.
Like that's actually a good example, right? People's biggest issue with the Zack Snyder Superman was how many people would have died in collateral damage with his fight with
Oh yeah, it's fucking crazy.
It's fucking insane. The whole gimmick of Superman, the quintessential hero, is that no innocent person dies.
But
And
then like they didn't even follow it up properly because I thought Man of Steel was interesting. I'm like, oh, I can see why Batman would be against this guy. And it's some artificial thought up like plot that Lex Luthor does to turn them against each other or something.
Yeah,
which is so stupid. Like you had everything set up that like Superman would be the like more broody dark one in comparison to Batman, you know?
Yep, and I thought it was a great dynamic if they set it up that way, and they fucked it up. Right? But that's
because Zack Snyder's a fucking moron.
I know. Right? But that's what a hero is supposed to be. Right? Superman is the quintessential hero. This guy saved everybody by killing somebody. Look at what Goku does. Does Goku kill people? Even the most evil people, Goku will try to not kill them.
Goku, he mainly, and like his thrill is just mostly the fight.
The fight. He doesn't try to kill people, and if they continue coming, he'll defend himself. But he doesn't.
I mean, I think that he like Frieza cuts himself or herself in half. You know, like Goku doesn't kill Frieza. Frieza kills themselves. Are you looking it up?
Has Goku killed people?
Yeah, Goku kills people. I think Vegeta does the spirit bomb on Majin Buu.
He is known for being merciful and only killing when necessary. That's what I meant. Goku killed Grandpa Gohan, Huyon, Captain Yellow, Tambourine, Piano, King Piccolo. Yes, okay. But they Android
in the original Dragon Ball series, when he's a kid, he's more reckless and kills people.
Kid Buu, yeah, Super Android 17. Golden Frieza he killed. Yes, he sends Frieza to eternity or hell or whatever the fuck it's meant to be.
Golden Frieza shows up and literally does nothing, I heard. It's not even a challenge.
Basically, yeah. It's fun. But yeah, like that's like sure, like when necessary, that was unnecessary. Like he was, and this is like if you watch the video,
well, even in
he's
Man of Steel, like he literally like Zod literally makes him break his neck.
Yeah,
because he's gonna do the face laser at somebody, and Superman's like, "Stop it, stop it." Also, the whole Martha thing and being the conflict between him and Batman was so stupid. Zack, like somebody needs to take away Zack Snyder's crayons. He reminds me of Todd McFarlane so much about what he thinks is cool.
Look, man, Todd McFarlane actually makes cool shit though.
Todd McFarlane's cringe. Spawn is cool. He's things that look. Zack Snyder also makes cool shit. That doesn't mean he's not cringe.
Sure, okay. But Todd McFarlane, I'm pretty sure, did Spider-Man 300 as well, which is a great comic. Yeah, he did the cover art. That's right. That's why I know his name. And Spawn is fucking sick. Fuck you.
I didn't say Spawn wasn't sick.
No, I know, but like that's the only things that I know him from is like Spawn and Spider-Man.
I mean, like Zack Snyder, you know, Watchmen is a fucking great movie.
Watchmen is great. That's true. It's a fucking slog.
And then 300 is fun. It's silly, but
can't say I've ever sat through it entirely, to be completely honest.
Yeah, it's fine. Does he do Sin City? Who does Sin City? That might be Rodriguez or somebody.
Sin City. I'm actually not sure. Who does this?
I remember, like, in journalism school, the
Uh.
kid who was like, he actually did his own movie. It wasn't bad. It just
Rodriguez.
dragged towards the end. Huh?
Robert Rodriguez.
That's what I thought. Rodriguez. But yeah, one of my classmates, he actually did produce a movie, and it was pretty good. It's just like there was no like connection to the ending conflict in the last 30 minutes. It kind of didn't have a story connection there. Like there was almost like a missing scene, but it was he did the effects and shit really well done, you know. And he's like privileged, you know, got wealthy parents and stuff. And I was like, oh, who's your favorite director? And he goes, Zack Snyder. And he was like so adamant about why Zack Snyder is his favorite. And I'm just like, oh, because like I'm like a nuanced film snob, you know. You asked me, I'm gonna fucking say something like at the time I probably would have said like Park Chan-wook or Takashi Miike.
I just
Zack fucking Snyder.
I just like picture film.
Rodriguez I like too. I like Rodriguez.
I like the movie.
I love Planet Terror.
I like a movie.
Planet Terror is so dumb. Like when she shoots the grenade to launch into the air from her gun leg. Have you seen it?
No.
Planet Terror?
I have no idea who any of these people that you've said are.
You don't know who Robert Rodriguez is?
I know what Sin City is, but I don't know who that is. No.
So Robert Rodriguez from Dusk Till Dawn.
Again, I haven't seen it.
And then he does like he does the Banderas movies, the Once Upon a Time in Mexico movies. Those are his like, classic movies. Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
No fucking way. Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's very funny. But yeah, I don't know directors and shit. I just like movie. I've only ever walked out
Rodriguez makes like shitty movies, but
that's amazing.
But they're fucking great.
I've only made.
He knows they're garbage. He knows what the budget is, but like his first movie he made for like a few $1,000s, a few $100s or something.
Okay.
And that's the El Mariachi, which is the prequel to Once a Time in Mexico. It's the movie where the guy has a guitar case that shoots people.
No clue.
Before your time.
I guess so. I mean, because I just like going to the movies, you know? I just like the cinema experience. I'm kind of sad that it's going away, then it's so expensive now. I've only walked out of 2 movies. This is how much I just like movies. I don't even give a shit if they're good or not.
I don't know if I've walked out of a movie. I've walked out to come back because I was too distracted by children in the theater.
Okay. So I've only walked out of 2 movies. The Emoji Movie, which I didn't pay for, and the Female Ghostbusters.
I normally know what I'm getting into beforehand. I don't have a lot of money.
Yeah, true. See, I just sort of go to the movies where I just sort of an amount of money where I used to just go to the movies and just see whatever was there. So a lot of the times I wouldn't even see anything about the movie. I'd just go see it. Or a title. I'd see a couple titles that I'd be like, oh, I want to go see that. I'll go see it. And then I'll white crime the fuck out of it and just sneak into a second one. And that's like the ones that I didn't want to pay for, like the Female Ghostbusters. I'm like, I want to see it, but I don't want to pay for it because fuck these people.
Oh, then it doesn't count as a walkout. You have to get your money back.
Oh, you're talking about walk out, get your money back. See, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't pay and then get my money back. That seems absurd.
Well, if the movie's really bad.
Sounds like a very American thing. I don't know.
I don't know.
But yeah, I just left.
They don't actually give you your money. They give you
credit,
like refund tickets that you use later.
Yeah. Okay.
For that reason, that's why many are hailing him as a hero, and why the vice president-elect is inviting him to this weekend's game.
Yeah, there's I'll usually sit through a movie. There's like not a lot of movies that I'll start and be like, this is awful, and turn it off. I will generally sit through movies. Like it's not. I like movies.
I guarantee you'll love From Dusk Till Dawn. Because you have to go into it not knowing what the movie's about.
Okay.
Because it's like two movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it starts out and it's basically about Quentin Tarantino is the other bank robber in it too. So because Quentin Tarantino and Rodriguez are like good pals. So like they're like bank robbers or something, and they have like this Christian family hostage.
What's it called?
From Dusk Till Dawn.
From Dusk Till.
And so like it's like starts off as a really interesting crime thriller.
Okay. I will look it up.
And finally, Nicole, let me ask you about these donations that the president-elect is getting from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and Meta's Mark Zuckerberg. They've each contributed $1 million to the president-elect's inauguration fund. Amazon will also stream the inauguration, an event that's valued another $1 million. What are you hearing about what this signifies? Back here at home, Nicole, the president...
What the fuck?
So next story I'll go to is the acquittal of Daniel Penny that just happened. Phil Mickelson.
Who cares about this? General Armageddon, bro.
Phil Mickelson, some call him one of the greatest.
What are you talking about?
The general in Ukraine who died, and the mass graves in Syria.
Well, I don't have anything on the general.
General Armageddon is dead. He's literally the worst.
In Syria this week, civilians are finally...
Wrong one. This one.
More than 100,000 bodies are believed to have been found in a mass grave discovered north of Damascus, according to the head of U.S.-based Syrian advocacy organization there. This comes weeks after the fall of Syrian president and brutal dictator Bashar al-Assad. ABC News foreign correspondent Marcus Moore joins me now for more on this. Marcus, this is such a disturbing discovery. What more do you know?
Yeah, disturbing to say the least. This, of course, is an early assessment from the Syrian Emergency Task Force, which is a U.S.-based Syrian advocacy organization. A gravesite is said to have been discovered about 25 miles north of Damascus. And our teams in Syria have heard the claims that the number of bodies there is staggering, perhaps as many as 100,000. But at this stage, it's unclear exactly how many people have been buried there. But reports suggest there are men, women, and children, many of them allegedly tortured to death. The head of the Syrian Emergency Task Force tells ABC News that trucks carrying more than 150 bodies each.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Twice a week from 2012
it's
to 2018.
So crazy that it's like all like what are these Assadists gonna fucking say to cope about this? Oh, Assad is good. I never said he was good. It's just the Americans. They falsified the chemical weapons.
So excited for the cope.
Have also been identified, Stephanie.
Like they're not getting paid to defend him anymore.
Nope.
You know, he's gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all I'm going to say to these people is like, who's paying you now? He's gone. Why? What are you doing now?
It's the most that they transferred into this thing that Jelani is actually bad.
Yeah.
And it's not, and also we're not supposed to call him Jelani anymore. We're supposed to call him Ahmed al-Shara.
Jelani's easier.
Yeah, I mean, people know him as Jelani, but
Hello.
I've never heard of a jihadi going back to their birth name and like ending. That's the thing is like a revolutionary saying the revolution is over is nuts. That does not happen.
A statement saying that he's putting down arms.
Yeah, you know, like the IRA demilitarized and stuff and became a political party, but like it's not like they were using anonymous names and shit.
True.
On their positions. What are you learning about his plans for the government there to rebuild?
Well, first of all, I think through his comments, you get a real sense of really how much is happening in Syria right now. The fact that Bashar al-Assad's government was toppled, then you were left with a potential power vacuum, and all of the stakeholders with some interest in the region are vying for.
Well, provided he doesn't die.
Yeah, he was just in a barbershop earlier, like getting a fucking trim.
Yeah,
it was pretty hard.
Like provided he doesn't die, provided he actually transitions the country to a democracy, and provided that
he didn't necessarily say it's going to be a democracy, he just said there will be a vote.
Sure, okay, sure. But provided he gives the people some kind of say in what happens in the country. Who gives a fuck? Who are we to say this guy can't be the one to lead the country?
Well, he may take a more like interior type position.
Like a ministry role?
Yeah, because there's already he is technically the de facto leader in Assad's position. But there already is the guy who is the prime minister of the Idlib province is the interim prime minister now.
Ah, okay.
So he's technically the de facto.
Okay, interesting. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. My general position is see what happens. Well, the Syrian people can sort it out for themselves.
Influence. And so we know that there are still ongoing conflicts going on in the northeast of Syria between the Kurds and Turkey and various groups and in other parts of the country. And the group's leader says that Syria's factions that joined in on the effort to topple Bashar al-Assad's government would be disbanded. And this is widely seen as a move to reassure people inside Syria and those outside that the rebel group is looking to stabilize the country in the midst of everything that's going on, and also reinforce the idea that Syria would not be used as a place to plan or execute attacks on neighboring countries or places in the West. And that's been a concern that the U.S. and Israeli governments leaders have expressed, particularly referring to groups like ISIS. As you know, these two countries have continued to carry out strikes to try to impact that group's capabilities.
Yeah, big concern indeed. Israel's defense minister says Israeli forces will remain in Gaza even after Hamas is defeated. How significant is that?
Yeah, so that's a completely separate issue, but
An international war crimes prosecutor says evidence emerging from mass grave sites in Syria is exposing a state-run machinery
They
of
say
death
they
for the
have
toppled leader Bashar al-Assad.
More evidence than they had at Nuremberg, and they said that years ago. Now, so the UN has shown up, and so this isn't going to be in English, the clips that I'm going to show, but the Syrian people responding to the UN envoy coming into Syria.
What does that mean?
Well, he's literally like the guy who's been at the UN as a representative basically for Syria. Right? So as far as the Syrian people go, they literally look at this guy as an enabler, because you know how the UN is. Look at Ukraine.
Yes.
The UN doesn't actually help.
Nope, doesn't.
So they see the UN as culpable in helping implicate Assad.
Fair enough.
This is the reaction of a mother, I believe, says families of detainees in Syria's prison expressed their outrage regarding his visit to Signaya prison, alleging that the American Empire UN, this is a little maybe not the best source, but
Yeah, so I haven't been able to come in, so let me go in and we will talk afterwards, okay?
Perfect.
Very good.
Thank you.
اعطونا معدات تكشف الارباح تحت الارض تكشف شيء نستفيد منه مو جايين تتصوروا معنا ومع العالم اللي ضحت باغلى ما عنده
13 سنة استنى سنين عم تستنى شاطرين فيه وين فينا وين بدنا اولادنا الله يكثر خاطره وين اخذون ما بنخاف عالجبن 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 مسؤولين بدك يصير اثنين اخذوا لي اياه رجالك واحد لا رجالي ولا نشروا لي واحد هذا كان معتقل الله يكسر من حفاظ
Yeah. I just think that's important. Just the UN showing up and these people telling them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah. Good. Fantastic. Okay, we'll finish this video.
So yeah, the UN had said that they had more evidence than they had in the Nuremberg trials years ago, in like 2017. That statement was made. Not the
and
US,
now he's
the
in
UN.
Russia safe. Very cool.
Visited 2 mass grave sites in the country. This one is in Naja, near Damascus. Rapp said he estimates more than 100,000 people were tortured and murdered since 2013.
We heard from a witness who testified in Germany and whom I personally interviewed and we personally worked with for a long period of time with satellite imagery, that at this particular cemetery where he had been one of the administrators, he was called into service by the government in 2012.
Wow. If you're getting people who have spoken to the West giving you locations that are, surprise, surprise, turn out to be true, maybe everything else that's come out about Syria is also relatively true. Maybe we should consider that when we consider chemical weapon strikes. What do you think?
In order to begin the mass burial of persons that had been killed in government custody.
A cemetery guard and a farmer who lives nearby both described seeing refrigerated trucks at the site. The guard said there were large pits for bodies, as well as graves that would hold about half a dozen people. The other site visited by Rapp is in Kataifa, where people declined to speak on camera or use their names for fear of retribution, saying they were not sure the area was safe yet after Assad's fall. One called
There's
it
also
quote,
a little
place
interview
of
with
horrors.
Assad that's interesting.
This satellite imagery analyzed by Reuters showed large-scale digging began at the location between 2012 and 2014 and continued up until 2022. The head of U.S.-based Syrian advocacy organization, the Syrian Emergency Task Force, has estimated at least 100,000 bodies were buried in Kataifa alone.
Jesus
the
Christ.
International Commission on Missing Persons separately said it had received data indicating there may be as many as 66, as of yet unverified, mass grave sites in Syria. More than 157,000 people have been reported missing to the commission. Rapp led prosecutions at the Rwanda and Sierra Leone war crimes tribunals. He told Reuters that in Syria, quote, thousands of people were working in this system of killing, and that nothing has been seen like this since the Nazis.
Bro, if Assad goes down and is imprisoned for the rest of his life, oh my God. We get to see him.
I mean, maybe a scooter will meet him.
Like a little rat in a cage, little weasel he is. Sticking his little rat neck out the window.
He deserves to face trial by his own people.
Yes, I agree. But we'll see what happens. I don't think he's going to get back to Syria. I don't think that's going to ever happen. I think
maybe they'll put him in a sack like in Borat.
True. Maybe the Syrians will kidnap them out of Russia. Guess we'll see. Maybe Russia will give him back to them.
Every family seems to be affected by a disappearance.
We may get our
They cry out
Mussolini
for answers
photo
about
yet.
what happened to their child. There's still faint hopes that somebody could be found alive.
Hundreds of thousands of Syrians are estimated to have been killed since 2011, when Assad's crackdown on protests against his rule grew into a full-scale civil war. Syrians, rights groups, and other governments accuse Assad and his father of widespread extrajudicial killings. Assad had repeatedly denied that his government committed human rights violations and painted his detractors as extremists. A lightning offensive by rebels ended more than 5 decades of iron-fisted rule by his family.
I kind of don't care if they're
He ruled with an
extremists.
iron fist and a willingness to.
A statement purporting to be the first by Syria's ousted President Bashar al-Assad said his departure from Syria was neither planned nor occurred during the final hours
This
of the
fucking
battles.
Weasley little
The written
cunt.
statement published on Monday on the Syrian presidency's Telegram channel was posted from Moscow, where Assad has been granted asylum. It said he wanted to address distortions given during a critical juncture in the nation's history, and at no point did he consider stepping down, seeking refuge, or did he receive a proposal from an individual party. Reuters reported last week that Assad confided in almost no one about his
He got nothing. He bitched out. He left like a fucking coward.
He claims that he wasn't planning on leaving, but Russia evacuated all personnel of the base. So, you mean they forced you to leave?
Your country that you run. Interesting.
Sounds like you were forced to leave then.
How interesting.
To flee Syria. Aides, officials, and even relatives were deceived.
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
With knowledge of the events, told Reuters. He was ousted after insurgent forces led by the Islamist Hayat Tahrir al-Sham swept through Syria in a lightning offensive, ending more than 50 years of iron-fisted rule by his family. Assad wrote that he
bunch of liberal bullshit.
Combat operations from Hamaiman base in Latakia on December 8, but after it came under drone attack, Moscow requested the base's command arrange.
Yeah, he's a fighting grit!
President Vladimir Putin made the decision to grant Assad asylum in Russia, which deployed its air force to Syria in 2015 to help him repel rebels.
All right. Calling it.
No, one more. Scooter attack in Russia. General Armageddon. We got to talk about him. This man helped Assad kill these hundreds of thousands of people.
It's not the same guy.
Huh?
It's not the same guy.
General Armageddon?
It's Kirillov.
General Armageddon.
It's not the same guy.
Sure it is.
No, it isn't.
The Russian general who was killed?
Yes. It's not him. It is the guy who spread the bioweapons bullshit.
Why don't you play it real quick and we'll see.
It's the head of the nuclear chemical weapons people.
Russia says it has detained a 29-year-old suspect over the killing of top general Igor Kirillov in Moscow. Ukraine has claimed responsibility for the bombing attack on the general who led Russia's nuclear and chemical military program. I spoke to political contributing editor Zoya Shevtelovich about the aftermath of the detonation on both sides.
The message that's being sent is a message to Moscovites. Moscow has been largely removed from the war. It's far away from the front. It hasn't really had much of a drive in the way of recruitment for the armed forces. So what Ukraine is trying to do is essentially to bring the battle to the front lines of Russia. So it's trying to show Russians that this war is still
There's footage?
Yes. That's why I told
happening,
you gotta,
and that they are not immune from the impacts of the war. So this was really about sending a message to those who live in Moscow.
Yeah.
Where this bombing was carried out is a busy street in the center of town.
Doesn't look very busy to me.
It's busy for Russia.
This war is still happening, and that they are not immune from the impacts of the war. So this was really about sending a message to those who live in Moscow. This was where this bombing was carried out is a busy street in the center of town. So it was showing Moscovites, showing the Russians that no one is safe and that this could happen to anyone, and bringing essentially a taste.
No, it's showing Russia that their generals aren't untouchable. That's what it's showing. Ukraine is not Russia. Ukraine is not a terrorist state. They're not trying to kill Russian civilians. That was the head of the nuclear and chemical weapons. The head of their WMD program that Ukraine just assassinated. What are you talking about?
Of the war to the Russian capital.
And might we see more of these sort of attacks targeting senior individuals on both sides of this conflict?
Certainly, this is a tactic that Ukraine has been adopting lately. They charged Kirillov, the general in question, in absentia with committing war crimes for using chemical weapons on the front lines in Ukraine. And this is this sort of divine retribution that they're doling out. So certainly it's something that they've been looking to do in order to bring some of that taste of the war to Russia.
That's him.
And that's in part because they're having difficulties on the front lines, particularly in Ukraine's east, where the Russians are making some pretty significant advances and have been steadily advancing since the European summer. From the perspective of the Russians,
it's not the same guy. Type in General Armageddon. It's not the same fucking guy. The guy you're thinking of is the commander-in-chief, the guy in charge of the entirety of the Russian forces.
Okay.
That's not this guy.
They've both done chemical weapons attacks.
they've been trying to do from the very beginning. We know that in the early phases of the war, there was a concerted effort, a significant effort to try to take out Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, with various figures working.
What I've been saying, this is the guy who literally leaked the biolab bullshit. I'm very familiar with this guy.
Yeah, but both of them have, like, they've both been behind the chemical attacks.
Oh, I'm sure.
They both suck.
For the Kremlin,
I thought they're the same person because they look the same.
Essentially deployed to Kiev to take him out.
Tell me they don't look
Russians
the
are certainly
same.
not above doing this sort of thing and have been trying to do.
Yep, they do.
That's why I was confused.
They totally fucking do. That's very funny. Hold on. This is fucking hysterical. They legitimately look the same. This is your dude, and this is the dude that died. Same. Same.
The only difference is the stars on the uniform. One guy's fatter.
Same, but different.
Do so from the outset, including all the way to the very top. But this is just the latest high-profile example of Ukrainians being successful in this sort of operation.
Yes, and Lieutenant General Kirillov, he oversaw Russia's military, nuclear and chemical weapons protection forces. How big a blow is this for the Kremlin?
It's a significant blow because this was a high-ranking general. He was important in the machine, and it just goes to...
This guy likely has information, skills, and knowledge that can't be replaced. This was a good target to hit. Like,
he
that's
also
a niche.
He's used choking agents on people.
Like, that is a niche that is not easily filled.
To show that no one in Russia is safe. If the Ukrainians can get to someone in such a high position, someone who ought to have been protected, someone who ought to have had the ability to at least have security that might be able to save him from an attack like this, this is a really powerful weapon that the Ukrainians have deployed in terms of trying to essentially bring some fear to those operating in the Russian...
I want to know how it happened, though, you know?
What is she talking about? She's talking like this is a country that isn't literally next fucking door. She's talking like Ukraine can't go through Lithuania and Estonia to get to Moscow. Like that wouldn't be fucking easier. Like they can't send covert ops. Like they haven't been assassinating Wagner troops on the regular in Africa. You think Moscow's a challenge for them? These guys are fat and happy in Moscow, thinking they're safe, and they're just like, haha, scooter bomb. Dead.
Machine, particularly those...
My favorite one is when they gave the guy a present that was a bomb. That's so like mafia shit, you know?
That's actually very funny. Some video game shit.
Alleged war crimes that have been going on in Ukraine, such as, for instance, in this case, chemical warfare. We know that Kirillov was blamed by Ukraine, and there was wide evidence to show that the Russians have been using chemical weapons on the front lines. And similarly, there have been other high-ranking Russians who've been charged by Ukraine in absentia for war crimes. So this is probably something of a chill that's going to be sent through several high-ranking officials in and near the Kremlin.
It's in the Kremlin has...
They should blow up a car near Putin and put a sticker on his window that says "You're next, bitch," just to make him run away.
It says "Boo."
It's already promised a response, warning of imminent revenge. Might this lead to an uptick?
Honestly, though, this is a great tactic for Ukraine. Moving, still focusing on warfare and holding as much as you can. but really like putting a little more resources into like sabotage and terrorism is probably a really, really good idea for Ukraine at this point, because if you can hit key aspects of the Russian military inside Russia through clandestine actions, you're going to make them hurt a lot more. Don't know. I'm sure the SBU knows way more than I know and have all thought of this already. So I'm sure I'm not informing anybody of anything special here.
In the Russian offensive.
Certainly, the Russians have been intensifying their attacks, particularly against Ukraine's infrastructure when it comes to energy. And of course, winter is coming. Ukrainian winters are cold and brutal, and the Russians have been systemically trying to take out Ukraine's energy
We are a
supplies from the
superpower,
very
but
outset
we
of this
do
war,
not
but
have
certainly over the
super
last few
patience.
months, we've seen a huge increase in that sort of attack. So I think we're probably going to see more of that. I think we're also probably, there's a strong chance that we might once again see Russia deploying the Oreshnik ballistic missile, which we saw them deploy for the first time a few weeks ago. Now, that's a nuclear-capable missile. They deployed it without nuclear weapons the last time. But we may see again the deployment of the Oreshnik. The Americans have been warning that the Oreshnik might be deployed any day now. So I think it's not, it won't necessarily be a surprise to anyone.
What you say?
I'll give you nuclear capable.
Woohoo! Milk girls.
If that does occur, that's something that Ukraine has been anticipating
Hoggers!
and is preparing for. But of course, what we know about Oreshnik is that it's very difficult to shoot down. So probably there are going to be casualties as a result.
Yeah, speaking of casualties, we've had the first reported death of a North Korean soldier in this conflict. Does this now entrench North Korea as an enemy military force of Ukraine and even NATO?
It certainly is an escalatory thing. We have seen indeed some footage that has come out from the front lines released by Ukrainians showing North Korea, what they say is a North Korean soldier who has been killed. And definitely this is something that has really been worrying NATO.
He's fat.
Because it does represent a significant uptick in...
Look at him waddle. Even faster. It's funny. Hold on. Normal speed. Let's watch him waddle.
Definitely this is something that has really been worrying NATO because it does represent a significant uptick in the sorts of forces that Russia is deploying. Behind that, of course, is the fact that Russia is also having difficulty recruiting troops, and they've been recruiting steadily over the course of the war, but they're now running out of bodies effectively because they do have this famed meat grinder approach to the battle. We know they've been losing thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers. And so the North Koreans are seen as a way to prop up some of the dwindling supplies of human flesh. The North Korean...
100,000 people, like hundreds of thousands of soldiers dead is fucking crazy.
She said dwindling supplies of human flesh.
Soundbite. I'm going to send you this video so you can pull that as a soundbite. Time code is 5:55.
From their perspective, I think it probably does not change the situation, which is that North Korea has been assisting Russia and has increased its assistance to Russia in recent months. And I think we're just expecting more of that to come.
And in the background, Volodymyr Zelensky, he's continuing to ask for peacekeeping forces from NATO. How likely is that to happen?
So Volodymyr Zelensky is currently due to arrive in Brussels today. He's there for a summit that's being held this evening with Mark Rutte, the new Secretary General of NATO, as well as several EU leaders, among them Emmanuel Macron of France and Olaf Scholz of Germany. And his big task is essentially trying to get either European or NATO boots on the ground in Ukraine. What Zelensky says is that it's clear that there is no trusting Russia, there is no trusting any ceasefire or any sort of accord that the Russians may sign with Ukraine, particularly in light of the fact that the Minsk Accords, which were signed to end the hot phase of the war in 2014, so spectacularly failed to do so. Zelensky's idea is that if there are NATO or European troops on the ground in Ukraine who effectively act as a buffer zone, sort of like the DMZ between North and South Korea, that might secure territorial integrity for Ukraine, for those parts of Ukraine that it is able to maintain should there be any sort of peace deal.
Okay, Zoya Shevdalovich, really good to get your analysis. As always, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome.
How did
Alright,
the
we're done.
attack
Predator
happen?
drones. You will never see it coming.
That's not what I wanted.
Like, what kind of scooter? When did they place it there?
I don't think we're going to have that information. I got a feeling.
Because you rack a discipline.
You lack a discipline.
I think we are done.
Yeah, now we're good.
We're done.
Soviet
Ukrainians do
mine.
go hard. I don't know.
I mean, there's volunteers.
Yes, there's volunteers. I feel like they should be call for volunteers to go fight for Ukraine first before sending European troops. I think that like doing a call for internationalist fighters is probably a better call here. Also, you might get a higher caliber of soldier as well if you get volunteers of internationalists. And you might be able to use them more effectively. Sort of thinking of like cost of a soldier kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like if we're really thinking, how much is a soldier worth, right? An already trained soldier is going to be worth more than somebody like me who has no training whatsoever. I don't think Trump is going to leave NATO. I think that was all bloviating. But time will tell. Anyway, we Dunsky.
It's me, Tony Lasagna.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
All right. See you later, everybody.
Do the raid.
Yes, do the raid. Do the raid. Who you picking?
Squid.
Okay. Oh, this guy. Watching One Piece still. Hello. I can't chat because I'm not verified. That's fine.